Testing. Where'd the Glober go?
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
Opens. Yeah.
on the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Hello. Is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Sonny, but I don't want to talk to you.
You don't? How come?
I'm just being mean. Of course I do.
Okay. I mean, I thought there might be a legitimate reason. I'm willing to listen to it.
No, I don't think I could dig one up, even if I tried.
That's nice of you, man. I feel the same way towards you.
Thank you.
I enjoy listening to you.
Right on. Same here, brother.
Let's face
Yeah.
it. We are people that we all have a lot to say, you know, and some of what we say is very important stuff. I mean, we are funny and, you know, we get kind of goofy, but there's some serious stuff that we've found.
Yep. This is true. And I just happen to have been really lucky my whole life because I've had a chance to learn how to do so many different things, you know, construction trades and building cars and engines and all that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, I'm just, and I enjoy building anymore. I just love to build shit. So,
Yeah, me too. I love fixing stuff. I think we all have our specialties, you know.
yep.
Yeah, I've learned to do a lot of different things too. I think we're a depository of like, or is that the right word?
Yeah, kind of, I guess, of info and knowledge. Yeah.
Or I was going to more say like it's more related to us, us beings here. We seem to be more jack of all trades in one place than I've ever found.
Yeah. You know, and it has to do, I think, with the times that we grew up in, because the kids nowadays are not doing what I did when I was their age. They're not out getting these skills and learning different trades and different things. It's like
Right.
you can't find anybody that's. I mean, hopefully there's a few out there doing it, but when I was young, everybody was. I mean, all my friends were out at different jobs doing this and that. You know, ended up getting skilled at several different things, and I mean, it made it so I could. I never had a problem finding a job. I could find a job in one day if I really wanted one. A pretty good paying job, one day every time.
Yeah, it's pretty wild because it started way back when I was a child, probably much as yourself, building dog houses and go-karts and bird houses and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, yep.
And then
my grandfather was a developer,
right?
And when I was 12 years old, he had these big subdivisions he was developing, and he would let me take the dump truck and clean up all the construction materials, the garbage from the framers and all that, and put it in the dump truck, and then let me drive it to the dump on the roads at 12 years old.
Wow, cool.
And then after that, he would bring caterpillars and backhoes, and then let me do all the backfilling and digging the holes, and trenches, and all that stuff. So by the time I was 15 years old, I could drive just about any kind of machine you had on site. I could just get in it and drive it.
That's really cool. Yeah, that's really cool, man. Well, like, see, my journey led me to doing things like being on a huge ship that was at the end of my dock, about 110-foot long ship, two-masted.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I was 120 feet above the water, varnishing this entire mainmast.
Wow.
On a freaking bosun's chair. It's a board suspended with rope.
Were you tied off, hopefully?
Oh, yeah, always. But you had to learn how to tie those knots yourself, and you're up there. You don't want to make a mistake up there. And you don't want to be dropping any tools.
No. Yeah. It's a long way down.
I dropped things in the water before from up on a mast, and my boss, like, I had to go dive under and try to find this thing, and I couldn't find it. He was so pissed. I was pissed too that I couldn't find it, because I've dropped things down in the water and dove down to the bottom of the harbor before, which is pretty nasty. But if you drop something you need, you gotta go get it, you know?
Yeah.
What a life.
Yep. Yeah, it was. I had a lot of fun as a kid, you know, like doing shit like that. When I remember the whole family going to Yellowstone, and the whole family's in the car, and my mom and dad were tired and driving, and so they just let me drive. I was like 14, and the whole family in the car and everything, and I would drive, and I drove half the way home and half the way there.
Yeah. Yeah, they used to let me do that too in the back roads in Missouri, like on trips we'd take. They let me drive sometimes. I was under 15 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, they
And
just let me drive right on the street, right on the main roads and the freeways and all that shit. I just drove. They just let me.
Actually, and before that, my dad used to, this is way back, my dad used to put me on his lap and let me steer before I could even reach the pedals.
Right. Yeah, that's the same thing I went through too as a kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Pretty, it's a lot different.
Yeah, it's a whole lot different these days. You're right. You see some 12-year-old kid driving down the street in a dump truck, they're not going to make it very far.
I seen some young kid getting pulled over yesterday.
Did you?
About 12 years old, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking cop was trying to pull him over, and he just kept driving right along the side of the road. Finally, they got him stopped. I drove by later, and his mom was there and shit.
Any Globers in the chat? Anybody defending the Globe or anybody new have questions? Whoever that was just disappeared.
You mentioned Glober, and they run these days, a lot of them.
Yeah, as soon as I said that one disappeared. I forgot. I don't even remember the name. It was so fast.
It's so weird because they come in here like they want to spend some time and talk, or I don't know, just maybe it's just they just want to listen and be left alone. Because as soon as you tell them it's, you know, your mic's unmuted, it's time for you to at least say hi or something, and they just fucking whoop, going. I guess some people are just too nervous or too shy to maybe get on the microphone, and I don't know. I'm assuming that's maybe something to do with it some of the times. Not used to talking to 50 people at once. I'm not shy or bashful. I don't care how many people are listening. I'll jabber on. Same with you, huh, Sonny?
What part? What?
I said, it doesn't matter how many people are listening. You don't care. You'll talk.
Yeah, I don't really care. Why would I care? Like,
I don't know, but I just think some people get nervous over it, you know?
You know what? If anybody should be nervous, it would be me. But I guess not. You know what? I grew up as a really super shy kid. Like, I was really shy, very introverted, very kind of like moody, and I don't know, like angry a lot of times. Life has a way of tempering that all down to a medium level, you know?
Yeah.
You just, like, after a while, you just don't want any more broken bones. You don't want any more bruises. I got tired of being beat up from my own will.
Did you grow up in California? Sonny?
From the age of 15 on, yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I spent 4 years in Washington State in the 90s. And came back. Came back to SoCal. Now I wonder why.
Washington. I've lived in California for 2 years, but it was Lake Tahoe, California.
Oh, that's beautiful up there, man.
Yeah.
Wow, what a place.
It's not quite like California down on the coast.
Mm-mm. That's what's beautiful about California. It's got like almost every kind of climate, every kind of terrain, like everything.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
got it
you get
all.
up north in Yosemite and all that, and the redwoods, and that's awesome up there.
Yeah, literally like rainforest in some places like that. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, those redwoods are really fantastic. I've only seen them a couple times, but yeah, pretty great. When we were kids, me and my friends from high school took a trip to Big Sur and went hiking way up into these mountains. We all got poison oak.
Oh, shit.
Every one of us got poison oak. It was horrible, but it was a beautiful trip. Jumping into ice cold streams, like in the middle of the forest. Crazy.
I met a guy. His name was Muggs Stump. You can look him up. He's a well-known, world-famous mountain climber. And I met him when I was building the copper mill in Battle Mountain, Nevada. I was the concrete foreman, and we were building these big tanks to. It's called the digestive way of getting ore out of the rock. You put them in these big tanks, and then you put acids and different things in there. Anyway, he was out there working on the crew, and I met him out there, and he started talking to me about he was this mountain climber, and he showed me his bags of equipment. And he had all this equipment. I mean, literally duffel bags that were 8 feet long, like 4 of them. And so much equipment, like carabiners and hand drills and spikes and blocks and pins and ropes and harnesses and tents that you hang from, underneath on cliffs and sleep in. And he had everything. Yeah. He was a world famous mountain climber. You can look him up. Muggs Stump. He died. I can't remember which mountain it was. It wasn't Everest, but it was. Anyway, they found him up there. He froze to death. But he tried to teach me how to mountain climb. We went out on these little rocks one day, just some big boulders out in the desert in Nevada, and taught me how to rappel down. It was only like 10 feet, nothing, nothing like 10 feet is all. But when it was a sheer cliff, a 10-foot cliff, he showed me how to climb it with pins and blocks and put certain tools in the cracks and, tie it to the rope and whatnot. And so we became pretty good friends while I was working with him. And then come to find out, remember when those guys got arrested for climbing the Trade Center? Those climbers, they were arrested because they climbed up between these 2 walls in the World Trade Center. And they got on top and they got arrested. It was all over the news. Maybe you don't remember that. Anyway, he was one of them that got arrested for climbing up the Trade Center, and it was all over the news, where they were filming them and like, these guys are crazy, they're climbing up. And then they were trying to promote this new climbing tool they had made, and it was like a rod that was about 2 feet long that you put it in sideways and then pull it down and wedge it in. Anyway, so they were using those to climb up the Trade Center, and they were trying to promote this tool, this new climbing tool that they designed and built, and they were going to show everybody how well it worked and go climb the Trade Center. And they ended up getting arrested for it. Anyway, yeah, Muggs Stump, he's a well-known mountain climber from years back. Nice guy. I got a feeling if I would have been interested in climbing and told him that I would have wanted to, do more and climb more and whatnot, he probably would have been more than happy to take me along with him and teach me and take me up on. He's climbed Everest and K2, and I mean he's climbed all the big mountains around her. The one that he really wanted to climb the worst, I think, was Mount Meru. and his buddies ended up going and climbing it in his honor one time, and they filmed a film. You can look it up on the internet, and they talk about him during the whole film. They talk about Muggs and how he always wanted to climb Mount Meru, and they finally did it for him after he was found froze to death. I thought that was a weird name, Muggs Stump. That was his real name. That's what was on his driver's license and everything, Muggs Stump. What a weird name. Anyway. Enough monologuing from God Rockin'.
Sorry, I had to go away for a couple minutes.
Oh, you're all right.
The manager was at the door. I get all emotional and shit. I do, man, because they're telling me I owe all this money I fucking don't have. And, like, I end up, like, coming here homeless. I'm going to end up being homeless again. Like, fuck. I haven't worked in 8 years. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Don't you get a Social Security check or anything?
Yeah, but I'm well under their payment limits according to their own documents. So I don't know. There's some kind of conflict going on. How could I be half of what they say is the income limit, and yet they're still charging me as if I'm making twice that much? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that doesn't.
So he told me not to worry. I'm not going to worry. I will, but trying not to.
Can't they make some adjustments on it for you, or was that what he's going to do?
I don't know yet. He's so swamped. I have to make an appointment and sit down and go over it.
I finally turned 65 and over a year ago, and ended up getting Medicare, and I qualified for like the best health care you can get because I'm disabled. Oh, yeah. And I got new dentures this year. They paid for them all. Really nice crystal white dentures.
Wait a minute. Who paid for them?
Medicare.
Oh, yeah. I don't have that yet. I have to wait another year. Another year.
Yeah. You have to be 65, I think. Inside.
Yeah. So come in October, things will be a lot better for me, because I'll get my retirement from Kaiser. Oh, I shouldn't have said. Oh, well. Dox myself. Again.
Yeah, I get retirement, Social Security, and all that stupid shit. It's not a lot of money, but it's enough. Everything I own is paid for, so. My Toyota Camry just keeps running and running and running. So I'm just going to drive it till it dies. It'll probably outlive me. I'm thinking about buying an electric bike, though. You have one, don't you, Sonny?
Yeah, man, it's the best thing ever. It was like being a kid again all of a sudden. Like it was nothing like riding a bike before like you're used to. it's like almost effortless, and you just fly along. Yeah, I had to really, at first, in the first few weeks, I had to really be careful of how fast, because it was way faster than I expected. Like it can take off, and I've actually raced Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and yeah, and I won in a block or two section of street. I can accelerate faster than a freaking Lamborghini. If I put it in second or third, it's even faster. I'm only talking about like in second gear. If I went to third, I never use that gear. It's too fast.
Yeah, I've been thinking seriously about getting one just because of the gas prices, and then I can use it to go back and forth to my mom's house, which is like 8 minutes away, and in the car. So it's like, I don't know how many miles it is.
That's
It's
probably like it's probably like a 20 or 30 minute ride. Then it's not bad.
yeah, it's literally 8 minutes in my car. So, and the speed limit's only 30 miles an hour on most of the road getting there. So it's probably only about a 15-minute ride, probably.
Yeah, because you could go like 15 miles an hour easy if you have pretty flat ground.
Right.
But even if you had the fatter tires, then you could ride on gravel and you could still go that fast. I could go that fast, but that's because I'm a maniac with skinny tires.
Yeah, there's so many different types of electric bikes now. I mean, there's like literally more than 100 to choose from.
Yeah, yeah, and you can get one that's already pre-built, and those are pretty cool because they've got everything like hidden away really neatly, like inside the frame sometimes, and so it's streamlined. But I just bought a kit for mine. I had a good bike, a good Schwinn bike, 12 speed, and I just put a kit on it, a front wheel drive. I put the hub on the front because I knew I was probably at some point going to be using a trailer, and if you're broke down and your motor is in the rear and you got the trailer attached on the rear, it's much easier to take the front wheel off and replace it with just a regular wheel until you can fix the other one.
Right.
But I don't know how soon I'll be doing any kind of riding like that. I may someday do some camping trips.
Do you have a solar panel you can take with you to charge it when you're like out in the middle of nowhere or anything?
No, that's the clincher. I'm going to need another battery and a way to charge it, like you said. So those are pretty monetarily intensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be another little bit of change. But definitely that solar panel. I've been looking into that kind of thing for since I've had this bike.
Sonny, check it out, bro. Check it out. You can build your own solar panel out of pop can lids. Look it up on the internet. They'll show you how to wire it up. Off of one pop can lid, the bottom of a Coke can, just one lid, it makes 1.5 volts.
What?
Yep. You don't need all these fancy, and you can just line those up on a piece of plywood and wire them in series and what's it called? Series and what's the other one? Anyway, so you put the right voltage out.
Series or parallel, yeah.
Parallel there. So you run enough of them in series till you get your voltage up to where you need, and then you just put several of those series of like, let's say 15 or 20 pop can lids all wired up, and then you staple them or you put a screw through the middle of them onto a piece of plywood, and they work. You look it up on YouTube, bro. It'll blow your mind.
I will do
a Coke can lid, so you could just get all these Coke cans, and then you'd have to buy some special wire, that coated wire, I can't remember what they call it. So, and there's a
Insulated.
wiring pattern that you have to put inside the pop can lid. You've got to wire it, and then the two wires come out when it's all. You run the wires around the pop can lid a few times. Not very much, just a little bit of wiring inside, a little pattern you have to put on it. And
But
then
what do you put silicone or something, don't you? It doesn't require silicone?
No. Well, I think they super glue the wires to the pop can.
So they're just coiled around the top of the pop can?
No, you cut the lid, the bottom of the Coke can off. It's just the very bottom. Oh, and
Just
it's
the
only
bottom.
like a quarter of an inch tall.
So,
And so
are
it's
you
like a little
wrapping-
dish. It's like a little
Are you-
dish.
So are you wrapping the coil? Are you making a coil around that?
Well, inside of it, around it a little bit. Yeah, it's like
Okay.
2 or 3 wraps of this wire inside the pop can lid or bottom. And then the wires come out, and then off. Then you put a little niche in the side of the, and then run the wires out, and then from there, and then you just get a whole bunch of them. Once you wire those pop can bottoms up, then you can just screw them to a piece of plywood, and have 4x8 sheet of them or whatever, and they'll put out as much power as a fucking solar panel you go pay hundreds of dollars for.
So is it the wire that's doing the change? Or it's a combination of that aluminum and that wire that does it?
I'm not sure. All I
It's
know is,
causing the photoelectric effect.
yeah, I'm not sure exactly what is the actual science behind why it makes electricity. I mean, it's from the sun, obviously, sun shining into these lids. But just look it up and watch it on YouTube, and watch them wire one up and hook it up right in front of you, and it puts out 1.5 volts. One pop can bottom puts out same as a AA battery.
Well, I could make like 6 of them, and I could make a freaking charger to charge like cell phone or stuff like that.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
even a smaller
Yeah.
application. But actually, traveling on the bike, the only way I could do something that large is I would have to make a roof and have it so it could swivel, so I could be charging while I'm riding. But more than
You could
likely,
maybe put it on like a flexible roll, like a
that's what I would have to do.
or something. And then you just roll it up and put it in your trailer. And then when you park and camp, maybe you'd have to camp out for a day somewhere and get your batteries all charged up, and then go travel again. Take a break, charge your batteries, go for a day.
Exactly.
Take a break, charge your batteries, go for a day.
Yeah, I've seen the foldable ones, but that's something I'll keep in mind. I'll check that out.
And I think I can. I think I've got another design I'm going to try to build a solar panel, and it's going to be using silica sand, because that's what's in those solar panels. That blue crystal, that's silica. That's just silicon. That's just rock. It's just rock. And you can rub 2 pieces of quartz together, and it makes electricity. So that's what microphones used to have in them. The first original microphones were 2 little pieces of quartz that when your voice spoke into the microphone, it vibrated those 2 crystals together, and it sent the signal down to the amplifier, and that's how microphones work. So I think if you put a sheet of like a thin piece of plastic or whatever, like a plexiglass, and then you wire it like the wires are in a regular solar panel. You attach the wires to the to the plexiglass, and then you pour silica sand over the top of all them wires with a little bit of adhesive that will hold it down so it doesn't move. And then you maybe put a little bit of black silica sand and a little bit of white silica sand, because white will expand and contract at different rates than black will. So they'll be rubbing against each other, expanding and contracting, making electricity. That's how them other ones work. And blue crystal silicone solar panels, it's just rock is all it is. It's just thin sheets of silica that they expand and contract and rub against each other and create electricity.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. That's wild how that works. Anyway, I have to step away for just a little while. I need to fix some food, but I'll be listening.
You can go hungry. Just kidding.
Yo, Flatty. Earth calling, pilot to co-pilot. Looking for life on this flat Earth, sir. No sign of it. I'm illiterate. I don't mean that literally. Where's all the girls who want to talk about the law of thermodynamics when you're trying to find a girl to talk to? Most of the girls I know whip my ass in a leather versus pleather debate. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Karen B.
Talking about stupid people, let's introduce our guest for this evening, Flatterday Saints. Flatterday Saints, would you like to take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to the audience? Over to you.
Craig, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm absolutely honored to be here. It's quite a privilege, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you the definition of illegitimate. Being against or not in accordance with established rules and standards, incorrectly decided against or breaking the law, born out of wedlock, the bastard, persons born to unmarried parents. That's me. When it comes to this rap, nothing appears between us. Chewing gum when I rap, pure lyrical genius. You come when I ask, thanks to my miracle penis. Always up to the task of severe innovators. You hear what I'm saying? You adhere to my language? Allow me to entertain where your brain is. No need hitting the main vein, don't need no drainage. Bitch, I'm so insane, I need a lyrical chamber. Insane asylums wildin' out with lyrical gangs. The serial killer, going for that spherical strangle. I adhere for no man, I got some serious anger. Making jokes till the day they place them blankets over my face so I can face my maker. I can almost taste death, do a taste test later. Mandela effect, man, that ain't Darth Vader. Skeleton collections, collecting our data. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's fever and NIST. It's subliminal, show what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the state still, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then you'll guess who's great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make the song the best today. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. Lit up a cigarette and went on a killing spree. These freaking idiots, yo, I'ma start spilling the beans. It's ridiculous how much shit you're willing to eat. And willingly think that NASA is legit. 60 million a day, how much is actually spent? How much of what they say is actually scripted. Probably 99.9% kid. My mind is hell bent on exposing the trick. More bubbles in space, yo, floating again. When they open up the hatch, yo, it blows in the wind. Congrats on every time you foiled a kid. Mightier than the sword I destroyed with a pen. It's one big game and we're all just toys to them. In sync on the block and Backstreet Boys to men. Paris Agreement, going green, soiling again. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FIFA. And NIST is subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. You're such an idiot, but still, yo, I'm killing the beat. Please stand up, and no one better be still in this seat except Steven. Leave him alone, he's chilling the seat. How far am I willing to go? Are you willing to see? Chilling at the Goodwill, yo, when will I leave? When I'm good and ready, bitch, so kiss my feet. I'm illiterate, I don't mean that literally. I'm just a figment, shit you wasn't meant to see. Look at my pigment, this is what I'm meant to be. Branch Davidian, I'm in it, and we in too deep. I'm a degenerate, even more than Ellen DeGeneres. Hotter than ice, and fire ain't chiller than me. Got a lot of advice, while I'm still on my feet. You got a lot of advice, while you're still on your feet. So many come and go, but I'm still in the sea. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA. And NIST is subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. Yo, so when they're still being discriminate and calling you illegitimate, just don't forget this shit. Remember, Flat Day was something that you witnessed, kid. Haha, you just got done witnessing this. Flat Day Saints, aka Flat Nasty. Haha. Peace.
Use your normal stupid voice, not an extra stupid one.
Maybe some older dude that's rich.
Right on, Saturday.
To me, but if I spoke your native language.
Yeah. Cool.
Right on, Saturday. Cool shit, brother.
Let me change the settings here.
Thank you, bro.
Okay, settings changed. Okay, back to the normal voice. Anyways.
Yeah, you're welcome, brother. Anytime, man. You got some good stuff. I listen to a lot of your stuff since I met you, and yeah, you do some pretty good stuff, bro.
Yeah, bro. Good job. I just returned from Lithuania.
Shut up.
Yeah, my brain went there on vacation in Lithuania.
Right?
I was on my vacay in Lithuania.
Right? Did you really go there?
No, he's full of shit.
Hell no, I'm joking with you, man.
He's funny, full of shit as a shit pot is.
I'm so sarcastic, but then when people say stuff, I'm like, did you really?
I got it from your song.
I know, yeah. That's what my grandpa, he came over on the boat illegally from Lithuania.
Whoa.
Back in the day.
Wow, man.
Yeah, my aunt went over there to try to see the family, and she said that they're straight up like goat herders and stuff. And she brought one of them back to California, and they were tripping out on how many different brands of like one product there are. Whereas like over there, there's just like one brand of like soda or one brand of like chips or whatever. Yeah, they were tripping out. They never seen nothing like it.
Yeah, Americans are some silly, stupid motherfuckers, aren't they?
Right? Yep, redundancy. You know what's crazy though? In Mexico, I heard there's even more variety of stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that.
My mom brought some strawberry flavored Marlboros back. I was like, what? And on the cigarettes, they have like pictures of like people who have like dude, it's like they'll show like somebody with like a part missing on their body or like these gnarly like they'll show like an old liver or something. They'll put the picture of it right on the top where you flip the pack up, and they say like, you know, it's their surgical general warning or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty grabbing. Makes you want to smoke a strawberry cigarette.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
That's outrageous. That's a little more honest. That's a little more honest, though, isn't it?
We also have it in Germany where you see the cause of smoking cigarettes on as pictures on the cigarettes itself or tobacco that you can buy and so forth.
Oh, really?
Like missing limbs, yeah. People with, missing throat or whatever it's called.
Do you sell your music, Spider Day?
Nah, I've never made a penny on it.
It's all free, huh?
Yeah, it's all free. It's all free. I've actually probably spent thousands of dollars making it.
I'm sure you have.
Yeah, and probably even more hours, huh?
Yeah, I've heard you talk about it several times.
Yeah.
I was just kind of curious if you had a website that you sold them for, a quarter of fucking, or
right,
whatever, $1 or something for one of your better ones or something. I don't know. I was just going to go buy a few from you.
Yeah, that would be cool. I appreciate it. I should put it on like, what is it called? Like iTunes or something like that. Or, I don't know, one of those things.
Yeah.
I'm not really savvy with those apps, though. You know what I mean? Hey, you know what I started doing though? I got motivated and I went and poured some resin the other day.
You did what now?
I went and poured some resin the other day with the resin that I got.
Yeah.
I got these pyramids. Their pyramids are like 6 inches tall. They're 6 inches tall and then 4 by 4 by 4 by 4. And I went and poured because you have to do it in layers. So I did the first top layer for each of them today. So I'm probably gonna finish them tonight, tomorrow. I'll do another layer tonight and then another tomorrow.
So what is it? Artwork you're doing?
No, those the chembusters,
Oh.
Yeah, the pyramids. I'm just making little pyramids. I'm not putting the pipes in them. I'm just doing the pyramids here. I'll get like a copper coil and twist it around the crystal and get a terminated crystal and drop that right at the tip of the pyramid. And I'll put a Herkimer diamond on top of that with like some 24 karat gold leaf flake. And then on the bottom,
it's the same pyramid that you had the clouds react to it, right?
Yeah.
We have someone new in the chat. I just thought I'd say something before they leave. Well, let's see if Truth Soldier wants to speak. Truth Soldier, I've unmuted you. Do you want to say hi? You have a question? Truth Soldier, are you there? Okay, well, if you don't speak up in a few seconds, I'm going to have to put you on.
Can he speak without rolls, Sonny?
Yes, because I unmuted him.
Oh, okay.
So say hi, Truth Soldier, or I'll have to mute you again. 3, 2. Okay, I'm going to put you back on mute. All righty. There we are.
Ooh, interesting. Hey, so the crystals that I've had in jars, I've had them sitting in a jar for over a year. What I did was I lit sage, a little leaf of sage, and then I drop it in the jar so it's smoking. And then with different crystals, I'll put them in jars with different things. Like one of them, I had them in a jar with just what's that stuff called? Yerba buena, that wood that you shave off and you burn it like incense. And then in another one, I put them in a jar with just those baby rose petals. And then another one, I put them in a jar with just lavender. And then the other one, I put them in a jar with just sage. And then each one, though, I dropped a smoldering thing of sage in them. So the jars filled up with smoke. And I left them like that for a year, bro. And when I opened them up, they still smelled like sage.
Wow. One time I had a bowl of crystals, dude, that were in a crystal, like lead crystal bowl. And I had some crystals stacked in it, and I had them sitting on my table, and I had them under a light bulb, kind of close to a light bulb. And they started snapping, like arcing between them. You could hear them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was a trip, dude.
It was because of the bowl that they were in.
I don't know if it was. I think it was because the crystals were touching each other and they were expanding and contracting with the heat, and rubbing. Because when you rub quartz together, it makes electricity.
Oh yeah. I had a bucket of quartz crystals, and I threw one in the dark when I was leaving real quick, and I noticed how that crystal hit the other crystals, and then it didn't spark, like it created like a purple light inside of them, and then the light like went down into the other crystals. Like weird. It was so trippy.
Yeah. I thought that was a trip that night when I had them all put in that bowl, and I kept hearing this snapping noise, and I'm going, "The fuck is that snapping noise?" And then I got my ear over right next to the crystals, and they were arcing between each other, and they were making little noises. It was weird as fuck.
Did they make any colors? Did you notice any color? You had the light on it, so you couldn't really tell.
Yeah, I had the light on. I didn't see any spark or anything, but I could hear it. It sounded like an electrical spark, is what like little snaps.
Wow.
Yeah.
What kind of bowl was it?
It was a lead crystal bowl. They make lead crystal, and they make, cups and bowls out of them and stuff. It's just a type of glass that has lead in it, lead crystal.
Huh.
Go down and walk at the beach.
I don't think offhand. If I saw it, I'd recognize it, but I've never heard of a lead crystal bowl before.
Yeah, just look it up.
I have a crystal bowl.
It might be lead crystal.
It's a sound bowl where you rub the stick around it.
Oh, those are cool. I like those. I like those things. Those drums. They're metal, and they got the little cutouts, and they pong them with their thumb. Dong 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 dong. Those are kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called.
The bowls I have, I bought them at a gem and crystal show, and this lady one time, she saw me and she wanted to trade one of them for her crystal ball, so I did it. But the crystal bowl doesn't sound as good as the brass bowls. The brass ones, they carry vibration a lot longer.
And you've had like a champagne glass before and rub your finger around the rim of it and it starts.
Yeah,
You've done that before, right?
Yeah. The crystal bowl that I have. It looks like it's like, I don't know, like they compressed, it looks just like glass, basically. It's like smoky too. You can't see through it. Mm-hmm. But there's this shop right here in Summerlin. It's between Ventura and Santa Barbara. It's called Sacred Spaces, and this place is like a straight up Illuminati place, dude. There's probably like millions of dollars worth of crystals in there and all kinds of stuff, and there's not even security or cameras. And there's like pictures of all these famous actors in there who've been in there. And then there's like a picture of the Dalai Lama, but they have these actual crystal bowls in there. They're sound bowls, and they're actually see-through crystal. They're carved actually from giant quartz. So they're not compressed. They're like natural. And, dude, I've heard how they sound. Those things, I swear they reset your body so fast, dude. They reset the circadian rhythm real quick inside you. It's a trip.
Yeah, there's a lot we don't understand about frequency and sound. I think you can use it for healing and all kinds of shit if we knew the right frequency waves. And I think them old buildings that we used to find that were abandoned, those big cathedrals that had those pipe organs in them, and they had them ceilings where it bounced the sound around and it bounced it out them windows. I think they were using that for healing and stuff for the people. I think that's exactly what they were for.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, some of those organs, dude, are like, there's no way anybody could construct that, especially back then.
Well, there was a way because they were doing it.
Well, yeah. I mean, according to history, you know what I mean?
Yeah, according to history, they didn't have the technology back then. But yeah, they probably had more. They understood that shit way more than we do today, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, there might be people that have that knowledge, but they don't. They keep it for themselves for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a lost information. I think it's just kept.
I don't think so either. I think they have it, yeah, but there's no money in it. Like, there's way more money in charging us for electricity and charging us to go to the doctor and stuff when we're sick,
Right. Exactly.
I had a friend who had a 45-pound lump of amethyst.
Damn.
Thing was huge. Like, I don't know how they moved it around. But I'm always finding quartz quartzite type rocks. I always seem to be attracted to them. I bring a couple of them home.
Do you ever find terminated ones?
What do you mean by that?
They go
terminated,
to
like where? Yeah, it comes to a point like a pyramid.
No, only rocks in a stream bed, so they're all broken up. No, I've never seen any that are pointed like that. Not out in nature, like in this area. I haven't.
Yeah, you have to find them from the original cluster. Some of them just come off like that. They break off like fruit. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen those great big dishes of amethyst, big like half of a geode type of thing, and they're just full of those terminated amethyst crystals. You can break them out real carefully. Yeah, they're badass.
Yeah, they are, dude.
I keep looking for gold because they say that gold is always around quartzite, you know? So.
Yeah.
So once you find usually if you find the source of the quartzite, then there will be gold fairly close.
Yeah.
Well, it gets deposited in the veins of the quartz. And
I have some quartz that actually looks like there's gold in it, like little flecks.
Yeah. What happens is when gold vaporizes when it gets heated up in the earth, when the earth was going through whatever period of time. And when this gold is vaporized, it rises up through the cracks and crevices of the rock and then cools off. That's where the veins come from, is from when the gold was vaporized, and then it pushes its way up through the cracks and crevices, and as it's going up through, it cools off and becomes solid metal again instead of vapor.
So I wanted to bring up this when we went to Huntington. I'm sorry we didn't get to see you down there or up there. Flatter Day, yeah. So I met New Perspective, and he was apparently up in Paso Robles in some stream bed, and he said he found all these rocks. Well, he was giving them away. I think the rock he gave me and those other rocks, I think some of them are solid jade. I shit you not. I'm gonna.
Shit.
Yeah, I have a couple pound rock of it could be jade.
Send me a picture of it. Is it cut or is it just raw?
No, it's just broken. I'll send a picture of it.
Okay. Is it green? Is it green in color, Sonny?
Yeah, exaggerated. It's probably not a pound. Yeah, I had to step away to get my phone and the rock in the other side of the room. So yeah, it is green. It's quite amazing. Let me get a picture and then I'll put it on. Pretty crazy. Whatever it is just kind of amazing. Let's see here. Got a good background.
Yeah, there's been quite a few artifacts found at archaeological sites that are carved jade, like statues and little whatever images of whatever things. They used to carve that out of jade back in the day. I guess they still do to some degree, but
here we go.
Yeah.
Boom. Take a picture of the other side. Pretty wild.
I think jade is like a semi-precious stone. It's not considered like way super precious, but it is semi-precious stone.
It's worth more when it's cut, like into slabs and it's polished.
Yeah.
I have a friend who has all that stuff in his kitchen. He has all these rock cutting and polishing. I don't even know what they're called. They're like things you stand at and you hit with the pedals with your feet. They have like hoses that spray onto the blade as it's cutting with it's like a diamond blade or something.
Yeah, I've got a big diamond cutter for that, but it's a tile saw. But you can cut stone or anything with it. It's an MK1. diamond
Yeah,
saw.
I was even like double terminating crystals and stuff with it, like double terminating some quartz crystals that I had, and the vibration feels so good in your body. It's like such a crazy vibration when that thing's hitting the crystal.
Okay, picture coming up here shortly.
Oh, there's
Are
somebody.
you sending in the regular mail? No, I'm just kidding.
Did you see that somebody posted that pop can solar panel thing?
Will Be Flat. I heard Will Be Flat talking before.
I was telling Sonny about that you can build your own solar panels with the bottom of a pop can.
This is the video on it, huh?
Yeah. There's more than one. There's several videos you can find on YouTube about it, but yeah. They put out like one pop can lid puts out 1.5 volts, the same as a AA battery.
So if you used a different type of metal instead of aluminum, and you made a dish out of it, it would work better.
Maybe.
You think?
Maybe, I don't know. You just have to.
Is it just soaking in the heat?
Yeah, you put it in the sun.
Yeah.
It's a solar panel. Makes actual electricity.
Yeah.
You could put like 50 of those together all in a row in series and whatever to get the right voltage you needed. Keep doubling it, keep adding it up, and then you could charge batteries or whatever with it.
Damn.
Like a solar panel, basically. Same thing.
Yeah. Is it like got something that's grounding it into the ground?
No.
Or is that not even necessary?
No, it's not necessary.
Okay. Oh, so you could put these on like rooftops and stuff, huh?
Right, or on a piece of plywood or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to.
Having some technical difficulty with my phone. It's not finding the photos. Weird. The heck? That happened. Never had that problem before. Interesting.
Dude, last night I found an old hard drive, Toshiba hard drive of mine. It's from a couple years ago, so it's like 1 terabyte, right? And I have a bunch of videos that I took back in 2019 with the Nikon P1000 before I broke it. And I found one of the videos. It's a video of this spider web that I was videotaping, and you see these things on the spider web. They start to move, and they look like little bugs that are made of. It's hard to describe. It looks like they're made of like white string, like stiff string, or like bristles that are like shining white, and they like almost like reflect the light. It's really trippy. There's a couple of these different things on the spider web, and one of them starts moving. It's really weird, dude. It's definitely nanofiber, but I actually got the video, so I'm gonna post that once I edit it a little bit. I'm so glad I found it, though.
You think it's from the shit they're spraying, or just the natural stuff from the
Oh, I don't think it's organic. No, I don't think it's organic. It's from the stuff they're spraying for sure. Well, I mean, I can't say for sure, but I'd assume it would be, because I've been up on the mountain and seen like giant. I've seen a strand of a web that was like at least like 6 feet across, coming down straight out of the sky. There's no trees around or anything. I was like, what the hell?
Actual spiders that migrate and they float on their web. They string these big long webs, and then the wind picks them up, and then the spider gets on it and rides, and they migrate via that process.
Okay.
Actually, spiders that do that, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I've seen like the day after spring, like the gnarly webs that there's webs that in places that there shouldn't be webs, and then I've gone to like the car wash to get some of these things off my car, and I'll sit there with the high pressure hose right on the thing, and the web will still be there. It, like, does not break the web off, even with a high pressure sprayer. This stuff's a trip. I've actually put my hands through some of those things before and felt like a little tiny prick go in my hand, like like it hurts for a second.
Yeah, they used
to like a tiny blister that appears on your hand.
Yeah, they've been studying spider webs for a long time, for like different tensile strength for like fabrics and bulletproof vests, and all kinds of weird shit. They'd been studying spider web composition for years now.
They got something called it's called electro spray, and what they do is they get this giant roll that looks like one of those rolls of cellophane that you do like move like tie do it with and stuff.
Like a wrap.
And they'll be spinning this roll, and then they have this little sprayer that has electricity going in, and it's just spraying this fine mist on this wrap. And once it's done spraying, it creates something that looks like cellophane, but it's a nano. I want to call it nano fiber, smart. I don't know, whatever you call it. They have so many different types of them, of the nano particles. But I guess if you look at it, like if you break it down under like high power microscope or something, all these little things are like hexagon shaped, or most of them are like hexagon shaped. And so when they're spraying that stuff, they're literally putting a hex on it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's so weird. You've heard of the BAL, huh?
Yeah. I think that might be jade, Sonny. You might be right. That does have a real pretty green. That could be jade for sure.
Yeah, it could be. It just needs to be cut. Oh, yeah, I think it is, dude. It feels super smooth in your hand. And cold. Sonny? I think Sonny's left the building.
No, I'm always having to walk away into my kitchen and places, and it's about 15 feet away, so it takes me a couple minutes. Yeah, it's very smooth, super duper smooth. He had bags of this stuff.
Really?
Yeah, he had like 10 or 15 pounds of it.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many people are into rocks and different types of rocks. People are just really into that shit. A lot of people. So am I, but I mean, there's just, I think there's a lot to, I mean, silica, that's what they use in computers is silica and RAM chips to store information on. I mean, you can store information on silica. You can retrieve it. You can you can transmit radio frequencies over the air by rubbing two pieces of silica together or sandwiching them together and then hit them with a carrier wave. And then what comes out the other side is called a frequency wave. That's how radios work. They use stones to transmit radio frequencies over the airs. You've heard of police crystals in radios? Special crystals, a certain way so they can broadcast on specific frequencies that nobody else has.
Oh, that's all depending on the crystal?
Yep. It's
that's
all because of the crystal, yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't know
that. Yep. It's used. Silica is used for so many things. People just don't even know the capabilities that silica has. It's got amazing properties. It can transmit and receive, radio. And if you ever had a crystal radio as a kid, you get this little tiny crystal, and then you get a little wire, and you move it around on it, and you pick up radio stations with it, with no battery or nothing, just an ear. Put an ear, one earbud in your ear, and then you get this little piece of wood. You could buy what's called a crystal radio, and it's got a crystal rock glued to the wood, and it's got a wire that comes up, and you move this wire around on the stone until you pick up, it actually picks up the radio frequencies in the air and transmits them up, and you can listen to radio in your ear from just a rock and a piece of wire. No battery needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have one when I was a kid. You can buy them, dude. They're just called crystal radios.
Damn.
Yeah, there's so much more to the silica on this earth than you even want to know. It's used for storing information in computers and all that. And I think the Creator used it also and stored information in it for man. In fact, I know it did.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
It's just how
like those books you were talking about. Yeah.
But it's there.
That's just a trip.
It's amazing. Is what it is.
Right.
And man's been using silica for that purpose for years in radio and all kinds of electronics and computers and whatnot. If we can use it to store information on, well, why wouldn't he have done it with the entire?
Yeah. Right.
He did.
For sure.
Might sound crazy, but it's not.
I know.
I think all of the old prophets had seer stones.
Yeah.
Solomon had one.
I'm sure they did.
Solomon had one, claimed that anyone who looked upon it would be healed.
Damn.
And I think it's the one that, remember when his wife got stoned to death and he brought her back to life?
Yeah.
He used that stone to do it.
Trip.
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of stone it was.
I don't know. King Solomon was thought to be the wisest man to ever live back in those days.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the only other place in the Bible where this 666 is mentioned is when they're talking about the cubits of gold.
Hang
Have you
on.
ever heard that before?
Hang on a sec. I'm making a cup of coffee. I'll be right there. So repeat that again. I was in the kitchen making some coffee.
So the only other time in the Bible that 666 is mentioned, the 666 besides Revelation, is I guess where Solomon's saying that they need to bring him 666 cubits of gold. Did you ever hear that?
I think Solomon was supposed to be able to command demons and stuff too. Remember?
Yeah. You've never read the It's called Solomon's Demons, I think. It's one of the books they took out of the Bible. You know, a really good channel for hidden books that they've taken out of the Bible is that channel called on YouTube called Flat Water, Flat Earth.
What is it?
It's called Flat Water, Flat Earth.
Oh, Zen Garcia is pretty good for that stuff too.
Is he?
Yeah. Zen's got a whole bunch of esoteric books and stuff that he's got available on his website.
Would you consider the books that they removed from the Bible esoteric?
Well, if it's being hidden, that's what esoteric means, is hidden or kept knowledge or secret, not necessarily secret, but hidden knowledge. So anytime you take knowledge out of a book, an ancient book like that, and take it out, that becomes esoteric at that point.
Okay. I got you.
It's being removed, being hidden.
Yeah.
From the masses.
Yeah.
But you know who Zen Garcia is, right? You know who Zen Garcia is, right?
No, I don't.
He used to have a show with Rob Skiba, and they would read scripture weekly together and explore these esoteric books and stuff, and read volumes of them. And they would offer sale. He's got a bookstore online.
Okay.
I can't remember what it's called, but if you just look up Zen Garcia, you'll find all that. But yeah, he's got a bunch of all kinds of books that were either books that, like the Book of Giants and the Book of this and the Book of Adam and Eve and the Book of, I mean, there's just all kinds of books that have been written that basically most people don't even know exist. Not the main, population of people don't even realize that there's books like that out there.
Right.
Who knows the accuracy of them and who actually wrote them? Or, I mean, I'm not co-signing any of it to be actual truth, although I do believe some of it is. I just think you find a book that was written 1,000 or 2,000 years ago and it's been hidden and kept kind of out of the mainstream or kept from the public's eye. There's got to be a reason.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's no money in it if they don't keep it a secret. You mean?
Yeah.
That's how they make their money. And control, too, obviously.
So there's a lot more books that have been written that would almost fall into the same category as scripture to some degree, but they're considered apocrypha,
Yeah.
That sort of stuff.
Yeah, I'm bummed out I didn't make it to that Flat Earth meetup, dude. Something came up though that you know what I mean? It was like, oh man.
How far away from where you live?
It was like a 2-hour drive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could have taken the coastal way. But yeah, something came up that I had no idea. So sometimes we can't plan these things,
Right. Yeah, I would have loved to have gone myself, but that's just too far for me. That's fucking 16-hour drive.
Oh yeah, fucking. Yeah. By the time you got there, you'd want to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Or you'd have to go there like the day before and get a hotel or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably a $500 trip minimum.
Oh yeah, probably, yeah, for sure. Gas in my car is so expensive too. I have a Suburban and a 4Runner. 4Runner's not that bad, but compared to how it used to be, it is. But the Suburban, we're talking like probably like $280 to fill up the tank, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's got the 7.4 liter engine, so it's not a low. Yeah, 7.4.
Probably 454.
Yeah, it's the 2500. Big block engine. It's a rare find because it's one of the only ones I've seen that's not a 4-wheel drive.
Z71
in a Suburban.
Yeah, it's got the 8 lug nut rim pattern too.
That's Z71.
Is it a Z71?
That's like I had though.
My friend's just here. He said he had one, a Z71 Suburban that had a 454 in it.
Okay, and it was a 2-wheel drive?
He said, yeah.
Okay. It probably, yeah, I think it is. The thing is, the body on it, I bought it from a mechanic who worked for the Orange County Fire Department a couple of years ago, and it only had like 60,000 miles on it. But they had cut these squares all through the sides of the car to put these emergency lights on. So it had just a bunch of open squares in it. So what my friend did was we took the body off of another Suburban, same year and everything, one of the ones I had before where the transmission had gone out. So he just swapped the bodies, and so I have the body of the old Suburban on there, but everything else underneath is from the 7.4 liter engine. So that's why I wasn't sure if it was a Z71 or not, because it's a different body. The body says it's a 1500 and that it's a Chevy, but it's actually a GMC. No, I'm sorry. It's a Chevy that the engine is, and all the chassis and all that, but the body is a GMC. That's what it is. GMC body. So.
GMC is General Motors. That's Chevrolet and GMC. They're saying basically.
Yeah.
I bought a brand new dually in '89. The towed my race car around. It was a 2-wheel drive extended cab dually. It was a nice truck.
Yours is 8, Johnny?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's what you're that red. Remember that red one time I had?
Yeah.
That was it. That was a Z71.
Yeah, mine had the 454 in it, and it had the towing package and all that, so I could tow my race car trailer.
Yeah. I think that was before they had Z71s.
Yeah, I think it was too.
Yeah.
That was the first year they had the new body style. I think it was '89. That's when they switched body styles.
Yeah, yours. Yeah. I think it had to be like the year before they had. You remember Janda?
Yeah, I remember Janda, the nurse.
Oh, yeah, you used to.
I used to drive you over there.
Yeah, fuck, look at her fucking towel.
Oh my God.
God, she used to be pretty.
Yeah, she did. She's kind of a lump now, ain't she?
God.
Damn. She probably weighs like 250 pounds.
Daughter's gay.
Her daughter's gay?
Gay, yeah.
I didn't need to know that.
Huh?
I didn't need to know that.
Well, I didn't know that either. I didn't found out.
She used to live over there on 36th Street. Remember by that store?
Yeah. Live in Roy, were you? Yeah.
Yeah, Flatter you ever get going through this part of the country, you make sure you give me a call, bro.
Yeah, for sure. Whereabouts is that exactly?
Utah.
Gee, I'm such a bad memory, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah, for sure I will.
I don't know if you've ever been to Utah, but it's pretty awesome state. It's got a lot of scenery, a lot of cool shit, a lot of state parks.
Dude, I've hardly ever been out of Southern California, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like everything I need's right here.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
But yeah, I wouldn't mind going across the United States.
I went to California one time 17 times in 1 year.
Damn.
Yeah, I went to Venice Beach area.
Damn.
Well, not necessarily there. You know, went Santa Ana, Anaheim.
Yeah. That's right.
I was doing, stuff I shouldn't have been doing. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Trapping.
Transporting.
Right.
Smuggling.
Right. It happens, you know what I mean? Yeah, you look like in your picture. You look like the guy from Jax's dad on what's it called? Anarchy, Sons of Anarchy.
Oh yeah.
You look like Jax's dad. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The head guy. Yeah. Has anybody ever told you that before?
No, but
you know what I'm talking about, right?
oh yeah.
Yeah. You kind of look like him. Well, in the picture, at least.
My friend that's here with me, he used to watch that. What was it? Anarchies of whatever.
Sons of Anarchy. Yeah.
Sons of Anarchy. He used to watch every episode, didn't you, Danny? Yeah, he watched them all. He used to tell me all the time how good they were. I'd watch a few of them with him here and there.
Yeah.
Bad.
That's right.
Bad. Wastes his mom.
He said I look like Jax's dad. Do I?
I guess kind of.
I guess kind of.
Big fucking juice.
Hey, we got somebody right here named called Flat Earth Channel. Have you ever talked to him?
No.
I haven't either.
No.
Haven't either. I saw him, and then I didn't ask him anything because it looked like he was playing a game. But
he's a flat earther. He's a cinema host. He's just gamer. He's got 3 roles, and then the link for images.
And it looks like he's live on Twitch, Flat Earth Channel. So maybe we should look him up on Twitch. I don't have a Twitch account.
I don't even have Twitch. Yeah, neither do I, dude.
But I might have to get one if I start streaming. Like,
so Flat Earth Channel, do you want to speak to us and say hi or anything?
Maybe you can't hear us.
Drop a link to your channel if you can hear us.
Yeah, I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Sonny, did you ever watch that video I sent you? It's from you're the one that you said you first saw Matt, right?
I first saw
Matthew.
Yeah.
Okay, so this video I have, it sounds like him. I don't think it's him, but it sounds like it's either him or somebody that's came on Discord before. And I didn't realize this till recently, but the video is from over a year ago. And like, I'm NASA Nick.
No.
He'll wear like a NASA like orange jumpsuit, with like no shirt and like a big old Freemason medallion, and he'll walk around with a clipboard trying to sign up for Space Force.
I don't think I've seen that yet.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
I'm looking.
He's going to all the Flat Earth meetups in LA, and
maybe we could all sign up. Maybe we could all sign up for a ride, huh?
I'm looking for the video. I'm trying to find it.
Hey, dude, I drove by Vandenberg Air Force Base the other day randomly. Not random. I had to go out there to see somebody, right? And it's not called Vandenberg Air Force Base anymore. It's called Vandenberg Space Force Base now.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. The General Dynamics used to be down here, right? So General Dynamics was a big military contractor. They have like 1,000 acres of freaking warehouses and stuff along Pacific Highway. Well, they first changed the name to SPA-WAR, which meant Space Warfare Center. I went by there on the train just the other day, last weekend, and they changed the name to what did they change it to? Space Information Warfare Center.
Oh my god.
No, I'm sorry. Naval Space. Yeah, it started with Naval Space Information Warfare.
Weird.
Jeez.
So Space Information Warfare.
This space warfare shit is so. I mean, are you fucking
stupid?
Well, dude, you know what that means, don't you?
It's fairy tales. Other than that, that's all I know.
No, wait a minute. You got it all wrong. That's not what it means. I'm
What
going
does
to
it
tell
mean
you.
then?
It's code word for cyberspace
Oh, okay,
Oh,
yeah,
or the
yeah, you're
internet.
right.
That's the space they're
oh,
talking about. Internet space.
Yeah, huh? That makes so much sense.
It's
That makes a lot
it's
of sense.
cyber warfare against us, basically.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because they've declared war on us a long time ago with the quiet weapons for silent war or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. And these numpties that are idiots enough to be flying drones and attacking people, like they're going to end up doing that where they don't even know who they're attacking or if they're in a simulation or if it's real. They won't even know.
Yeah.
So that's how they could get away with bombing their own people, because they could just say, we didn't know.
Yeah.
It was the higher ups. They would just continue to pass the buck.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, as soon as I saw that they were using drones, and like a couple of years ago, they came out with all these fake videos of these drones doing drone strikes on kids in schools and stuff.
what?
You know, like active, but with they were showing it with a drone. They were like, it was like this simulation thing, and I was like, dude, they're gonna have this, and so people are already used to like mass shootings, and then they're gonna have these things, so you can't pin it on anybody. They're gonna have, I could just see them doing that too. You know what I mean? Whether it's just a play or it's real, it still like freaks all kinds of people out. You know?
Yeah. You know,
Because
I remember seeing a special on where they showed that they could have all of these little mini drones about the size of a bumblebee.
Yeah, that might have been the one. That might have been they let them go from like a van or something, and then
They let them all go, and they swarm into a building and they attack any one individual or building or whatever. They can program them, and like they send like 10,000 of them out at once, and it's like this swarm of bees, and it's like fucking super wicked and deadly.
Yeah, dude, it is really sad.
Can you imagine having fucking 10,000 fucking drones about the size of a quarter coming at you, and they all got some whatever, like an electrical charge or a poison or I don't know, something that can hurt you.
Yeah.
10,000 of them swarming at you coming from everywhere, attacking you.
Yeah.
Be like a fucking nightmare from fucking the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Hey, my question is about the nanotech. How come I've never been affected by it? I'm outside like all the time.
How do you know?
I got news for you, bro. You've been affected. It shows.
Well, I know I've been affected by everything they put out.
Just teasing, bro.
Dude, but you're right. Listen, man, we've been affected by everything from DDT to the polio vaccine, like you and I, God Rocket. When I was in the military, there was a couple of rounds of vaccines. They were like 10 to 12 each.
Oh, like they had the anthrax one too, huh?
At one time. Yeah, everything. Like 12 of them. Boom. Then you move down the line, get another 12. Boom.
I've never been in the military, so I got to escape that one.
Yeah, the needles they had were little guns. They had like 6 needles in each one and a center needle. And they would puncture you all the time. Bam.
It's like Spider-Man movie, huh?
They just basically blew it into past your skin barrier.
Damn, dude.
Like I remember those guns. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, a little shot of air, it'll go poof.
Oh, Jesus. You could hear it almost, huh?
Yeah, no, you could hear it wet. But that was in the 80s. That was in the mid-80s.
Yeah, and it would shoot out these 6 little needles and then it would blow through with air. It would blow the shit in under your skin.
Mm-hmm.
It would make a little like a circle of like punctures and one in the middle, and you could see like when it got done. You could look at it and you could see the holes in your skin.
Yeah, so can you imagine what they injected us with? Every single thing known to man, almost, they injected us with.
You were sick for like a month, huh?
I was so fucking sick in boot camp. Oh, man, I had green snot coming out of my nose. You're up at 4:30 in the morning. You're on the grinder marching like 100 miles. 50 50 miles a day or something. Like,
So they make you sicker than fuck, and then make you march for 50 miles.
yes, all day long, and then like come and clean the barracks. Like it was nonstop work until from
Holy
dawn.
shit.
Nonsense, huh?
Yes.
Nonsensical shit, huh?
That's a fucking.
Listen, here's the brainwashing. Stan watches until you're basically falling out in mid-step almost. That happened to me.
Man.
Yep. You're so tired. Like after boot camp, I could fall asleep anywhere, in any position, in any situation. I was so fucking tired. So they said we marched 600 plus miles in the 9 weeks.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah,
That's
with
freaking
these
crazy.
big fucking heavy steel-toed boots on. Yeah, it was wild.
The only time I was ever that tired is when I was a firefighter, fighting wildland fires. You'd be up there fighting fire for like 24 or 36 hours straight. And then they tell you could take a break and you just lay down in the ash. You just fucking fall down in bugs, and you could feel spiders and bugs and flies with
You didn't even care,
in your mouth and on your. You didn't even care. You just fucking let them crawl in and out of your mouth, and you were so tired you didn't even care. I remember laying in the ashes, a foot thick deep of ashes, just fucking laying there, fucking snoozing. I could feel bugs crawling all over my face and out of my mouth and shit. I didn't even care. Like I was so tired.
Right? That's like LA County jail, dude. You get used to the roaches.
Yeah, that's not a fun place.
They had these great big water, like big swimming pools they put up there on these fires for the helicopters to come down with their buckets and fill up for bucket drops. And after a day of fighting fire, we would all strip down naked and dive into these big, they were like fucking 25 feet across and 5 foot, 6 foot deep water things. They'd sit on the ground and fill them up with water like a big swimming pool for the helicopters to hover over and fill their bucket drop out of them. We'd fucking come down off the mountain and just fucking dive in that thing, wash off and take a little swim. That was a great relief to have that there, let me tell you.
Hey, Flatterday, what video was that you said you thought Matthew was in?
Oh yeah. You want me to? Let me post it. I'll post it in the live. Hold on, let me find.
All right, cool. I appreciate these other things. Your stuff is funny, man. I wish I had more time. I should try to catch up with it. Like I like this, whatever it is. You're using way too many napkins on that gunshot wound. We're concerned about how much napkins you're using on that gunshot wound.
Right.
Yeah, man, we're running out of paper. Toilet papers.
Can you believe that for that video I got a strike on YouTube and got banned for it was like the last time I got banned was, I think I lost was 30 days. I think I couldn't go on YouTube for posting anything for like 30 days or something like that. And then they said another one, I'm done. So I have to wait a 90-day period, then you could start building them back up again. But it was for that video, dude. I couldn't believe it. I only had like 30 views, and it had already been up for the video had been up for 16 hours, dude. Somebody complained about it or something.
30 days in the hole.
I know, right? Fucker. Okay, let me see. It's pretty far down the list of videos, but yeah, I'm almost there. This was in the days before I figured out how to make thumbnails for the videos. You know who taught me how to do that is Nathan Thompson. He showed me how to make thumbnails for the videos. Oh, here we go. I got it. I found it. Okay. I'm going to post it in the live stream right now. Okay, I just posted it right now. So, Sonny, watch that video, and the guy in the blue shirt with the mask on who's talking to NASA Nick, tell me if his voice sounds familiar. Because I really started tripping on it because I for some reason I remember the video and I watched it again, and I didn't realize the dude has a camera and camera equipment with him, and I got to leave now, and he goes to this girl who's sitting there just snapping pictures of, and I didn't even think about it at the time, but then looking back, like they might have been there just to talk to us, you know?
Black Nepalese is made me weak in the knees. A greasy hole and a rolling dance floor. If you find you're on the road, there's a new highway code.
I got a theory. You guys mind if I go over it real fast?
Yeah, man.
All right, here it goes. Somebody's playing music.
I hear someone. Hear someone else on here playing. Who was that?
All right, so here I go. So you know how there's all these flags, right, that we see from time to time? You know, the F flags.
Oh, yeah.
So what if Texas did a reverse F flag and made it to where everybody was told to stand down, proving that the cops aren't there to protect you. It's up to you to protect yourself. Because
I see what you're saying.
What's
essentially anarchy?
Going on? No, not anarchy. But you know, it's the Supreme Court's already ruled. It's up for everybody. The cops are not responsible for protecting you. It's up to you to protect yourself.
Yeah.
So what if this Texas thing was like a reverse F flag?
Yeah, the thing is though, I've done my due diligence into that thing, and I've seen almost every interview for the people, and I mean that's just horrible Academy Award time. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying, though. I think that whole thing with what they did there was just like one of the other little like to throw people off, because it's just like similar to like how they're saying now that like, oh, what did the astronauts see when they went to the moon? They saw aliens and they're hiding all kinds of stuff from the American people, but they're not obviously hiding what they're saying, but it's just like a subterfuge. You know what I mean? Like, so if you think that happened, then you're acknowledging that it did something did happen. You know what I mean? That's what I think it is. I could be wrong, but I get what you're saying though. Totally. You know, I have no doubt in my mind though that every time they do these things, that just that many people actually might go, but like they're reporting that because they do that like behind hidden doors. You know what I mean? As like ritual. You know, if that makes any sense.
Can I be heard okay? Sorry, am I coming in clear?
Yeah. Now you are, yeah.
I guess I'm naive. I don't know what the F flag is. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, true or false? Right, so did you get what I was saying?
Okay, yeah, got it. I got it.
So Texas is doing a libertarian F flag so that instead of it going against our rights, it actually proves a point.
Ah.
And they're probably thinking, oh, DC can do these, F flags, then we can do F flags too, and we'll do it to prove our point. So all the media does is like give you something like stir up your emotions, like 95% of the time, so that you're like easily controlled. So they'll make up some, stuff, every year or two. New boogeyman.
Every month now,
there, right?
every week.
Right, and then when this happens, the government gets to gain control if the people keep falling for it.
Yeah.
Right, but if the people don't fall for it, like I think people are like, oh, the cops didn't do shit in Texas. So what does that tell you? Guess it's up to you then, huh?
Dude, have you seen those videos? Did you see the videos they released, bro? It's so ridiculous. Of like
they won't release the body cams.
Well, they released the like some of the footage from inside. Like, oh my god, it's so stupid, dude. It's ridiculous.
Well, I'm not making any claims here.
I think you know how they say like it's easier to go to the moon than to fake the moon landing.
Right.
I'm just saying I don't really think that anybody ever passes away in these things, because I think if that happened, then the people in the next one would be too scared and it would show. They'd be frightened out of their mind,
But they did a training exercise right before this happened.
Yeah.
And then the same thing happened. Right, so that makes me think, okay, if they did this, and if it was like against the narrative flag, then that would kind of like, okay, you want to do F flags? We can do F flags too.
Yeah. Then it wouldn't be an F flag, though. It would be a T flag. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm just trying to say the event is maybe for the home team instead of the Roman away team.
Dude, do you know how many similarities there are between this one in Texas and the one in Connecticut?
Oh yeah,
dude, so many similarities, dude. The the person offed his grandma before he dipped out to go do that. And then the one in Connecticut back in the day, the person offed his mom before he went and go dipped and do that. You know what I mean? And each
Almost
one was
like
like
they
the kid was
reversed
like
it.
18. Yeah, the kid was 18 in each one, and he goes to elementary school in each one. Doesn't make any sense, obviously, but yeah. I'm maybe putting up a video. I'm almost done with it. It's you know, like on YouTube, it shows the thumbnail of something for the video. So it's showing a thumbnail for the thing in Texas, and I was like, dude, I know that thumbnail from somewhere. I've seen that picture before, and sure enough, it was Connecticut. They used the same picture from Connecticut for the Texas thing in one of the videos. I was like, wow, these guys, they're getting lazy, or they're putting that as a test to see how many people recognize it. You know?
Yeah. Kind of testing is the fluoride and everything working.
Right.
All the pharmaceuticals being pumped into the municipal waters.
Right. Yeah. Even fluoride knows the Earth is flat, bro. Even fluoride knows.
What are you talking about? These crisis actors?
The CCs, yeah. The FFs, the 33s and the 66s. Let's not forget 846. They love that number.
That was a 10th.
Really?
846. Remember, 846 they made a movie. They made a movie in 2012 called 846.
We do half of it now and half of it in the morning.
It was the time that the first thing hit the first building.
All right, brother.
Okay.
I want to see you.
All right, stop by. We'll go if you want. We'll go do something at your shop, whatever.
It's also the amount of time that the guy had his knee on the guy's neck. You know, 846.
And buttons to come in, just get it cleaned up a little bit.
Okay.
I'll call him. They'll come by.
Just did a courtesy mute, God Rockin'. No problem.
Courtesy flush.
Yeah, sorry. My buddy was just leaving, and we're going to go do some work in his shop tomorrow and get it ready. He's doing they're coming by to give him his business license, and he's have to do an inspection. And we had to put a fire extinguisher in there today. And
cool stuff.
Yeah.
Nice. Wow, it's so freaking hot out today, man. It's not even as hot as it's gonna get. Every summer I'm a total pussy when it gets hot like this, man. I'm like, shit. I was out there for a couple hours, hour and a half. But that's about all I can take of it.
Really?
I suppose if I was laying out there, like I've done it before, set up a tent underneath a tree in the shade somewhere and just like take a nap out there for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, it's so good for you.
On a hot day. I was out there today. I go out there in the woods and put down my little tarp and take off my shoes, put my feet in the dirt.
That's right.
I sit there and smoke and watch my friends, the squirrels and the birds and the hawks.
Right.
I've never tried CBD oil before. I just got some today, and I'm going to try and do some, rub some on my leg where I got a bad knee. My mom says it works. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but my mom loves it. She's 83 years old.
That's right.
She gave me this little measure.
Yeah, I think the Greeks were rubbing the olive oil all over their bodies for a reason. It wasn't, I think, just about looking good. I think if you rub anti-inflammation all over your body, it gives your body like time to rest and digest. Now, don't be fooled. You know, inflammation is healing. That's how your body naturally heals itself. So if you have like an injury, of course, it's going to be rushed with blood, right? Because blood is going to, get rid of all the bad tissue and replace it, hopefully with nutrients and everything it needs to build like new tissue. So it's really important to understand that, because what do they tell us? Like, oh, when you get sick, take some Tylenol. Like, it turns out that, like, it's the deadliest drug in America, right? Acetaminophen is, like, really, really bad for you. Any kind of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory over-the-counter shit is not good. Like, don't.
Yeah, there was more babies killed one year from using that liquid drops of Tylenol, liquid drops for babies, and it was real easy to like get 2 or 3 too many drops in their mouth real quick and easy. And there was literally like hundreds of babies that died from acetaminophen Tylenol from using those drops, and they finally outlawed it. They can't even administer in the drops anymore because of that. You're right, that acetaminophen is fucking garbage. Literally hundreds of babies overdosed and died on it from having that, putting the drops in their mouth. I guess it causes kidney failure.
Yeah, I know of somebody who had complete liver failure from that, and a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, which they won against that company, which I won't name.
So I hear the government's trying to do away with nicotine capsules. The vaping stuff. I heard that today on We Are Change YouTube channel. Luke was asking. So yeah, it turns out the government's cutting for big tobacco.
I heard part of it. So they're going to take the nicotine vapes off the market. Is that what you're saying?
I think they're trying to. So that just gives cops one more reason to, violate people's rights.
Yeah, exactly.
I found it really strange that they all of a sudden they get those vapes and there was no regulation on them or anything. And who knows what was in them, the oils or whatever that was making the bulk of the smoke, the flavorings and different things in those vapes. I guess they just put whatever they wanted in them and there was no regulation. And so I think those vapes are probably not good for your lungs at all.
That's actually funny. Here in Denmark, they just illegalized the shops. Shop cannot sell vape with flavor anymore because it entices young people to vape.
Oh.
And there was also something else, something about everyone, like they wanted to raise the limit for being able to buy nicotine products to 20 years old, and they will make that mandatory forever. So, for example, if you're born today, you will actually never be able to buy nicotine products. But that was not ruled in, but they were talking a lot about it. Let me find the article so I can say it better, because that didn't come.
Why? Because they're going to make it illegal in the next 20 years or something?
Something about they want to raise the age restriction to buy nicotine products. And in that sense, also everyone that is born after 2020 or something like that will never be able to buy nicotine products. It was something like that. So if you're born, for example, in 2020, you will never be able to buy nicotine products ever again.
What? Did they say why?
There was a real long article about it, but it was literally it was something about people's health, blah blah blah. You know, we want a healthier nation, something like that. That was the bottom line of it. You know, that's also why they wanted to prevent kids from buying vape with like people buying vape with taste, because that's like a gateway drug into, you know, smoking and stuff.
Yeah, make it taste like candy so kids want it. Make it taste like strawberries and fruit and whatever else, and then that entices the kids. Yep, you're right.
But they already, like, the shops already found a bypass of this. So instead of having like a singular vape shop on the internet, they have a vape shop where you can buy vapes and all these legal things. And then they have another shop which is called Aroma Shop, where they are selling like aroma for like hard candy and stuff like that, which can also be used for vaping.
Oh, geez.
So yeah, it's still on the same website. It's just in another section on that website, for example. So nothing really changed. It was just like a dumb regular. Yeah.
Yeah, they change it to candy flavoring. But they make it known that you can put it in your vape.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, in the aroma section, they say something like this, like, must not be vaped without the base vapes, you know. So you have to mix it up with the other stuff. That literally says that in the aroma pages. It's so dumb. But the thing with people not being able to buy nicotine products after 2020, that was a real thing. I'm 100% sure that within the next couple of years that will be a thing again. Now they just introduced us for the idea that they can, you know, decide what we want to do with our bodies forever.
Guys, can I say something?
Yeah.
So I vape, yeah, and I hear you guys saying something about vapes and nicotine, stuff like that. I have a vape pen, and now when you guys talking, I'm having anxiety. I think something is off the charts. What's going on?
It's not good for you, bro. That's what's going on. I would stop. There's been no regulation on that stuff when they first started putting it out. There wasn't any regulation on what they could put in it. They could the oils and stuff to make it smoke and to give it the flavor and stuff. They're just putting stuff in there to make it in it. And there's no tests on it to see if it's bad for your lungs or nothing like that. And so you're rolling the dice is what you're doing. You have no idea what it could do to your lungs. So I would just suggest stop doing it. You know, because nobody really knows, as they haven't been out long enough for them to show any real studies on whether it causes lung cancer, emphysema, what a COPD, what, you know, all the different things that, you know, can happen to your lungs. You're putting stuff in your lungs that's not even, never even tested it to see if it was harmful, but they're letting them sell it. It's crazy.
It's true. It's true that this thing is new. These vape pens are very new. These are they came after 2000, the year 2000, and I think 2010 even. And yeah, you don't know what they put in the juice, but I thought to myself, I used to be a smoker, but now I vape. So this is I just think it's less less damaging. This is why I use it.
Right. Well, that's the story they sell you, but they don't have any information to provide evidence of that, whether it's not harmful or less harmful. They don't know. They're just waiting for everyone like you to all of a sudden start having problems, and then they'll go, "Oh, vape causes this and that." And now you got something wrong with your lungs. I wouldn't roll the dice, bro, if it were me.
Well, true, yeah. He's saying the truth here because, yeah, it's new. No studies are on the subject. and you don't know what it can cause because it's electricity and you're putting the device close to your mouth and then inhaling. You don't know what it can do. Yeah, true. So thank you. I just wanted to ask because like I use vapes daily, and I was just lurking here in the room and heard you guys talking about vapes, so I thought I would ask what was you guys saying.
Well, hey, listen, none of this is medical advice. Obviously, we don't give out medical advice here.
Yeah.
You should ask your doctor and see if vaping is right for you.
Yeah, for sure. But, as a concerned citizen, I can definitely give my opinion on it. I don't think it's safe because there's no regulations on it. I mean, it's not medical advice. This is just common sense. I'm not giving medical advice. I wouldn't inhale car exhaust. I mean, who knows? You just don't know, man. That's all I'm saying. Nobody knows. It's not medical advice by any means. I think it's just common sense.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, sure. Thank guys.
By the Supreme Court, in their rule that everyone should be able to have handguns, and there shouldn't be, a secondary reason why you think you need it. I'm actually surprised by the Supreme Court Justice Clarence, what's his name? He's obviously a Monsanto puppet, but I guess since, he hasn't been paid off. Because, let's face it, right? Big ammo is just as, that's kind of the worldwide thing, right? Like, a lot of people are making money off of guns. And I think Obama was the best, gun salesman of the century. I don't really see, this guy who's in office now being any different than Obama. So I think they're gonna talk loud and beat their chest and scare everybody into purchasing fear and consumption campaign. Quote from Marilyn Manson.
Well, apparently in the state where I live, if you're buying a gun and if it's being sold to you in a, let's say, like a collector's shop, like it's an antique arm or being sold for collecting purposes, you don't even have to have a gun permit. You don't even have to. You can just buy it because it's like a antique or something like that, and there's all kinds of people are getting away with, I guess, getting their firearms under this pretense that it's not buying a firearm, it's buying a collectible piece of art.
I've heard that you can.
Yeah, Tim, I don't smoke cigarettes or vape or, well, I do. I used to smoke, and I guess I can't say I don't smoke at all because my friends will come over and I'll take a drag off a cigarette here and there or whatever. But this thing you sent to me, I don't really care about these. Thanks for offering. this information to me, but I don't have any interest in it personally because I'm not going to vape or smoke, or it's just not. I don't think it's good for me.
I mean, that's fine, and I respect that. It
But I
wasn't so
appreciate-
much about smoking in general. It's more about how they want to limit your own control over what you want to do with your body. In that essence.
Yeah, I get that, and that's a fair point for sure. But when they can't even tell you what they're giving you and what it does, I just don't. I don't know. How are you going to make a correct, sensible decision on something you have no information about?
Yeah,
That's my only point.
here in Denmark, it's a bit different. Our regulations is a bit more strict than in the US, I think. So I'm pretty sure that nothing comes on the market untested, at least here in Denmark. Not that I trust them in that sense, but we have always have a strict regulation politics about, let's just say, numbers in food and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I just don't think that we're not. I don't trust. I really don't trust any of these. I don't trust half the food anymore that I eat, let alone.
I 100% get that.
You know what I mean? They put when you look at the list of ingredients, my God, I mean, you're buying something that's really a simple little, like a treat or something, or some kind of chips, or I don't know, whatever. But you look at the ingredients, and my good Lord, there's 50 different things in it.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean? What the hell is all that shit?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I gravitated towards making most of my food myself. Organic, if I can, is the only thing I really buy. But for example, bread and all that kind of stuff, like I make it myself, so I don't have to get.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
All that pre-made bread where there is like 7 numbers in and conservatives and blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's a great idea for sure. I would definitely say that's probably just common sense. Again, it's just
There was also sugar in everything, which is also just like. Bad.
Yeah, and processed sugar, we all know that's not really supposed to be the best thing for you either. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of articles on processed sugar that says it's not really that good for you. And when you can take molasses, honey, various different, sweeteners that are completely unprocessed, completely natural.
Yeah.
And probably just because of that, it's probably better for you.
Yeah, for sure. But it's just like if you go to the supermarket and you read the descriptions on pretty much everything, there is always added sugar in some way.
Yeah.
In everything from bread to everything pretty much.
Yeah, and what's that corn syrup, sugar, or whatever they put in it too? Instead of sugar, they put some kind of corn syrup or something. It's not. I don't know. I just don't know about all that stuff.
Yeah,
and, I didn't even used to really even think about it. I mean, I was just like, 25, 30 years ago, I wasn't looking at the labels and wondering what all this shit was. And it's just like, we didn't have the knowledge that we have today about processed foods and different things like that.
It was just like, oh, this is a good brand. I heard a lot of good things about this. My friends like it, so I buy it too. Oh, I like it. It tastes really good. But then, but then you learn.
Yeah. Exactly. So I've just become very skeptical, and I'm diabetic. I'm type 2 diabetic, so I have to keep. If I eat, I mean, this is not even harmful, but if I eat a bowl of rice, I can't get my blood sugar down for 2 freaking days. It just hangs on and just keeps releasing. And I don't even think rice has all that much sugar. It's a complex carbohydrate. It's not sugar. It's not a simple carbohydrate. It's complex. And those are supposed to be supposedly better for you. But man, does rice kick my ass, boy, with sugar in my blood. It's the worst. I mean, it's worse than bread for me.
Damn. Well, I mean, not that it's a good thing to have a condition like that, but then on the other hand, it makes you think more about this stuff, which is a good thing, you know? Like
For sure. I mean, I don't have a real bad, it's not real bad. I keep it controlled quite well. And I can control it with diet completely with no medication at all. But I can't eat anything with sugar, or I can't eat rice or bread, or, I got to stick to straight protein diet, basically. Very little, if no carbohydrates. I mean, you get carbohydrates whether you want them or not, in most things you eat. But yeah, I don't know why, but everybody in my family has this freaking shit. My mom, my sisters, my dad, my mom's sisters. It's like, I don't know if it's genetic or what, or it's just the way we were raised and the food we were raised on caused it. I have no idea. But I know practically everybody in my family has diabetes. My sister was diagnosed with diabetes about 10 years ago. She quit taking her metformin, which helps process the sugar in your liver, process sugar out of your blood. Well, she went to the doctor and drew blood last week. Her A1C came back 7.9, almost 8, which is super high. And it's like, and it's like, Kelly, what's going on? Oh, I quit taking my metformin about a year ago. And I'm like, are you crazy, or are you what? I mean, I don't think metformin's really probably very good for you either, but if you can't keep your blood sugar down with diet, diabetes can cause blindness, can cause you to lose a lot of people have to have their feet cut off and all kinds of weird shit because of that shit. It causes your eyes to go bad. I mean, and my sister, my God, she found out her A1C was like out of control. And because she just quit taking her medication and doesn't care what she eats. And I'm like, this better be a big eye opener for you, Kelly.
Yeah, for sure.
You better stop eating that shit. She's like my mom. They like to sit around and eat cookies and cakes and ice cream and watch TV at night, and just down a half a gallon of ice cream and I have 5 or 6 cookies and a soda pop to wash it down with. It's like, fuck. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, stuff like that is often an eye-opener. My stepdad, he fell over with a heart attack here 2-3 years ago. And it was like he got an epiphany because from day to day, he quit smoking. He quit many bad habits. Like, he still has some because he's up in the age and he want to enjoy his time. But it definitely changed his mind about what he put into his body and what he did with it.
Yeah, I've had some heart attacks too, bro. I know all about that. I don't know what my problem was, but when they took x-rays of my chest and arteries, it wasn't like my arteries were full of cholesterol or all clogged up like they try to tell you is going on. What happened to mine is somehow my artery got damaged on the inside somehow and it collapsed. And it looked like someone had put a rubber band around it. Like if you put a rubber band around your finger and it your finger will fall off eventually. But it looked like someone had put a rubber band around my artery to my heart. And it was just collapsing in one spot, just that one spot. And everywhere else was fine.
Let's see.
It's weird. And so I don't know what that is, but the doctor said it was because somehow the inside of my artery must have got damaged somehow, either from too much sugar or because sugar is like, you got too much sugar in your blood. It's like these little crystals of sugar in your blood. It's like ice. It's like glass getting floated around in your blood. And when it goes through your organs and whatnot, it just slices them up, real micro crystals of sugar. Is like pumping micro pieces of glass around in your blood the whole time. So think about that one. If you're going to think you need to eat a whole bunch of sugar, now you're pumping through your veins blood that has crystals of sharp, glassy type sugar crystals. And it's cutting the fuck out of your organs and your arteries and shit. So you probably should stop that. I wouldn't recommend eating too much sugar. for anyone.
Yeah.
Oh, posted that beer can thing. I just watched it. Beer can solar panel.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I didn't know that we could like make them like out of everyday garbage.
Yeah.
So sure, you're going to need the copper wire or whatever kind of wire he had. Was it copper?
Yeah, and I think it's that coated copper wire that's coated with some kind of coating like they put in transformers and stuff, so that they don't actually touch each other because of the coating. You understand what I mean? I think it's that coated copper wire. I think. Now, don't quote me on that 100%, but I think it's that real thin copper wire that's got a coating on it, that so it doesn't short out on whatever it touches. I think. I might be wrong, but anyway. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? You can take just everyday garbage and make a little solar panel out of it. So these expensive fucking $1,000 solar panels, you can just go down and save your pop cans for a month and cut them up, wire them up together, and probably have damn near close to the same thing happening.
So I guess you could coat them in like some sort of lacquer or something.
I would imagine. Why would you want to do that, though?
Well, you said you got to coat the wire.
You got to cut it or coat it?
Coat it.
You can buy it that way. You buy the wire already with the coating on it. It's a special kind of wire.
Okay. I was just thinking about making it from scrap because I got a bunch of wire in my back. Sure.
And now, don't quote me on that. You look into it. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think that it's the same kind of wire that you find inside of like a transformer, like a battery, like a charger for your phone. They got them copper wires that are wrapped all around that, whatever's inside there. And it's that real thin copper wire. I think all that copper wire has a coating on it. Real thin, like a plastic coating or whatever. And you can buy it. It's cheap. It's not like you would need to do it yourself, I don't think. As far as economically speaking, I think it's not a roadblock for expense. Let's put it that way. You could probably afford to buy a pretty good sized spool of that for $10 and make yourself as many of those little pop can solar panels as you wanted for probably very cheap. I'll try to look that up for you. See if I'm even if I even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because I might not. I'm not. I'm usually pretty good at looking at shit and seeing. I can recognize what it is. And I think that wire is that type of wire, but I'm going to look it up.
Hey Larry, do you see that video I just dropped?
Hey, give me just a second. I'll go check it out.
I believe it's the same one God Rockin's talking about.
Go cans. Cans.
I think it's called SE copper wire. Now that I'm looking it up, SE. I'm going to have to look into that a little bit further now. But I can see one. I just looked up some stuff and it said SE copper wire. So I'm going to look that up, what that means.
It's a clear coat insulator, and it's used for making motor windings and stuff like that.
Yeah, okay. That's exactly what I was trying to explain a minute ago. And they use it for like phone chargers, and they wrap it around and round and round. So it's coated with, what did you say it was? Coated with?
It's just a clear coat insulation.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to make a generator or a motor or anything like that. When
Right,
you
we
got
just short out against each
coils
other,
and
right?
coils.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would short out.
Right. You need the electrons, if that's actually what's going on, to travel on each separate wire around, and if they're touching each other, then that wouldn't happen the way it needs to.
Not quite. It's the electrons don't flow in a wire; they flow in a
on the
field.
outside. Yeah, no, they flow on the outside.
If it shorts out, then you're not going to have that field effect.
Right. Yeah, I knew they didn't flow inside of it. I knew that, but I was just saying it would interrupt the flow.
At least that's the accepted
theory
concept.
Yeah. Who knows for sure? Certainly not me. But yeah, the wire's coated with something. And it's not expensive, let's put it that way. Not super expensive. I think before I go out and buy myself some solar panels, I'm going to try and do a couple of things on my own. I'm going to try and use some silica sand put the wire grid on a piece of, let's say, plexiglass or something, white plexiglass. Put the wire grid that's usually inside or underneath these solar panel silicon sheets. They use silicone, polymer mixed with silicone to make these solar panels. And I think you can just use silica sand. I'm assuming, because if those pop can things work.
You know what kind of wire you use? The same kind of wire that they wind humbucker pickups, or actually guitar pickups have the same kind of wire. It's it's copper wire that's got a clear insulation. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Exactly.
It might be a thicker variety you need for that. I'm not sure, but that's another kind of wire that would probably work.
Sure. Yes, sir. I think you're absolutely right.
So how does that actually work? The photons hit the wire and absorb the positive charge, or is it the oscillating magnetic field from the sun? Does anybody know how this shit actually works?
I don't.
Beats the shit out of me, Larry.
Yep, beats me to death too.
I get it that the sun is providing some sort of energy, but is it the photon? Is it the properties of the photon? Is it the visible light? It's kind of like we know that plants like the ultraviolet light, right? So we know the mechanism in which they're.
I would imagine
not exactly, but
I would imagine it's the type of light that burns your skin. It's probably the light that has the most energy to it.
Oh, I got a clue.
Let's hear it.
I was watching a documentary about quantum physics, and they were talking about the first experiments with light they did. Now, let me see if I can get this right. What did they? I'm probably going to have to just find the video and share that. But it's something to do with electrons passing from through a medium, I believe, from one wire to another. They found when they shined a red light, I could have the color wrong, or a blue light. I think when they shined the blue light in the ultraviolet range, that's what it was. When they shined a blue light, I'm pretty sure I'm right. When they shined a blue light on this area, I don't know if it was a prism. You'll have to go back and watch it. But they found the electrons went faster when they shined a light, and that's how they discovered the photoelectric effect that you're talking about. Let me look for the video. It's a documentary about quantum physics.
So I recently saw an ad on YouTube, and I've kind of like always had a butane lighter in my pocket, like always, because for many years I was an avid marijuana smoker. And I saw one that was like part electric and part butane, so it was like 2 lighters in one. And I was like, I gotta have it. Like I lost mine like years ago, and I gotta have it, you know. So anyway, I thought how cool would it be to build like my own little charging rig for my lighter. Have any of you smokers ever messed with an electric lighter before? Longevity or any problems like that I should know?
Electric lighters? Nah, they all suck. Just get a Bic. Bic's the only good one.
Electric lighters? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's like a little taser. Like the Mexican ladies, they say that it sounds like a taser.
The little spark that comes from the electric, so you light a propane lighter with it? Is that what you're saying? They're garbage.
Yeah, they're garbage, dude. Nobody uses those. Maybe like cigar smokers try to use them, but
I'd just go with the standard Bic if I were you.
yeah. I saw a man yesterday who was so bald, I could see what he was thinking. Dad jokes.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is it, Larry, and anyone else that's been listening. This is the documentary. I'm pretty sure this is the one I'm talking about. They talk about the photoelectric effect in there. It all started with Edison and the light bulb. Not that I'm giving props to Edison. I mean, he did try 1,000 times before he succeeded, but he was a ruthless kind of like tyrant and had thugs. Like that was common in those days, you know. If you were in industry, you had your own set of thugs that could go demolish the competition. So that's what they did to Tesla.
So the story goes.
I've already seen an hour and 42 minutes of that documentary, so I guess guess I don't need to watch it.
It depends on the job interview, but if you guys ever start struggling in a job interview and there's an awkward moment, say this. Listen, I'm great at multitasking. I can waste time, be unproductive, and procrastinate all at once.
That'll break the ice, but I don't know if that'll get you the job.
No, I'm saying if it's awkward. If it's awkward.
Yeah. So what you really say in a job interview is...
Don't start it off that way. Don't start your job interview off that way. No fucking way.
Okay, so if you do get interviewed, and they say, what's your worst trait? What's the worst thing you do? Yeah, I'm a compulsive truth teller. I tell the truth even like when it's uncomfortable for everybody else. It's like you tell them some shit like that.
They'd be like, well, that's not a reason not to hire somebody. However, office politics, blah, 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 blah. See, you have to lie to each other every once in a while for a business to be successful.
Okay. When I made my last noise, my mic wasn't open. Or I guess it was, just wasn't picking up the sound. Because now I'm coughing for dear life. And it's like I'm looking down and I'm like, oh shit. Gosh. Now I got the 9-year-olds hitting my inbox, talking about smoke another one for me. I hope you're of age, sir.
Elijah, is it just me or like, would you like love to go over like Nicola's stuff and like remake it, like the radio scratch? No, no, Tesla. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, like
yeah, why not?
Make a radio from scratch because our grandpas made radios from kits that came in the mail, and they like make their own radios.
I would love to be able to do stuff like that, fam. To get closer to understanding how the fuck all that works. I'm years. I'm not even interested in trying to find out, fam. I'm not even gonna lie. But I wish that I was interested, and I wish that I was a handyman and had like some basic principles. That would be cool.
As I'm looking at the title of these videos, like how to make your own DC motor at home, how to create a robotic at home, how to make a soldering iron using a lighter. Like, I don't know. I think that stuff is like invaluable information to be able to just know how to do stuff, just MacGyver your way through life. Like, oh, give me a straw and a bubble gum. There you go. Now you can drive your car home, man.
Like right now, I'm fixing my flour vape. I have a little handhead flour. I can grind up flour and vape it. I'm changing the battery, but it's always more complicated than you think because there's these little switches. Those are little buttons that are loose inside the case. So to get those in there, and little pads around the switches are freaking tiny little things. So I had to cut wires, had to take a picture of it, mark the wires for which ones are on the left side. So I know, because when I line up all those buttons, they have to fit inside the holes, and the little clear window where you see the temperature, it all has to go in there. It's just sitting in there. Then you have to slide the rest of it in with the battery and then put the rest of it together without those buttons falling out. It's going to be fun. I hope it works. I spent $7 for the battery. It better fucking work.
Because if the buttons fall out, it's a wrap. We all know that.
Yeah,
once you drop, like, because I got fat fingers and not really. I mean, for me, they're clunky as hell. That's how I feel. Everybody, oh, you got big hands. And it's like, yeah, it's very annoying to do the things that people ask me to do with my fucking hands. But it's like, I've tried putting shit together, and like just like the pressure, I guess, from my fingers, it's just, you know how you try to grip an ice cube and it just shoots out of your head. That's kind of how stuff works for me. It's like I try to fix it, and it's like everything just falls apart. It's like, wait, where did half of these items go?
No shit. That's the difficult part, man, because you don't want to have extra pieces on something that's crucial that you don't have extra pieces. But anyway, I've
put shit back together with extra pieces. They're like, oh wait,
me too. And I guess so. I'm like, pretty much sometimes you're like, it still fucking works. So I guess I really didn't need those extra screws. I forgot where they went.
Exactly. That's hilarious.
So I'm trying to figure out all these different jimmy jammy kind of ways I could like put the buttons in there with it upside down so they stay, and then slide, but I couldn't slide it out far enough. Then there's these little fucking round cloth. They look like cloth or rubber washers that fit around the switches. Those have to stay in place too, I guess. So I ended up having to cut the wires that I don't want to cut these wires. I had to cut them all. So I better get back to it.
Anything to keep on smoking.
Hey everyone. How you doing?
Hi.
Hi.
As the kids used to say 20 years ago, what's crack-a-lackin'? And you don't have to answer that because there's no such thing as crack-a-lackin'.
This cracker be lacking. See, crack is lacking.
Crack is lacking. It's not the best drug out there.
The cracker is lacking, white boy.
Oh shit. Wait, is that me? Oh, man. I let him have that one, didn't I? Nice. Platter, those are resume and interview questions. Those are very nice. Question number 10. What are your hobbies? Answer. Martial arts. I don't get marital arts. Oh, marital arts.
Marital arts.
Wow, that was. I didn't do it right, so. Okay, let's try 11 here. Number 11. Key skills, perfectionist with a keen eye for details. Get it, capital I. Okay, that one's not that funny. How about we try number 12? Oh, hobbies, space travel. That is pretty funny. Get it? Because you're always in space. You're always moving in, you know. And if that's what you believe, what Einstein said about space and time being, you know, not conceptual. I'm not going to read number 14. Do you understand me, Platter?
Yeah, I just having fun. I was on a bit of a
That is fun.
hole.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Number
I
14
googled.
sounds like something that would come out of a Biden diary or something.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
I shall promptly delete.
To get where we are now in this topic, I googled lines to break tension because it was silent here, and I was like, okay, well, what can I say that's funny? And I got dad jokes.
So when are you gonna say something funny? Go ahead.
Nice. See, nice. I deserve that. Straight up.
You just tried to talk to Rayon. I just got here and they don't want to talk. Say what's going on.
Rayon, huh? Ryan?
Right.
Rayan. I don't know. Let's stop giving that attention. Mr. R, I'll call you Ray. What's up, Ray?
Hi.
So earlier I saw a couple of your chat comments. Let me see if I can scroll up. So you said reality is masquerading, and then Among Us. What's in the YouTube video?
It's documentary about what I typed, which is I typed that message when you guys were talking about light and how the eye, vision, how you can see things, reflection, etc., etc., etc. So I posted the documentary. It's what made me. This documentary is made me realize I am living in a matrix, because the conclusion of the documentary suggests that we don't that the outer world, everything that is outside us, is inside us. It's complicated. I cannot explain it, but
That's okay. It's a 25-minute video. If people are curious, they should watch it. So I don't mean to sound dense, but
no.
But my question is: so a 25-minute video convinced you of this, that we live in a simulator, matrix?
No, not only this video.
Okay.
But also other things. But this video is like the final thing that hit me, you know. So I started believing it, but before it, no.
I hear you. Okay, right on. I knew that was kind of an asshole question. Oh, 25-minute video and you know all that, or
No.
I know.
Because yeah, you remember when Musk said what he did about the simulation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. But I'm not saying he's a credible source or anything. Of course, he's not. But
I think he's saying that stuff to get people interested in simulation theory.
maybe. But yeah.
Okay, I get it. I'm gonna watch it. So thank you for sharing that. Did you see I posted it for everybody to kind of see again? Check the live stream voice text where you posted it last time. So the movie's called. The reason I find it interesting already is The Secret Beyond Matter, and isn't that what everyone's looking for?
Yeah, exactly. This is the main question, because this is what comes next after flat Earth. Because okay, yeah, it's flat. So everything is revolving around us, so we are important. So
Well, hold on. Don't do all that, because just
yeah.
because it measures flat doesn't mean all those other things scientifically. Now, I'm glad that you brought it back to that, though. So you say Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, super. And if you were to go up to somebody, not go up to, in conversation, what would be maybe the gentlest or best thing to bring up to kind of, I don't know, ease people into the topic of flat Earth? What would be your main subject you want to start with?
Well, I tell them about the subject that is going on currently in the world. You know what I'm talking about, of course. Yeah, I start that and I say, and I start asking questions about that subject, and then I move to flat Earth, you know. So
Okay,
this is
like
my
what? How do you make the transition between the beer stuff, the medical stuff, and the flat Earth?
No, it just happens. How can I say?
No, I got
It
you.
just- yeah,
It's organic. It just happens naturally.
Yeah. It happens naturally because we are in a very stretched conversation. I'm talking to people, and I mention the subject casually, you know, and I see their reaction and their body language. That's it, and I see what they think. Yeah.
All right, sounds good to me. Anybody else want to talk to him? I think he deserves a flat earther role. I got to cook myself some dinner here, but and one last thing before I go, is it Rayan?
Rayan.
Rayan.
Yeah.
Okay, so if anybody wants to do that, they can. Most people can't. Well, a lot of people can't. They can't do that. So
You don't have to, but I'm just saying my name in my native language tongue.
your native tongue, yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Just say
saying it how I
just
say
say it like a normal American white person. Rayan. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around. All right, buddy. Well, hey, enjoy your stay here. I'll be back in a few minutes if nobody's talking. But yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for hanging out. Oh, last thing, is this your first time here tonight?
No. Last time?
First time.
First time? No, not first, not last. Hopefully.
Okay, cool. So first time talker, long time listener kind of deal.
Long time lurker. Sometimes I like talk, and yeah, most of the time I just listen.
Awesome. I love your honesty. All right, man. Well, stick around. You know what to do. You know the drill around here.
Okay.
I got a quick question for him, Glad.
Yeah, man.
Rayon,
Go ahead,
Rayon,
folks.
Kentucky accent, Rayon.
Yes.
Before,
it's Rayan. Exactly.
Rayon.
Yeah.
Before you tell us the general location, I'm gonna try to guess your accent. Let's see if anybody can guess what country you're in before you tell us.
Okay.
Anybody want to go first?
Persia.
No.
Anybody else want to guess?
I'm still going with Persia. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm going to say somewhere in Middle Europe, like Germany or somewhere.
Whoa. No, my friend. I'm from Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
I was closer.
That.
Yeah, you were closer, yeah.
All right, well, welcome to the server. You got any questions for the panel here? We got 30 people here full of knowledge. I'm not one of them, but go ahead and ask your questions if you got any.
Well, I have a very beautiful question. I always ask this question to all the knowers.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I was drinking water, of course. The question is, I always ask this question, not to any random guy I meet in the street, but I ask this question to knowers, people who know. The question is, what do you think? Let me rephrase it. Where would you be if you went on a straight line forever? Not forever, but you get the point. So if you go in a straight line, where would you be? Like, what would you be surrounded by? What would be the environment? What would be the temperature? Stuff of that nature, if you get what I mean. And this question I think about all the time. This is the main question because I want to know what is beyond the imaginary curve.
Don't everybody answer it once now. You understand that
Sorry?
question? Nothing wrong with that question, but you understand it's total speculation. So
I do, and this is why I like it. Each person is different. Each person is gonna give me another answer, a different answer, even though most of them are gonna overlap with the Antarctic Treaty. Most of them, I mean. Most of them overlap with the Antarctic Treaty, but some of them actually are outside of this overlap. So they give me different answers. But I'm curious to what are the answers to this question.
I'll try to think about it. Let's see if somebody else wants to answer.
You asked me this a few days ago. I gave you a pretty detailed answer, I thought. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But
others,
you can give it again for the listeners. If you want.
no, other people gotta have fucking minds of their own too, right?
Yeah.
My answer would be, we don't know, or I don't know.
That's true. The answer I don't know is the most true answer for the most people. You know, most people don't know. No, most knowers don't know, but some people I think know in this world what would happen if you go in a straight line. But I'm not one of them, so I don't know.
Yeah, basically, that was my answer. It wasn't that I knew for a fact. I just compared like two different models of what would happen. And thing is we don't live on a model, so I don't really know.
I want to add something to this question. So this question is not like how can I say it? So this is not the real question. The real question is like I ask this question to make people to force their imagination to go into the mood to think, because I think most flat earthers are they forgot about this question. So their main goal is I wanna spread the truth. I wanna tell people about flat Earth, etc., which is good, but they forgot about the quote unquote edge, or about exploring the Earth, or topics like this. They forget about this, and this is why I ask this question. I repeat it for this very subject.
I think perhaps finding the edge is more important to you than it is to a lot of us. It's really not important to the flat Earth argument.
Yeah, I don't think it's important for the flat Earth argument. If you are trying to convince someone to know that the Earth is flat, yeah, it's not one of the arguments you would go for. I agree.
Well, your question's out there. Maybe somebody else is thinking about it. They can, but like Lou's saying, we try to, at least on his live stream, we try to stick to reality, talk to new people, and we got cram liquor in here. Am I saying that right? Are you there, Cream Lucky?
Oh, you had it right the first time. But yeah, I'm here.
Welcome to the server. Is this your first time talking?
No, I was on the other day talking.
Oh, okay. You already been. Let's see if I hit. You're just VC verified. So, what brings you by?
Oh, it's flat Earth.
Do you think the Earth's a ball or is it not?
No, it's got to be flat or something else, not a ball.
So you pretty much agree it's not a spinning ball in a vacuum in space.
Yep. And I will say a good icebreaker to, talking to somebody about flat Earth would be asking, just asking them a question that you struggle with that, like for instance, plane flights, east and west, that type of thing, frame it like a question that you struggle with.
Yeah, that's good advice. I always try to, when I actually get a conversation going with somebody, I think back to 2016, 2017, the things that I was battling with. I knew water was laying flat, and I was pretty much over with at that point. But you know what I'm saying? That's good advice.
Yep, water being flat. That's another good one.
I mean, that ended the globe for me when I really think about it. But once I did my own observation over a body of water, and I saw that gravity wasn't doing shit, I was like, this water is not staying here in a curve. It's ridiculous. But anyway, anybody else got any questions or anything? Y'all quit talking over each other. I can hear nothing.
Yeah, I have a question. With the reason why things fall, density, all that, but why does if you drop something that's light versus heavy, why do they fall at the same rate?
Do they?
Go ahead, Elijah. I don't know.
I mean, I've only tested it very short distance, so I don't know.
Yeah, what you're saying is more specifically, it's in a vacuum, which is anytime they've tried to do this, your vacuum is only so big. It can only be so perfect. It's not really a perfect vacuum. So it's like, it's an estimated rate of fall or an average rate of fall in the vacuum. And it's an agreed upon average. So they don't actually fall at the exact same rates. But my answer to this typically then is, like, in that vacuum, what have you done? You've removed the medium of air, right? So these are like, you're testing solids in a vacuum without air. Well, if you have no medium in there, like let's say it's a perfect vacuum, then both objects, no matter what their weight or density or anything, are infinitely more dense than the medium around them. Therefore, they fall at approximately the same rate.
That makes sense.
Did you catch the conversation earlier, Lou, about like all of the documents that that bitch is flat
No, I haven't really been on much today. I was working earlier, of course. Wait, you're talking about the 35 government documents thing that we've been sharing for years now?
Shit, there's like, just go on the NASA website and they mention flat Earth like fucking 400 times. like 400 times. Like the globe was mentioned, like I think it was like 900, and the globe was mentioned, and the flat Earth was mentioned like 400 and change. But the bottom line is, like, for all of the conventional uses and for all of the practical uses for Earth and the ground and everything related to well, I mean, you could argue the other things are for like some greater orbits way out there. But what I'm talking about is things that people actually, the things that are tangible, you know.
Yeah.
It's like for all of those things, even satellites at, conventional heights, as they put it, they just use a simplified, assumed flat, non-rotating Earth. Now, remember, if you Google, right? If you Google the distance to the horizon, they'll say the same thing about the globe. They'll say that the radius. What do they say? If you assume X, Y, Z, right? That's the answer.
Sure. So basically, right there in their answer, they're admitting that they can't know it. They just have to make assumptions and calculate it.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, that stuff's pretty compelling when you see all that shit in the government documents and things. I mean, we try to point people at that pretty often. It's not that we don't. It's just like it seems like nobody freaking reads it. They're all like, well, that would be interesting, but nobody goes to read or nobody goes to even click the easy YouTube video. Like
Which
they're like,
makes
well,
no sense. Like they literally, like we went deeper than we normally do. Like, so I found this meme, and it's like, because here was the main verbiage. So the meme goes, Globy, show me your flat Earth model. Then it says NASA on page 13. Guess what it said? The flat Earth model, fam. The fucking flat Earth model. Like, are you serious?
So Elijah,
Yeah.
hear me okay? So there's a landmark Second Amendment case that got passed today, and New York is basically going to start issuing what they call a must-issue license for anyone who qualifies. So before it was a may issue, before the Supreme Court ruling. So it means they may issue it. Like if you apply for it, they might say, "What do you need it for?" Then you might say, "Well, to transport diamonds." They might say, "Oh, okay," or "Fuck off." Well, now it's you apply, you meet the federal requirements, you get the handgun license. So the only thing they can restrict now is like certain places. Right? So they might say not on subways, not on Times Square, not in the park, right? But they can't restrict the license everywhere.
Makes sense.
So there's going to be a lot more New Yorkers. So I'm kind of curious, do you guys want that? Do you consider that to be overreach? Or do you think this is good?
Bam. Is weed illegal? Well, was it illegal?
It is here. We don't want it legal. So, I get it.
It was illegal, but we smoked it. So those who want guns have guns already. Like, it's not going to make a difference. It's just legal now.
Well, New York is a stop and ID state, right?
I guess it used to be. I don't know how much they really do now. I think they stopped that like immediately. Like it wasn't even a long-standing thing.
I think things like that would stop if everybody was armed. Cops just wouldn't want to even take the chance, anymore.
No,
Like,
stupid
think about
idiot.
how
Listen,
Sorry, go
Sean Hawkins or whoever you are in my inbox. No. Um I know I've never said that they always lie. And people don't always lie. That's kind of impossible. You couldn't lie all the time if you wanted to, because then you'd never speak coherently. No. Things have to be coherent and true in order for even liars to exist in reality. That's number one. Number two, um, it's called a hostile witness. So just by nature of what a hostile witness is, clearly people who have opposing views to someone else can use their words to prove a point. Why? Because truth stands alone. Okay? So when people say, why would you post NASA stuff? Don't you think that they're liars? I'm posting it because either it's showing a contradiction, aka them saying it's a flat earth when clearly they're sending ships up out of space and shit. Not clearly, but clearly that's what people believe. So like that's the point. Not this other weird inside out point of, oh, don't you guys not trust NASA, therefore everything they say is a lie. No, they've told the truth quite often. They've told the truth about gas pressure needing containment. They've told the truth about a lot of things. As a matter of fact, the only people that lie, as much as I've seen, is like, the personalities on TV. Personalities being presidents, governors, the city officials, all this type of stuff.
Eli, the part that surprises me the most, like, don't the cops tell you to, like, basically you have the right to shut the fuck up because anything you say, even though we're not on your side, we might use it against you. Like, if cops do that to us, why wouldn't we do that to the government? Like, oh, better watch what you say because, you say the earth is a globe and then you got all this flat earth stuff on there. We might use it in our arguments against you.
Y'all are making a valid point. I'd like to highlight anytime lives are on the line or money or profits or whatever, someone has to work in reality practically. You have to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth, and it's good to point that out. Thank you. Y'all keep talking. Don't let Dead Air Dave strike again.
How do you somehow pressure them into clarifying the topic? Like, I don't know if you could somehow turn it into like a lawsuit or something where you get their back to the wall and you're like, okay, you've been saying it's a globe and you're spending all this money on NASA and this and that, but here, according to your own documents, you're talking about a flat, non-rotating Earth. Now, which is it, Mister So and So? How like somehow get them to, they instead of taking both sides, they're going to have to get their shit together, whether they go all globe or come out with it being flat. I don't know how do you get that done though? Like,
it's photoshopped because it has to be. Why does it have to be?
Yeah, how would the globe hold up in the court of law?
It's flimsy at best. It doesn't hold up. There's been a couple people who've done it, and it. Go ahead, Lou.
no, I didn't mean to. You can finish if you had more. But no, it's just like all the stuff that like Elijah was just saying and everything else. Like everything that we can actually, test, everything tangible, everything useful, everything. Every time lives depend on it, and they never rely on this globe math. So yeah, how would it hold up? Well, I'm pretty sure the globe doesn't hold up. That's what we've been doing here for so long. It just doesn't. Doesn't hold up in court either.
They probably call
You
it
have,
like
to, you
common
have to have
knowledge.
evidence. You have to have evidence. You can't just take. I don't think they're just going to take some hearsay testimony from some guy, right? Like what? Call an expert to the stand and say, "Hey, what do you think?" Well, where's the evidence of this? You know.
Well, it'd probably be
Are you
considered
saying we
like
need like a
common knowledge.
council of? Sorry, are you saying we need like a council of 200 like architects and engineers, but instead of architects and engineers, we need like 200 like photo forensics analysis and computer generated
Zen Garcia was in court. Do you remember that? Zen Garcia.
That's the
going
one
to
I'm
court
talking
in
about,
London?
Zen Garcia. He won.
I'll have to look into that.
He did win, but it wasn't that the court said that the Earth is flat. Just
No.
to be clear about that.
No, they wouldn't do that.
Right. I've heard some people talk about that, and then that's either the impression that they get coming away, or the person who talks about it kind of frames it that way. And just wanted to be clear about that.
So Zen Garcia's story is basically he does everything and more to make sure that his case stays in the court and taken seriously and stuff. And then they say everything but the words "the Earth is flat," because the globe comes up with nothing to back up the claims in that situation in the court of law for Zen Garcia.
He is the defendant, so the claimant was supposed to provide evidence of curvature, because that was the point. And the guy provided shit like I don't what was it? I can't even remember, but it wasn't proof that Earth is curved 8 inches per mile squared. It was like computer models and all types of other shit. And the judge was like, "Yeah, nah, fam, like that's not gonna work."
Yep.
He presented Google Earth as and also come on, and Zen Garcia had 18 talking points.
There you go. Live stream voice text. Sorry, real quick. Old dude posted a video of Globe Earth fails in court twice. Globe Earth versus Flat Earth. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, he failed the third time too. He tried to do it again, but it never got to court.
Where's that posted at?
Live stream voice text. Hashtag live stream voice text. It's a text channel.
Zen Garcia has a lot of books on Amazon too that he wrote about Zetetism.
Zeteticism. And here's the deal. Even if it only won once in court, all right, sounds good. So, Globers, where's your counter?
Hey, Glad, you want to try to talk to Jake from State Farm? He's here.
Dude, I have State Farm insurance. So, yeah, and I want to tell him how incredible State Farm is as an auto insurance company. Let's go. Let's do that. Jake, what's up?
Yes, State Farm. Thank you for taking my money and never giving any of it back, even though I never have an accident, never Never damage anybody. Thanks.
Well,
for taking
I had
my
an
money.
accident recently, and State Farm paid for all of it,
Yeah,
so
but that's your
I'm
fault.
good. No, I'm
Okay,
more
Jack.
important than you, Jimsy. So that's how that
No,
works.
bro. State Farm didn't pay for it. We did, bro.
You just haven't gotten a letter from them yet that says they're dropping you, Glad.
No, it's not true at all.
He said State Farm pay for it, even though he's been paying for it.
Well,
what a moron!
Hey, listen. If I got in the wreck, then I deserve to pay for it at some level, don't I? They took the burden off me right away. That's a good thing.
Hey man, as long as they pay for it, even though you pay for it, it's all good.
Well, I didn't have the money to afford all the things that needed to fix my car and their cars at the time, so it was nice to have insurance.
Maybe if people weren't giving most of their money to these insurance companies, maybe they'll have money to pay for all of those things.
I give them maybe 5 to 7% of what I make tops. Probably not even that.
That's a big tax. Imagine when you add that.
I'm choosing to pay for it.
Imagine when you add the other tax on top of that. What is it, like more than 50%?
So you're saying don't have auto insurance?
Why? Well, you have.
Because you can't control what other drivers do. Jemsy, don't tell me you're driving without auto insurance.
Look, Glad. The thing is I think you would admit that insurance companies in general, just not necessarily auto insurance, just insurance in general, it's a racket, right? Like, it's a big fucking.
Listen, it can be. You don't have to let them fuck you. My mom's a lawyer, and we teamed up on some stuff, not for State Farm, but for some other things that I needed insurance to pay for. And legally they were obliged to, they were bound to, but we had to chase them down for it. And then they did. And that was a cool, like, 15 grand that they were like, well, shit, yeah, I guess we should pay for this. And, I'm good with that. I don't see, the problem is if you let them fuck you around, they will, and then at that point it is a racket. But a lot of times, if you fight it, they don't.
The thing is that they do F you around because they give you a promissory note for the whole amount of the insurance of the year, and once you sign that monetary instrument, basically you made a check for them, and you pay for the insurance for the whole year, and then on top of that, you pay every month for the same amount. So it is a racket.
I understand, and over time they make more money. But that's what I'm saying. If you need them, they are there. I.e.,
That's the point.
I get in a car wreck, or I have to go have a medical procedure that takes a lot of money, and I need that right at the moment, and I can't afford to fucking pay for it right then. You have to have something like that in place. Also, though, it is a huge racket because you put somebody in charge of money, they're gonna fucking get greedy. I get it.
Yeah, it's like it's a government mandated savings account, basically.
Wait, the government mandated it? All right, it's for your own good, so it's a good thing.
If you just took that money every month that you were going to pay the auto insurance company, put it in a separate savings account.
Now, if the government mandated it, I agree with Gladflow. You must have it because the government mandated it.
Jimsy, you're a piece of shit, and that's not what I was saying. Go ahead, Lou.
Hey, I'm agreeing with you.
If I could mute you, I would.
Can I just say that Jake from State Farm has already left since y'all went on a 5-minute dive?
No shit, dude.
We spoke to him and he didn't reply. That's not polite. So, anyways, we have Truth Soldier, and we can ask Truth Soldier his opinion on this topic. Go ahead, Truth Soldier. Gladflow would like to speak to you.
Driving is against my religion.
That's a good one.
He's back. He's back.
So you're Amish, or what's that? Amish, or what's the other one?
I don't contribute to the beast system.
Bullshit, you're on the internet.
God's paying for it.
Sure, yeah, that's great, Pete Drinker. What's up, dude? You have a good day? Did you trim your beard at all today? Did you drink some piss? Do you smell?
I love you too.
Awesome. If you loved me, you'd answer one of my questions.
He was quiet. That's hilarious.
It's pretty good.
Oh man, you earned an extra 30 minutes from me, my guy.
Hey, for speed drinkers, for speed drinkers credit, I know a lot of people label him a speed drinker. There was
He labeled himself as
a world champion, a Mexican world champion called Juan Manuel Marquez, and he used to drink his own piss, and he was a top elite boxer, world champion.
Okay,
So there you
great.
for your
That's great. Just so you know, like Elijah was correcting you, we didn't label him that. He did. That was his name that he chose for himself.
That was the first. Yep, the first name he had when he joined.
To be fair, his first name was P Drinking Buddy. You didn't know.
Oh yeah, P Drinking Buddy. Yep.
I mean, that's a buddy that you can go pee drinking with. That's, you know.
Sounds salty.
Yeah, I wouldn't want people that know the truth to feel
Another
low.
one of his.
Depends
Pretty sure
on
another one of his was,
depends
was
on where you're at. If you're in the area where everyone's drinking quarter waters and 50-cent sodas, but you know, the water drinkers, you might want to kind of stick to that. Unless
that's the only reason.
you
I
might
think
like
that's
the strong taste. If that's the case, then go to the heart of the city.
That's probably
Doesn't
the only
taste
reason
good, I'll
you
tell you
guys
that.
don't drink your piss, because you have these soda cans laying around, and you can go to the store, to the corner, you can buy soda, sweets, and you're so used and addicted to the sweetness that you don't want to drink your own piss, right?
What?
This is going to be taken so out of context. If anyone really was like on it like that, oh my gosh, there's so much content, so much.
Good.
Coming out as a pee drinker himself.
So some content. What if you are in the middle of a very bad situation? You're in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing to drink. There's nothing to. Only your pee. Will you drink it if your life depends on it for the next week?
Of course,
You
a
die
survival
first.
situation. A survival situation
die
is
first.
different.
Oh, so you will
die
become
first.
a tea drinker in that situation.
No, you would become a dyer of thirst.
Wait a sec.
Because-
Jake from State Farm, are you a
Because
pee
the
drinker?
moment that I tried to drink my pee is the moment that I would throw up. And then I would lose whatever I did have. And then I would have to consider, damn, I need all of that. Am I going to really get down there? It's a really bad spiral. You may as well just go out with
How do you know, man? You never drank your piss.
Yeah, but I've accidentally drank in someone else's from being greedy.
God, that's even worse. Holy fuck.
Think about it. We're on the highway.
Oh no.
Shit happens. You feel me?
That's actually funny. One time I was helping a buddy of mine fixing a car, and we were drinking beer, and I had to pee, and there was no restroom around, and I peed in one of the bottles. And my friend grabbed one random bottle that was in the floor, and it was my pee, and he drank it. He was like, "What the fuck is that?" I'm like, "Bro, you just drink my pee."
Yeah, I accidentally drank Mexican pee one time too. Fucking.
Yep. See what I'm saying? Exactly.
Yeah,
y'all get it. Y'all get it.
Yeah, no,
Y'all know
I
how that
had
can go down.
a bottle of Mountain Dew around on the job, sitting in the shade around the corner of the building we're working on. There was a little bit left, not much, but I went to go and have a sip, and I didn't realize it was more full than it was before. Yeah, one of the Mexicans came around and pissed in my Mountain Dew.
Fucking hell.
Gosh, that's horrible.
I guess this is why you guys instantly ban piss drinker, because you all drink piss and you're upset, and now since he said it, don't ban him.
Yep, you've redeemed yourself, Jemsy. Okay, hey, Jake from State Farm, are you still there?
That's hilarious.
I think you just got VC verified. Did you get VC verified?
He is VC verified.
Yeah, okay. So, come on and chat with us, Jake. Oh, Jake is now server muted. Oh, unmuted now. Let's see.
Yeah,
Jake
I
from
do
State
that
Farm.
because sometimes when you give VC verify, you still gotta server and unmute them. It happens sometimes.
Got it. All right, Jake from State Farm. Do you have a human larynx? Do you have a voice box? Yeah, no, you can chat right now. It's not that we're asking you to do it. At least I'm not asking. These folks are nicer than me, but it's definitely that you'll talk to us with your voice right now.
Hey, maybe
Even if it's just a little bit of like breath. Can you breathe on your mic? You know.
Maybe
Now we're getting
he can't do it right now. We don't have to push it. We have a truth soldier here.
Oh, that's right. He sent me a DM laughing my motherfucking ass off, but it was LMFAO. So
Woodknock.
Woodknock is here. Go ahead with Woodknock.
Okay, Woodknock.
Welcome, Woodknock.
Would you knock? Woodknock? Even if you saw the, something's rocking in there, don't come a knocking.
If there's a do not knock sign, would you knock? Would not.
I guess that's a yes, unless you say otherwise. Woodknock. So you would disrupt somebody with the do not disturb sign on their handle? You would knock? Come on. These are dad jokes. You need to stop us from saying these. Come talk to us about the flat earth.
At least say hi. Tell us if you think you live on a ball. Stuff like that.
Bullets for this.
Hey, you don't have to open your mic, even if people in here are telling you to do. You don't have to. But it'll be the polite thing to do, but you don't have to.
Yeah, if you're a good person and have values, to do that, speak with us. But if you don't, you're a bad person.
Like if you're functionally normal member of society and you join a Discord channel to talk and you actually talk, if you're some sort of degenerate loser.
I got something to tell to Jake this from State Farm. Geico, 15 minutes can save you 15% or more. Yeah, that's
car insurance.
Yeah, on car insurance.
The good news and the bad news, right?
Geico, our gecko is better than yours. Using a microphone. So easy, a caveman can do it. Geico. Nice one, Jemsy.
So glad, I heard no one has ever directly measured Earth's curvature. Did you know this?
I'm with you on that. Yeah, I've been now asking for years if there is curvature, where is it? Where's it at, dog? Where you at? Where can I find this elusive Earth curvature that is supposedly everywhere? Where's it at? See, that's the thing. It's like the globe belief is trying to pull a fast one. The globe narrative is trying to pull a fast one on humanity, and we're not going to let them.
It's a physical claim of a part of a reality that should be self-evident. Would you agree? If it was a globe, we would all just know it's a globe, and we would have stopped questioning 7 years ago. Anyway.
Testing the Earth for curvature, so easy a caveman could do it.
Good one, Sonny. Maybe if you try to say hi to the new people, they'll talk to you. Woodknock, Sonny, got a question for you.
Yes. Do you know where, when, and how anyone has ever measured the curvature of Earth? Bingo.
Huh?
Wait,
Did
you
somebody
talking about?
answer?
No, is he talking about Earth the model or Earth the dirt?
The dirt.
Oh, anthills have curvature.
Didn't say that. You did.
Woodnock, save us from this. Come on, Woodnock.
I have a feeling we're never going to hear Jake from. I have a feeling we're never going to hear Jake from State Farm's voice. So right now we're left with P Drinker and Woodnock.
Jake is probably wearing khakis though.
I doubt this person behind the name is wearing khakis.
So,
Hey,
he said sub.
Jake from State Farm. Did you know that Geico can save you 15% in car insurance? Did you know that? He said that's all it was. You guys get okay.
Yeah, but Progressive has that name your own price tool. I'm wondering how that one works. I gotta check it out. Like name zero. Let's see.
Name your price. 3 cents, motherfuckers. Let's do it.
Yeah, but Progressive is not on the trend because Geico or Geico, whatever. That one sounds better.
It's pronounced Geico.
But you
just
say
you just like the little lizard mascot. Admit it. That's all it is.
It's a guy or gay lizard.
It's just a British lizard. It's a British freaking amphibian or something. Like.
So how is it that it has good teeth? Oh.
Just because it talks like a Brit doesn't mean it's gay, Jeffrey.
Oh,
and
okay. Didn't know that.
Jake from State Farm. So you joined a voice chat to not speak then?
He said a word.
No.
He did. He opened his mic.
They
and
did
he
not
said
know.
Something. I don't remember what, but he did open his mic.
What's up?
And then That's
What's up, Jake?
That's 2 words. 3 in total.
You gonna try one more time? Make sure the button on the thing works.
He said he just want to listen.
Yeah. Make sure your voice changer's turned on there.
Yeah, I think Jake is P Drinker.
That's actually kind of funny.
Kinda.
Well, I'm not going to give P Drinker a full on. You got to talk when no one's talking, Jake. Go ahead.
Look, Jake, don't be confused. We're not calling you the P Drinker. That's P Drinker we're talking about.
Don't be shy now.
All right, let me ask him. Soldier, have you drink any peace today?
Earth is not a globe.
All right, that's what is that? A fallacy?
Non sequitur. He didn't answer the question.
Non sequitur, yeah, non sequitur. But I like it. All right, Earth is not a globe. We can agree to that.
Technically, that's as on topic as you can get.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what made him change his mind all of a sudden? He's
He
back
didn't.
and forth.
He's just doing it for. Yeah, he's just doing it for entertainment. His or ours or both. I got you pegged, pea drinker. You know what I mean?
Welcome, G. Oh, he left.
Welcome, TR1. Welcome, TR1. Bye.
A member of the Sears Financial Network.
Yeah, y'all
That's
forgot
offensive.
about all. Good job, Justin. So Jimsy scared away TR1. Good job, Jimsy.
Yes, but we have Jeremy. Jeremy, you've been unmuted, Jeremy. Welcome.
Was that? Who was that?
That was me.
Glapflow using his deep voice.
It's my Venom impression.
Oh, that was your voice. That wasn't a special effect. That was pretty good.
No, that was me.
Welcome. Yeah.
It's actually my Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget. I'll get you, Gadget.
Hey, Jeremy. What do you think about those voice impressions by Glapflow, Jeremy?
Don't tell me. Just tell us why the Earth is a globe.
It also sounded like Megatron in the first Transformers movie. Live action. You failed me yet again, Starscream.
Nice. You failed me yet again, Starscream. No, because mine sounds more like Dr. Claw. I can't do, because you know who does the Megatron voice is Agent Smith, right?
Can you do that voice impression and add a Russian accent to it?
No. No. I'm not going to try. Please, let's talk about the Earth.
Jeremy, you there? Can you hear us?
Jeremy spoke on Discord today.
No, they have like this thing where they like replace the first letters like Glapflow. That's so lame.
It's called spoonerism. It's a spoonerism.
Hey, Nadja, what do you think about that? Replacing the first letters of those two words. What do you think about that? Tell us. Oh, he jumped out.
Calling it a spoonerism doesn't make it less.
Jeremy's still there.
You know what? I don't want to hear it, Lou, even if that's completely right.
I unmuted Nadja, and he was speaking about Glapflow. he didn't know he was unmuted.
I'm used to it. I've been growing up a lot.
I like it.
Yo. You know what else I like? I like how Planet is playing with the T at the end. You know what I mean? That's what I like. What's up, Gregory?
I like.
Hello, brother.
Shalom.
You still awake, Elijah?
For the time being.
Was it busy again?
Yeah. It's pretty good.
We have Ahmad 213.
Ahmad.
Ahmad.
Damn it, Glad.
What? What's wrong?
You weren't supposed to beat me to that. I was supposed to say the accent.
Ahmad.
Ahmad.
Sorry, I'll let you do the next one, maybe.
You scared him away.
Damn it. Okay. I'm not going to say anything at the next person, okay? Because I scare him away with my dumb shit.
All I got to do is speak up. All I got to do is talk. They just won't talk.
It's true. But, okay, next one. I'm just going to shut up, okay? I'm going to mute myself right now. Y'all take it.
Give me that. Give me that mic.
Ahmad, welcome back, Ahmad. You've been unmuted. Ahmad, it will be the polite thing to say hi to Gladflobe.
Assalamu
I think he's trying to figure it out, I think. Because he just unmuted himself and then went away. And he must
No, actually, I unmuted him. Oh, he did. He did unmute. Yeah. Actually, yeah, he probably did that. But he's jumping out every time he's getting unmuted. So I don't know. Maybe some of these people think that. Some of these people think that if they join the VC and they get unmuted, they can come back later and just say nigga, 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 nigga. But it doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. I can't go for that. No, can do I. Singing while eating a piece of chicken with some ranch that I don't like.
Chicken? Where's the ribeye?
The ribeye? Here's the chicken.
Good one. Good comeback.
Well, with all that silence being said, I will say farewell and God bless you all.
Shalom. Jeremy has a question in the lobby. So, Jeremy, if you have a question, you can unmute yourself and ask it, and Gladflow will answer it.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Jeremy, are you there? Are you present? See, Jeremy has no roles. So can someone VC verify Jeremy real quick? I don't really care if he deserves it or not. Let's just do it. Let's just get going.
Well, I unmuted him and he hasn't replied, so
Okay. Jeremy.
If I serve and unmute him, it's like he's having a VC verified of sorts, but he hasn't.
Yeah, I got it. You can't see the voice text or anything like that.
He's in the lobby.
Okay. Jeremy, I know you can hear me. And you're on a phone, apparently.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how good has your guys' day been so far? Just give me an answer.
10.
10?
Better now.
Okay. Nice.
So is it 1 from 10? 1 to 10?
Yeah, it's 1 to 10.
Okay. 2. 9.2. No, not even. Probably more like a 6.5. Yeah, 6.5 would do it.
Okay. Well, why?
Because yesterday I had to leave my new home and the love.
Mine is 10 because I had a rebuy. With family and friends. So yeah, that's a 10.
That's cool.
How about yourself? How do you grade your day?
It's pretty boring, to be honest. I gotta do. I don't know. I didn't really do anything today, to be honest.
Stayed home all day or what?
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty boring.
Why is that? You just decide to stay home or?
Well, I mean, like, there's not really like much to do, you know. Just one of those days.
But because you didn't want it to do anything, or you couldn't do anything, or you decided
I just couldn't do anything. Like, I don't know.
You couldn't do anything because why?
Because like I just like I don't know. There's really
You're not allowed to go out.
There's
of
really
your
no
house?
like. There's really no like purpose or anything. I just didn't do anything. I don't know. It was boring. I don't really know.
So describe a non-boring day, the opposite of today. Can you describe that?
I guess just like going out, and doing things.
Going out, that's a non-boring day.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So
I
if
guess,
you
I guess it kind of depends on what you're doing. Like, if you're running errands, it's not really that fun. But if you're like shopping or something, like for something that you want to shop for, then that's fun.
But you need money for shopping, right?
Yeah.
Do you have money for shopping?
Well, and like I don't have that much money, but like my parents have money, so.
Okay, but if you ask them, will they give you money for shopping?
Like, I mean, if they went shopping with me, I don't know. I guess.
So, are you old enough to drive and stuff?
Well, I'm 16. I don't have my permit yet. No.
Okay, so instead of shopping, just get a driver's license and maybe tell your parents, "Hey, let's not do more shopping. Let's buy a car, so I can do something."
I don't need to buy a car. Just use my brother's car.
Oh, you use your brother's car?
Yeah.
All right.
Start a garden, buddy.
A garden?
Yeah, grow some medicinals, bro. Take care of people.
I have a garden.
There you go.
It was weird. My Discord just took a massive dump. Okay, are we talking to anybody?
Yes, we are. You interrupting?
Bullshit. No one was talking when I entered.
Life's a garden. Dig it.
Amen.
Yeah. When life gives you lemons, buy a fucking gun. Sorry, what?
Hey, Toasted, have you ever considered when the day is boring like that? Have you ever considered doing community service?
Oh my gosh, bro! Like, that's actually I mean like sometimes, man. Like, kind of depends.
Why would you do anything for anybody else, huh?
Oh, come on, Kyle.
Why would you be nice? That's just not the way the world is anymore.
I'm about to head to bed as I watch P-Valley.
No, you're not. You have to stay here and until the 30 minutes for Peace Drinker expires, unless you're gonna extend it or pass it to me and I'll decide.
Well, when to decide, Chumsy.
All right, I'll extend it.
I'm blowing this pop stand, which is actually probably the gayest saying you've ever heard if you really think about it. But I'm out, guys.
Later.
Later, brother.
Yeah, get some sleep, Elijah. Sounds like you need it. You see, Gladflow, I was speaking to Toasty. It's your fault he dropped out.
Garbage. No, there's no way I'm responsible for that.
Yes, way. Hey, but look at the bright side. We have a Truth Soldier, and Elijah left, and he didn't ban him. So that's good.
I suppose. I mean, when you're running on empty, you know, anything will do.
Let's check on the lobby if Jeremy already posted his question, because he said he had a question. Let's see. Jeremy. Oh, he asked in the lobby, does this Discord believe in human cause world climate change? Oh no.
Not only no, but hell no.
Bro, I'm surprised he didn't use globe in that sentence. Hey, Jeremy, every day you might find a slight difference in climate. Like it might be warmer than yesterday or colder. And then the next day it will be like a storm, windy and rainy, and it's a different climate. And then the day after that, it's like a cool, clean day. Yeah, climate changes all of the time, everywhere on the earth. Does that answer your question? I mean, does anybody disagree?
Yeah, but how are we going to reduce that from happening, Jimsy?
Yeah, you gotta ask the crickets.
Like, they've been working on this for how long?
You know, it's funny. Crickets have an answer for everything.
And bees. Bees, too.
Who's doing that?
Truth, that's Justin.
Justin?
But anyways, Justin can do whatever he pleases.
I know that. I gave him the permission in the first place, so.
He got my permission too.
Yeah,
True Soldier, when you say they've been doing this for a long time, like what do you actually mean with that? They've been doing what?
Deceiving the nations.
But we were talking about climate change.
Yeah, how are they going to reduce that from happening? It doesn't make any sense.
You can't stop climate from changing. Sorry.
Yeah.
I like where this is going. Go ahead. Keep going. Don't stop.
Jimsy, I never want to hear you say those things again. Those last two things.
I know. I thought you were going to say get it.
But you guys are thinking, you're thinking in a homo way. I'm saying in a Mexican way, and that's no homo. So go ahead, True Soldier.
There's a difference?
Yeah. There's no homosexuals in Mexico. They all moved to the United States.
Arriba! Well, that kind of makes sense.
So yeah, no homo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
He said, yeah. He answered. So, Jeremy, are you happy with the reply to your question about climate change? Is that okay? He said like CFCS got banned and the ozone layer started coming back, as an example. Jeremy, are you playing with me? Oh yeah, he replied to my answer. He said, no, that's weather, not climate, but okay. Yes, it's
So maybe
certified.
he can explain to us where the climate has changed. I've never noticed it to change. You know, it has cycles where one year it'll be a few degrees warmer, and then the next year it'll be a few degrees colder. It might even get warmer for 10 years straight by 1 or 2 degrees. And then it always goes back, cycles back, goes back to where it was, back and forth a little bit, little minute changes, which really is not climate change. I mean, when you're talking 1 or 2 degrees, is that really a change? Come on. That's just, so the wind blew that direction from the north a couple of days longer than it should have and brought some cold air down here, and the hot air went up to Antarctica or up to the Arctic and warmed it up a little bit or something for a few days. It's done. There's no such thing as climate change. It's ridiculous.
What do you think about that, John Newton, PhD in physics? What do you think about that? Yes, you, John Newton, PhD. How are you? John, your mic is open. You can reply. Speak.
He only has a listening pass.
Yeah, I unmuted him. He's unmuted. He can open his mic and speak. He's
okay.
He light up. He did light up a little bit, but I guess he's holding back his PhD knowledge.
Newton. He's even got that Isaac Newton name. Wow, he must be really smart.
He's actually John Newton, PhD
I
in
know.
physics.
He must be related to Isaac Newton, though. Gotta be.
Maybe he's like in his great granddaughter.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe your mama's brother's sister's mother's aunt.
Is that your friend in the background?
That was my son being a smartass. He said, maybe it's your mother's sister's brother's aunt.
Depends how she feels tonight. Yeah, the PhD dropped out. He didn't like the questions and the relation to
What happened
Newton.
to Isaac Newton's grandson? He left, huh? His brother's mother's sister's aunt. That's what it was.
All right, gentlemen, I'll be listening. I'm gonna let God Rockin' take the wheel. Go ahead, God Rockin'. You drive this.
Okay, who we got in here? We got anybody that wants to talk about flat Earth subjects? Anybody that's got any flash news about the globe for us? Like something we haven't heard about before? Or can you enlighten us a little bit to some truth? Anyone? It's probably gonna go over some. Huh?
NASA wants their cockroaches and their moon dust back.
That's
Here, I'll post it. Boom, there you go.
Why are the Globers so scared to speak? Oh, we got Paradise AL or LAO. Who's that? He's how come he's deafened? He deafened himself because he doesn't want to hear anything we got to say. So why is he here? Can anybody tell me?
For entertainment purposes.
He's not listening to us.
He could be a fucking.
So how could he be being entertained?
Because he's just making it up. He'll be like, this one time on Discord, I went to a Flat Earth server and muted myself.
Because they were so stupid, they couldn't even answer my questions.
Yeah, they were so triggered, I muted myself.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
I went to a Flat Earth server and I was so confident in the globe, I just turned my microphone and headphones off.
Can the globe be resurrected, or is it dead for good?
I don't know, but we need a dark room for these people so they can have what they want. Nothing.
How can something that's never been alive be resurrected?
It was alive in the minds of mortals. Never in reality.
I don't know. You don't think the Earth lives?
Huh?
I think it might. It's very much alive, I think.
The globe, not the Earth.
The waters are breathing back and forth, in and out. The tides and the winds are blowing back and forth, and the trees are swaying, and the fish are swimming.
Gravity.
All this life going on everywhere.
Refraction.
I think the Earth is alive, obviously, because it's got all this life clung to it. Everything sticking to it is alive. The water even lives. The living water. I don't know. I just don't see a whole lot of non-living things on the Earth. And when we do, we put them in a casket and put them 6 feet under.
Wait, I thought you were supposed to go to heaven when you died, not in the earth.
Yeah, you're right. That's where you're supposed to go. But these fools think you go 6 feet under in a concrete casket.
Your bones do.
I'm still trying to figure out if you can have wind without a container.
I don't know, because would you have gas to have wind? I mean, air is gas. Wind is oxygen and nitrogen and all the different things in the air. You got to have a container to have those things present to stick around anyway. So I would say probably not.
Yes, you can.
My son just told me the one with the most bone count rules the world.
I mean, Hitler gave it a good shot, but
I wonder if that's true.
it is true.
Yeah, if you do enough drugs, you might see the curvature of the Earth.
I don't think if you'd done every drug known to man in massive quantities, it would be enough to see curvature.
Thing is, they're trying to go up in the air and look down on it to find the curve, and that never works. Even though deGrasse Tyson said that's not going to work, I would try to do the opposite of what anybody on TV is telling you to do. Try to get closer to the Earth to see the curvature. You might be able to find it. You got to remember your eyes are curving, so
You might find a few
gotta keep that
inches.
in mind too.
Yeah, you might find a few inches of it, but that'd probably be about it.
Usually your mind is going to play tricks on you before your eyes do, though. Go with what you can sense, not what you have to believe in.
got to go. Give my kid a ride somewhere, and so someone else can.
To Looney Tune Town.
We're going to Looney Tune Town, yeah.
Mic check. Mic check.
The Earth is flat.
It's so quiet in here.
Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mountain.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Ballers run away a mountain.
Guys, I kind of wish I had it recorded, but it was just really funny. I was just like doing something I don't normally do, which is go over to like, the debate flat earth people and to argue with them. And I was like asking them, like, hey, you guys know of any time anyone's ever made an arc segment measurement of the curvature of the earth, And we got into great detail on exactly how we would do that hypothetically on a globe Earth, on a planet Earth, And after I had like mute myself and like kind of eating my food and kind of had to do something else, I was just still kind of listening to him. And it was really hilarious because for at least, I don't know, a good minute or two or three, it seemed like the Globers were actually trying to figure out how to prove the Earth was a planet, like legitimately,
Good times. Ruhif was telling us how the ground is a dome the other day.
That boy ain't right.
Yeah, but there's this other story I wanted to say that is a lot better than that. So, like, Father's Day was a few days ago, and I was like working at this Italian restaurant that's like really busy on that day. And then after we closed up shop, everyone's like going to go play pool at a bar, And I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll go and everything. And like I go there and like I don't know, like I try not to talk about flat Earth for too long until someone like says like the word level or something and starts talking about the pool tables, the pool table level or something. And then I was just like, all right. Or someone says something else, and then like I don't remember what it was. And I was like, oh yeah, speaking of that, I kind of wanted to tell you guys the Earth is flat, But what was funny is that so like there was this one of my fellow employees there that like she was saying to me like, hey, do you remember the time that you handed me this? And like I thought she was talking about at the restaurant that we work at, but then she was like, let me know, like, no, it was before you even worked there. You handed me one of these like in a parking lot at another place, like way further away. And I was like, oh yeah, or I remember that now, but I didn't at the time. But yeah, what was funny is that she noticed me handing these to other people there, even though I hadn't handed one to her. And she like looked back in that jacket pocket and pulled it out and then started listening to you guys. And I'm pretty sure, like, I haven't asked her directly, but I'm pretty sure she understands pretty well that the Earth is flat and stationary now. Just going by, she didn't seem like a glober anyway. And the thing is, like, yeah, so I thought that was kind of funny. And then like another woman who like, and it was funny too because she seemed kind of like, at least at the moment or whatever, at the time she seemed kind of more like on the globe believing side, which kind of made it more funny. I was like handing her one of the cards, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I finally get one of these." Like she had noticed that I handed one to lots of the other employees, but not to her. She's like, "Oh yeah, I finally get one of these." Like I don't even subscribe to the flat Earth, but yeah, I want one of these fucking cards. Give me one of these fucking cards. You know what I'm saying? Like, which just kind of humored me, And then the third woman was just another woman that worked there that I hadn't had one of those too, and she was like happy to have one. She just she was just really interested in it as well, the subject. And, oh yeah, and she said the words to me. I love the words, those beautiful words. Like, I'm going to do my own research, and I was like, yes, by all means, do your own research.
It's like red pills are falling out of all your pockets. You're giving them out. Come get your red pill. That's cool, Orion.
Yeah, and on top of that, I was pointing out to him one of the problems with pool tables, public pool tables at least, is that you gotta keep in mind some people like sit on them and then they might not be level, but at least they're mostly strong enough to not have that problem, I think.
Have we discovered perpendicular plumb lines yet, guys? I keep looking. Sorry, I wish I was funny. It's awesome. I got a guy at work, bro. He just started.
Bro,
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be comedians nowadays. Ha ha ha.
Right.
You guys need to start taking life more seriously. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, preach it. We had a new employee about, 6 months ago, 7 months ago. He asked me about flat Earth. And I look at him, I'm like, I started laughing. Asked him if he was sure he wanted to talk about it. It turns out he was a flat earther. It's kind of cool.
That's right. You never know until you know. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Who said that famous quote? It is what it is. Wasn't that Einstein?
It depends on what your definition of is. If it is what it is.
It is what it is, Isaiah.
I don't know. Was it Einstein? Not sure.
Ever since I've been a flat earther, bro, it's been so hard to shake all these women who want me now. You know what I mean? Because, nothing turns women on but talking about flat earth.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was active today, man. My wife got me, I got these 100 millimeter skates, 100 millimeter wheels on these skates. And you can just cruise on them. And actually, I blew them out. I blew the boot off the skate. And she went and got it fixed for Father's Day. And I was skating around today, yesterday. Skated this morning and this evening.
Like roller skates?
Yeah, man, they're like 4-wheel skates with the big wheels on them.
That's right. You should make a video and post it.
Oh man, kind of cool. Trying to get my timing back.
Hey, you wanna go pick up chicks, bro? The best way to do it is talk about flat Earth on rollerblades.
Fuck yeah. I'm basically dead to the world, man. Yeah, I'm married. Yeah. We'll be celebrating 19 years July 3rd, bro.
Oh, shit.
Yes, sir.
Well, at least you're not celebrating celibacy.
I know that's right.
Yeah. Is your wife a flat earther?
Yeah, I guess it was late 2016, early 2017 I started to look at it. Before that, I had a harder time. We believe in the Bible, right? We're Protestant. I was already on young earth creation. I was already a creationist, since, I don't know, 2000.
You were diet woke?
Sure, man. I believe the timeline, I've always believed, I haven't always believed it, but since I found out about the timeline in the Bible, the genealogy from Adam all the way through Noah and David to Christ. Because James Usher's work. But it was harder as a subject. The gospel really was the hardest thing. Is what me and her had a harder time agreeing on than anything else. She took the flat Earth easy, bro. Like she was like, that makes sense. I was
Same with my
surprised.
chick.
Yeah.
My chick, like, yeah, whenever she always tries to bring up the Bible, and she's like, tries to say that it was written by man and all this stuff. I'm like, man, I wasn't there when it was written, but I'm sure there was stuff altered in it, but the stuff that's altered doesn't ring true to me, and the stuff that is true rings true to me. So, whatever.
It was funny. The Bible was like the last place I looked, man. You know, and it just like shored everything up in my worldview. Because of course, I steal my worldview from the Bible. So, but
dude, when I heard about flat Earth, and I realized that day that Earth was flat, the Bible made. I was like, dude, this answers all these. Well, within like a couple months, once I found out dinosaurs are fake and all that stuff, it answered all these questions that the pastor of this church I used to live with when I was younger couldn't answer. Man, I went looking for that pastor so I could flat smack him, but he don't work at the church no more. I mean, he was part of Victory Outreach, which is like this Christian ministry that goes and like talks to like gang members and drug addicts and stuff, like, you know, like people on the street they run up and talk to, like gangbang style for the globe. I mean, not the globe, for the Bible, but their logo is a VO with the O has a globe picture inside of it. So man, you know, yeah, a lot of these heliocentric Christian churches, these people are so hard to talk to because they're already saved, quote unquote, and so you can't tell them nothing. Just like try to flat smack some people who are like 10, 15 years in AA or NA. Shit, they are not trying to hear it because they got everything figured out. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I was listening to Nathan Oakley's channel, and they were talking about like the globe heretics. You know, there's a bunch of people out here purporting to be globers, and they make excuses for their model. You know, they double speak and yeah. So they're like globe heretics, and I was thinking like, man, can you imagine being both a globe heretic and a biblical heretic? Like you're a heretic. Like that's a shitty worldview, right? Like what are you left with?
Yeah.
Like you know the Earth is flat. You know what I mean? But you deny it. So you're out of the mainstream there. And then
the thing is, there's no money in flat Earth, bro. There's no money in it. There's money. There's a hell of money to be made in the globe, though. You know what I mean?
Well, there's money to be made in lies.
Yeah, but I mean, like being for the globe, it pays a lot more. Well, flat Earth doesn't pay anything.
Sure.
I mean, I'm sure there's maybe some people that make money off of it. I don't know how, but I've spent so much money. Oh my god. And time and effort and dude, you know, I don't even get frustrated with people anymore who I've tried to reach. Like my dad, dude, he's such a NASA fanboy. It's crazy. I've sat there and talked to him for dude.
Flatter Day, yeah. I don't even care to change anybody's mind. I had a discussion with my dad as well, and we talked about gravity. He wants to invoke gravity as a force, and even though it's not a force, but he's fine to stay. But he's fine to never concede. You know.
Yeah, it's because it's deep rooted, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's so strategic the way they lay it out right after they lay out the Santa Claus for you, right? So when you're young, you're told not to tell a lie, but yet the people who tell you that are the people who are telling you lies about Santa Claus, and then nobody ever really tells you Santa Claus isn't real. You just kind of figure it out on your own, and then you're hit with a globe. Maybe some people still believe in the globe in first grade, or believe in Santa Claus when they find out about the globe. They're double screwed, you know? I was a little kid in first grade telling kids that Santa Claus isn't real, and I remember they called my dad, and they're like, he can't do this. Like I was making kids cry in class, dude.
Dude, look, when you lose Santa Claus, that's actually harder than losing the ball Earth, like the heliocentric model. Looking back,
so happy when I found out the Earth was flat. I was so happy, dude, because everything made sense. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yep.
I was like, dude, I could trust my senses. This whole time I've been told I couldn't trust my senses.
But that's a big one. That really is. To know that. You know, I mean, we know it, but we'll deny it because it's easier to believe a convenient lie.
I think everybody deeply rooted inside, they're built with something that we know, you know?
Yeah.
But
Men
like I said, there's no money.
Men have the light, the conscience, man. You know, you're with knowledge. Yeah.
There's hella money to be made off that globe, though, dog. Hella money.
Sure. It was a good scheme. A real good scam. Yeah.
Yeah. For real, though, huh?
Yep. You got to respect the game.
Huh. Yeah, right? Yeah. For sure. Faux show. All I know is if a friend of mine got shot, I wouldn't wear a bullet around my neck or a gun and call myself a gunson or a bulletson.
I hear you. You follow Joseph Smith, Flat Earth?
No, dog. I'm a born again flat earther.
Okay, I didn't know if you're like a Mormon or Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day.
Those people are my number one targets, though. When I see them, I'll pull the car over and jump out of the car and run up to them on the spot, bro. It's green light. They're green lighted in my neighborhood.
Dude, I had two. I didn't know they sent like young women out, man. I had two little young women, Mormons knocking on my door.
Shut up! I've never seen that before.
I'm telling you,
dude. They're diverse now. It's all about diversity and inclusiveness and sustainability. Sustainability. The new normal isn't even new anymore. It's just normal. You know. I can't wait for a gender.
No, I don't think it's quite like that. So Mormon missionaries, like it's in their religion, it's considered to be an obligation if you're a man to do it for 2 years, and it's not considered an obligation if you're a woman to do it. But then some women just do it anyway, so it was never actually forbidden. So you know. And
were they hot?
I think the better question is, were they transgender Mormon missionaries? Oh, wait, I probably shouldn't even say that. It's probably just finding an excuse to censor this bullshit.
Even if they were, are they pretty? Were they pretty? Were they hot?
They were two young women. I mean, these girls were 16, 17, 18 years old. I mean, they were young girls. Yeah.
Never mind.
Weird. Yeah, young maidens, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't.
Do they have any type of like?
No way. There's no way that like why?
Did they have any type of makeup?
They're probably doing it from 18 to 20. It's customary that they do it for 2 years if they do it at all.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It's not my culture.
Yeah, I was raised in it. That's the whole reason why I even know. I'm not Mormon. Just non-religious.
Now you're a Latter-day Saint, bro. Now you're a Latter-day Saint.
Latter-day Saint.
You know what I mean?
Cool.
Yeah,
cool,
that's why I've always really liked your name.
Yeah. I'm one of the chosen ones, bro.
That's nice.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Armageddon, bro. I'm ready. My feet are ready more than anything. I've been preparing my feet for the past 2.5 years for this.
Yep. Finish your race, fellas.
Dude, I stepped on a push pin the other day, and it went inside my foot. and it didn't draw any blood. I was like, it didn't even really hurt. It hurt just because like the plastic part, you know what I mean? Like it was just uneven on my foot, but the metal in my foot didn't really hurt. My instinct was to think it hurt though, you know, because that's how my mind's been trained.
You've been running barefoot on oyster shell roads, or how have you been training?
Yeah, that's what I mean. How do you know? That's exactly what I do, bro. There's an oyster place over here where there's like piles of them. They're all jagged. They're so sharp, dude. They're like sharper than glass, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Just from being a child on the bayou, you know, with all the oyster shell roads, we did it.
If you don't have those, you could always go to the train tracks and just try to avoid the wood part of the train track. That's a good one, and everybody has train tracks. That's my recommendation for people who are starting off. Just go walk on that slowly until your feet, you know what I mean? After a couple weeks, you'll be able to jog on it. Orion's preparing his feet for the New World Order, he told me the other day.
It's good to get grounded, I think, you know, to walk in the
Hell
grass.
yeah.
And like go to a good, I don't know, football field or something, you know, and take your shoes off and throw a frisbee or a football, you know.
Bro, I stay grounded, homie.
I've walked across all kinds of stuff you would not think you would ever be able to make it, and I was amazed that I could walk across it
right
with no problem. Yeah, like you know where they throw out all this mulch and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that stuff, if you step on it the wrong way, you know what's going to happen.
Oh, because there's hella like sticks in there and shit, huh?
Yeah, sharp pieces of this wood, you know, like splinters and shit. Like, I found out I could walk right across it. By the way, I don't know. I must have learned how to walk on stuff like that. I don't know.
Well, it's all in your mind too. A lot of it's in your head, like how you think, you know, how you approach it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, dude, it's weird. I don't drink very often. Every once in a great while, I'll drink, and when I do, I'm like, ow, what am I walking on? You know what I mean? Because my mind's not in the right place, you know?
Listen to your conscience. It's the only advice.
Yeah, bro. I haven't gotten a migraine for over 2 years, bro. Nothing from walking barefoot. I got my mom to walk barefoot. She walks barefoot every round. My aunt's even doing it now. She didn't believe me when I told her about this movie called Earthing, though. She watched that, and now she's all going barefoot. So whatever does it. You know, whatever tool I can get people to go barefoot. So important.
Ooh, has it been hot, guys? Freaking hot over here in Houston.
Yeah. Hot. It's hot. Not where I have AC, but yeah, outside it's like 80 degrees. I don't know what it's like right now. It's probably like 70 still at 10 o'clock.
Dude, I saw some lightning the other night. It was coming from it looked like it was coming from the ground on the other side of the 33 freeway where I live. There's a mountain right there, and I've looked it up on the documents that my chick downloaded. There's like 15 weather modification stations right there. I was like, damn, they're like just they're hidden. You can't see them unless you have an aerial view, you know. But you can find out about them. They've been burning that silver iodide, but they're doing some other crazy stuff. Because the next day, the whole sky was like crazy overcast, but it was so hot. It was like, dude, it can't be overcast and be this hot. It doesn't even make any sense. And then we were driving on the freeway, and a couple raindrops hit our windshield, and there was no clouds overhead that we could see. It's so weird, dude. The raindrops are like syrup, dude, and they turn white after they dry on your windshield.
y'all remember when they claimed that, like, people were claiming in the winter when the snow would fall that they would light their snowballs on fire? Did anybody ever try that? Hear about that?
I've seen a lot of people doing that. That snow that doesn't melt. And that's because global warming. Because we don't know how to take care of our planet. So they need to take it from us because we don't deserve it. Agenda 2030. I can't wait till Agenda 2030, man. I'm gonna have the time of my life. Sneaking into the wildlands.
Agenda 30. It doesn't sound good.
Yeah, well, it just depends on how you look at it. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna post a picture of my skates, man.
Wait. Sneaking into the wildland. Elaborate on that.
So Agenda 2030, they say like 72% of the United States will be off limits to us because we don't know how to take care of the environment. So they're preserving it. So that's why they're getting everybody like stacked and packed inside like these metropolis cities. And it's also because the 5G, they can't put the infrastructure in the ground out there in the treacherous terrain. So if they can't put it in the treacherous terrain, they don't want people to live there. Thus, the burnouts, you know what I mean? Burn people out of their city and then put them all stack and pack. You know what I mean? Where all the 5G is. That way they have the zero latency. And then that's how they can, initiate the mark. In order to have the mark, everybody get chipped or the majority get chipped, you need zero latency on everything. Otherwise, the whole system would fall apart because the system's only going to be as strong as its strongest latency. So wherever the latency is weak, that's their weakest link. You know what I mean? Imagine you go into the store.
Hold on. I think you're going. Wait, this doesn't have to do with my question. Wasn't my question something else?
What'd you ask?
So
I'm sorry.
You were saying that like you were looking forward to Agenda 30, as you were saying it would be great to go out to some lands and hang out and have fun or something like that. And I was like,
no, what's wildland?
Yeah, okay.
Like the part that we're going to be
stopping you from doing that now?
Well, I'm just saying you're allowed to do that now. But I'm talking about doing it when you're not allowed to do it. I was just being rebellious.
No, I feel you. I'm just being weird. I don't know.
I'm just trying to make best of the situation. You know what I mean? Because it's inevitable. You know what I mean?
Is it though?
I don't know. It was written, but I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe it's not inevitable. Maybe
all sorts of nonsense has been written down.
I know. Maybe it's uninevitable. Is that even a word? I'm always inventing new words in my head.
I think it's inevitable and wait, what's the other one?
Uninevitable.
I don't know. Maybe you're looking for the word imminent. That just means it's like about to happen or something. Definitely. I don't know. What word are we looking for what?
That would be inevitable. If something's uninevitable, then that just means it's not going to happen. And it's like nullifying its own self. You know what I mean? Double negative, canceling it out. That's uninevitable. I think I'm going to start using that word. QE said something the other day. It was so funny. He goes, are you having a what do you say? What was the word? A flash. He said, are you having a premonition of a flashback? He said that to some Glober. It was so funny. And then the guy had to think about what he meant. It was funny. As soon as he said it, I started laughing though. I'm having deja vu of an impression of a deja vu of a premonition of a flashback. Tongue twister, huh? Wrap your head around that. and a globe while you're at it. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma.
Put that little globe in your pipe and pipe down.
I gotta go to sleep. You guys have a great night.
All right, Sonny.
Later.
Let's sing his goodbye song. Sunny days. See you later, bro. I'm so mad that I missed the Flat Earth meetup last weekend. It was only a 2-hour drive, but something came up that I did not see coming.
Well, I'll be having a Flat Earth meetup here in Utah. You guys can all get on your airplanes and come on out.
Right? I'll get on my magic carpet, bro.
There you go.
I'll get in my air curve. My air curve.
Airbus curve.
Yeah. Even plain yogurt is flat, bro. Come on, you know what I mean?
I think probably one of the only Flat Earth meetups I even know of that's ever even happened in Utah is when Witsit was here in Salt Lake.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And
ain't no party like a Witsit party.
And I went down there, and I got there just in time to see the girl with the baseball bat coming at him.
Oh shit! You were there for that?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, what was up with that chick?
I was standing about 10 feet behind Witsit.
Oh, that was you in the video? I'm gonna have to rewatch that shit.
I was in the video on several times later on when we were talking.
That's one of the best ones I've seen, honestly. It's not best like in that way, but it's like one of the most interesting ones where like you get to see a full-on spectrum of like reactions, you know?
Yeah. They had some weird drum circle going on, and it was crazy kids thought that Witsit was like interrupting, and it was their park and all this weird shit. And it was the guy that was doing the drum circle that invited Witsit to come up. He said, well, hey, you don't want to be down. He was going to have it downtown in Salt Lake. Yeah. And he was getting out of they were parking downtown, and the guy said, no, you don't want to be down here. He says, I'm having a drum circle party up here in this other park. It's called Liberty Park, or it used to be. And there's a bird aviary there. It's a great big, huge park. They got a big pond you can get on a boat and paddle around on. And it's a huge, huge park. And there was probably, I'd say at least 500 people in the park doing all kinds of different shit here and there and everywhere. It's really an active park for just all kinds of stuff. It's because it's not right downtown. It's up on the bench a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, Godrock, I have a quick question to ask, and this is just in jest. All right, I want to be serious about this. Just in jest. At this meetup, are you going to be hot micing?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah!
As much as I can get away with.
Hot my king.
Utah, where is it? Where's the Flat Earth meetup?
Ogden, Utah.
I gotta get the Zeppelin. Ready.
Right.
North of Salt Lake, 30 miles. There's a place here in town where they've got this. It's like a park. Well, it's not. It's what's that place where they have by the jail where they got that
fucking amphitheater?
Amphitheater.
You want
Yeah.
to go there?
Yeah, the amphitheater would be a good place to have it.
Mm-mm. No.
I think it would be a good spot. They have this amphitheater right downtown.
There's one right up in Ogden, in the mountains.
Where?
Look it up in North Ogden. You know how expensive that's going to be to go there? Use that amphitheater?
It's not free?
Fuck no.
Oh.
What you can do is develop a system where you put up signs that say goats for sale, and everybody in the know knows to follow those signs to get to the meetup. Works every time. Works like a charm.
It works like a rock. Like a rock.
There are some really cool places that you could have a meetup up here, like up the canyon. You could go up the canyon. There's all kinds of huge, big campgrounds and reservoirs and lakes and all kinds of stuff. Just like 20 minutes from where I live.
Sounds beautiful.
It is. When you go east of the mountains here, it's all rivers and lakes and reservoirs and pine trees and forest. And then west is all desert. It's like this Wasatch Front mountain range is the dividing line. East of it is all forest and reservoirs, fishing, forests everywhere, pine trees. And on the west side, it's toward the Great Salt Lake, and it's all desert. There's a place out there. What's that place called out there where they have them raves out on the Great Salt Lake? Saltaire. Yeah, you could look it up. Look up Saltaire. I could show you. It's a really cool place.
Great Saltaire.
It's a cool ass place. Let me tell you. They have concerts and raves and all kinds of shit out there. It's right on the lake.
You used to be able to walk out onto the lake.
Yeah,
onto the big rocks and shit, but they've fenced it off now.
I know the lake's really low right now.
Yeah, I heard there was a drought out there.
Yeah, there is.
Maybe you were telling me about it. I don't remember who it was. I was in Discord. Is this God Rockin' I'm talking to?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it was you, buddy. You were talking about the lake out there. I think we were talking about the salt flats, and I forget who we were talking about it with. That's cool. But you showed a picture of the lake. You took a picture of the lake and how, the docks were all dry.
Yep.
Docks, how fucking...
There's the Saltaire right there.
Deep.
I just posted it in live stream. It's a big open theater inside, and they have concerts and raves and all kinds of crazy shit out here, and it's right on.
Yeah.
You can see the lake behind it.
I mean, parties like 10,000 people on ecstasy there. Shit.
Yeah, big.
It's out of control.
Nice.
I've actually been to like 10 of them.
Looks like I don't know. Is it? There's no casino in there.
No. It's one big open building. The upstairs has a bar. Then you go out the back doors to like a back patio grass area. Like 4 other stages. Pretty badass.
Do they have any boxing matches there?
Yeah, they've held boxing there. They held all kinds of events there. Art festivals, all kinds of weird stuff. After that, we smuggle our drugs in.
I know my kid. He's a partier. I used to be too when I was his age, so I ain't got much to say. I guess I didn't set too fine of an example.
The best one I wanted.
What's your son's name, God Rockin', or what's he go by? What's his handle?
JJ.
JJ. Good to hear you, JJ.
Yeah, thank you. The Saltaire used to be like a carnival, though, didn't it, Dad? Back when you were a kid, you used to have like rides and a roller coaster and all kinds of weird shit, huh?
Yeah, like way back.
Yeah, that's what it was built for. They still have pictures of it, don't they?
Yeah.
Grandma likes it when it was like that. Whenever we go to like drive past there. Is that the backside of it?
There's an older one right there.
Holy shit, you were right on the water back then. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's like when the water was high.
What the hell?
Yeah,
I've never seen it like that in my life.
I know.
Dude, you could chomp through the mud where the water is and sneak into shit now. Like you could, what the
This
fuck?
is years ago, Jay.
Yeah, I've never seen it like that in my whole entire life.
I know. It's because this
That
was
is
before you were born.
crazy. That's badass like that,
Yep.
ain't it?
Yep.
Fuck yeah. That's fucking sick. If it looked like that now, fuck, we'd be fucking partying like hell. I've really never seen a picture like that before. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was out in the water. You had to get on the. You had to take that bridge out there just to even get out there. It was like on stilts in the water.
Crazy.
I don't know when that was, but it was.
Did the building move? Goddamn. It wasn't as big right there, huh?
I don't know. They could have. They might have moved it. I can't remember what they did.
There's 5,000 people would fit in that bitch.
I don't know. But you see the big dome in the middle.
Yeah,
that's
all I
the
know.
that's the big
Yeah.
the big open pavilion area
They
there.
made it bigger or something, like where the upstairs is for the bar. Well, it doesn't look like it's there. Show a picture of them like in the 50s. Can you?
Maybe.
Grandma went to it.
Let's see. It's changed quite a bit from when it was first built. I know that. That's the roller coaster off to the left. They used to have it there.
Fucking tree.
It would be a great place for a big flat Earth party, but we'd have to get thousands of people to show up, at least a couple thousand to fill it up. I get holds like 5,000 people or something.
Dad, will you show the picture of
Orion, do you make your own flyers, or do you like get them from a different source?
So yeah, originally I was making my own with a printer and either cutting board one place or scissors another place. You know, printer toner, pretty cheap stuff. But since then, I've just I was originally throwing around this great documentary on this one website. It was actually, strangely enough, an Alex Jones website. Not his documentary though. It was just made by one of his employees, posted on there. But it was a great one about flat Earth, like less than 12 minutes. It was Antarctica is basically the label on it. It has like a little bit to do with that, but mostly just to do with the Earth being flat. And I was basically kind of printing that out. But no, it's, so far, I mean, lately I've just put the Discord QR code and the YouTube link and the name of it and everything. And then just the words, the Earth is flat and stationary. The necessary antecedent for gas pressure, air pressure, is a container, you know, in parentheses, air pressure. And yeah, I just hand those out. I just get them for like 500 for like $25 over at a print shop down the street from where I live.
Nice.
That last picture is Park City, where they had the Olympics. It's a ski resort at night skiing, and then that city down below, it's a big mountain city. It's the coolest city in the world. It's all like old buildings and like old like taverns and gift shops and art galleries, and they have an art show there every year where the whole streets are just filled with people selling art, and you name it. Park City is a cool place, man. Way up high in the mountains.
That looks unreal.
It's beautiful. Yeah, it's where they had the 2002 Olympics.
No kidding.
Yep. Yeah, Park City is a badass place to go visit.
Do you guys, God Rock, and you do any skiing in your time?
Yeah, I used to ski all the time. I started when I was like 10 years old, and then I ended up doing some freestyle stuff. I done my first flip on skis when I was 16, and then we used to put on shows. We had a group of people we called, the name of was Carnival, and we would travel around to different ski resorts and do aerial flips and ballet skiing and moguls and just basically trying to promote freestyle, what's it called? Skiing, when they used to have, they used to have events where you could go and they had, where you could do flips and aerial stuff, and then you'd ski the moguls, and then they had what's called ballet, where people would ski down a flat run on little short skis like they were on roller skates. They would do pirouettes and jump and spin in the air like people on there, like ice skates.
That's awesome. You got a lot of pictures from that time?
No, I don't have any left. That was 50 years ago, 45 years ago.
That's a cool, yeah, that's back in the day, right? Before the X, y'all were paving the way for the X Games.
Yep. Pretty much.
What about a snowmobile? You got a snowmobile?
No, I don't have a snowmobile.
Would it be useful?
Lots of friends that do.
Yeah. I've never snow skied, and I've never rode a snowmobile. It's on the old bucket list. God willing.
This is one of the rides that you can take up the mountain at this Park City. It's a gondola. It takes you up on the mountain. Holds like 40 or 50 people at a time.
Beautiful. I went to Bogota.
Utah's a cool place for sure. A lot of really, like, I don't know, a lot of mountain crazy stuff. And let's see, there's Alta Snowbird. If you want to ski some crazy ass terrain, you can go to this place called Snowbird. And it's over the mountain from Park City, but here's one of the trams that you can go up there. And then, let's see. This kind of shows you what the mountain's like right there. It's crazy up there. It's so steep and just, man, it's massive ski resort. Just kind of a small picture, but you can see the tram there in the very bottom. Takes you way up top, and then you can ski off the back side. That's you have to have someone pick you up in another town. It's called backcountry skiing.
That's it. Yeah, that would be cool.
Just kidding.
It looks like almost like, I don't know, if you were shooting a movie there, you could pretend it was Germany or something, or Holland.
Yeah, or the Alps or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've taken the gondola.
At Park City or Alta?
No, Aspen, Colorado.
Here's a picture of the ski runs at Alta. There's like hundreds of them back practically. I don't know, maybe not hundreds, but a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, that's impressive.
And then Alta's right next to it on the right. You can't see it.
Where's this?
This is just north of or east of Salt Lake City.
Jeez, man, I didn't know this was there. That's a real deal, isn't it? It's a real deal right there.
Yeah. They're big, huge mountains we got here with massive, steep. I mean, they got black diamond runs. I mean, you don't even go in down some of these runs unless you're an expert skier. They warn you with big signs.
Well, yeah, that last picture, the horizontal picture there, you wouldn't want to traverse either of those two peaks there, or at least the sides that we're looking at. No way.
No.
I go down Black Diamonds all the time.
Yeah, me too. But I'm just saying, there's a place up here.
I do it on mountain biking, not skiing. Sorry.
Up here at Snowbird, there's a place called Jupiter Bowl, and you ride the tram up, and then you go to the left, and then there's this big round bowl that drops, and you got to jump off the edge and fall 30 feet.
My God!
Before you get to where you can ski, it's called Jupiter Bowl, and that jump into Jupiter Bowl is and then you hit in super steep terrain, and you sink all the way up to your chest in snow, and then you come out of it. It's crazy, dude. First time I jumped into Jupiter Bowl, I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die. Maybe I can find a picture of it.
I don't do skiing like that. I do. I go to places similar to that, but in the summer to do mountain biking downhill in New Hampshire.
Oh man, what kind of bike do you have?
Well, I have 3 bikes. I have 2 enduros and 1 hardtail.
Okay. Your mountain.
Here's one of the ways into the Jupiter Bowl.
You were talking about motorcycles And not bicycles?
No, bicycle, mountain biking. I said mountain biking.
Oh, but you said you had an enduro and a
Yeah,
hardtail.
it's mountain biking is also considered to be enduro.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's different categories. Yeah, I don't have a motor.
Brain freeze. You ever had face melt? You know when you get so tired that your face melts? Is that worse than brain freeze? I think it is. I seem to sweat a lot out of my face.
Oh, the worst I ever had. Thank God doesn't happen again because I fixed it. Leg cramps, bro. That you can't fucking move.
Yes, I've experienced it, buddy. We played 3 rugby games in San Antonio, Texas for the Day of the Dead tournament. I was probably 22 years old. And the third game, I mean, I had the worst calf cramps I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, you gotta do the stretching. You gotta stay hydrated and electrolytes. Very important.
Ah. Leg cramp. But yeah, it sounds serious, man. Riding bikes, on that mountain, man.
There has to be videos of that at God Rocking. Like there has to be like somebody going down that thing that you're describing. What's the name again? Jupiter what?
Jupiter Bowl. I don't know if that's actually the Jupiter Bowl, but the place I jumped off of was just a lip, and you drop 30 feet before you hit the snow. Ow. It's scary, is what it is. You've never done it before, especially. First time, it was really scary. And then after that, you realize you're not going to die because the snow's so deep when you hit it. It's like, it's not that hard of it's pretty cushioned. You sink all the way up to your head, or even when there's fresh powder, you go right underneath the snow and then pop out.
I'd love to try that cross country skiing. I think that would be awesome. Like if we just could cruise,
Yeah.
You think what?
On the way.
Here's the space shuttle gondola at Powder Mountain. I don't know how many people it holds, something like 150.
Hey, Jake from State Farm, what kind of pants are you wearing?
Why?
You suspect.
I don't give a fuck.
You're not wearing khakis?
Why are you?
Hey, Jake, do you live near Salt Lake City or something? When you say you buy your maple syrup there? No, you don't. You don't have to tell me. I don't care.
I'm not wearing khakis, for the record.
So how far do you drive to get your maple syrup at Salt Lake City? Or do you live in Utah? No? What, you're scared someone's going to dox you and going to come and murder you? What's up?
Bro, I was kidding.
Oh, you was kidding. Oh. I was going to say, because I didn't even think you made maple syrup in Utah. I don't think
I'm sorry.
you do. No, you're not. If you were sorry, you'd have never done it.
What was the question about the pants? I forgot.
Yeah, what kind of pants are you wearing?
I'm actually not wearing pants right now. I'm wearing shorts.
It was in reference to the commercial. You get that, right?
My son had something to say about his pants a minute ago.
Pink parachute pussy pants.
Goodness.
Pink parachute pussy pants. Wow.
I honestly have no idea what that means.
You know what that means.
It means you have a big vagina and not a wiener.
I really, really don't, man. Is that all the questions you guys got?
Maple syrup.
How old are you, Jake?
Why do you want to know that?
Because I want to know what's the possibility of your wisdom.
Oh. I'm like 27 in 3 weeks, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in other words, you don't know a damn thing yet.
I mean, if you can tell by what I comment, I don't know shit.
Yeah, pretty easy to tell. I'm just kidding you, Jake. I'm just messing with you, bro. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just having a joke.
Oh, good. I'm used to the tough love thing.
You just sounded a little young to me is all. And do you know how old I am? Have any idea?
Yeah, listen, I get called a tranny all the time. My voice sounds like shit. I understand. So, yeah.
Well, I don't care about none of that. I'm not here to judge you for your voice or anything else. That's not who I am.
Thank you. Thank you.
But do you know how old I am? You're talking to a man that's how old?
57.
Not. You're 10 years. I'm 10 years older than that almost.
Shut the fuck. You serious?
Yep.
Man, you look pretty good, honestly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jake, if you don't mind me asking you, I mean, I haven't really paid much attention to any conversations you've had with these guys here, but I'm just kind of curious. Are you like on the fence? Are you a flat earther, or are you just kind of looking into the subject, or are you just kind of curious about it, or kind of where do you stand on this whole flat earth thing?
Well, I told KJ I don't really care. I'm just kind of like, I mean, I care to an extent. It's just like, I don't know how to put it exactly. I don't mind listening, but I do like to have fun while I listen. So to answer your question, I suppose I'm on the fence because, like I said, I enjoy listening to conversations, mostly on YouTube, but I joined the Discord because I thought it'd be more fun since the chat's been taken down. So I'm here instead.
Well, you can make it how you want it here. You can have a lot of fun, or you can have a miserable time, depending on what kind of dumbass questions you ask, or if you troll, or But if you're truly curious and want to know why we know the Earth is flat, and you want to actually seriously look at the information, you can have a interesting conversation with some of these people and actually get a real good idea of why we know the Earth is flat. We don't think we know. We have enough evidence that we know it's flat. It's not even a question at this point. It's the globe that has all the problems. The globe.
And I respect that. I do.
Yeah. And so if you really want to know, just get serious about it for a minute and listen to what they got to say and mull it over in your mind, critically think about it, and then come to your own conclusion at that point. That would be my advice to you.
I recommend changing your ringtone. It's kind of silly. No offense. I'm weird when it comes to music, and that was just kind of... Anyway, sorry.
No offense taken, but I ain't changing shit.
All right.
Well, I think we accomplished a lot today, but let's tone it on down, guys. Just kidding. Any evidence of gas pressure without a container? Or is the ground stationary? Or do we see past the geometric, like a supposed measurement of the horizon?
I was trying to enlighten Jake's mind a little bit and enticing him to possibly looking into the flat Earth, but that's okay.
He might be right where he's supposed to be, man. Jake's on his path.
It's an interesting path, I'll say that. About your questions, though. I haven't really been listening long enough to draw any, conclusions, I guess. I really gotta listen more and I guess, do my own experiments, I suppose, and other things like that. I guess, reading and all that, which I don't like to do, so this might take me a while.
You can definitely
really
make some observations, measurements.
We don't have to do a bunch of reading or anything. We can pretty much lay it out to you. We can feed it to you on a silver platter.
That'd be
But
great.
as long as but if you're not going to listen and not pay attention to what we got to say, and just like, huh, what did you say?
Yeah.
Then don't even waste our time, please. But if you really want to know, we can feed it to you on a silver platter, bro.
Right. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you guys, I do have like an attention deficit disorder thing. So, yeah, I'll try. I'll try to listen and try to pay attention and learn some shit, I'll do what I can. It's just not like 100% controllable on my end, And I'm being dead serious. I'm not even joking. I'm being 100% honest.
That's cool, man. Do you like breathing, right? Take a breath, right? When you take a breath, man, you're proving that you're in gas, right? Your lungs are opening up, and there's a negative pressure there, and the gas pressure that's the air that surrounds you is filling your lungs, right? So every time you take a breath, you have to ask yourself, how can that be if the sky is a vacuum? If when we look up, like there's no barrier between this outer space, which and our gas pressure that we take a breath. When we take a breath, we have this gas pressure.
Sure.
Right. But it's a pretty people like that one. I like that one when I first heard about gas pressure requiring a container. To me, it was proof positive that there must be a containment, or otherwise we wouldn't have gas. Right? That was interesting, right? Do you know anything about?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
The ground. They also claim the ground is turning. Do you know anything about Coriolis? Like the effect. Like Coriolis is real. Because it has to do with a spinning reference frame.
Sure.
But
people use it when they shoot things, right? They take into account the Earth's rotation.
That's a claim that people make.
Yeah.
However, there's other people who shot things like cannons back in the early 1900s, and they would fire these cannons into the air, and sometimes the cannon. Yeah, they would fire them vertically straight up. These cannonballs would fall back into the cannon, and if the ground.
Why would they do that?
Well, they were trying to find out if the ground was turning underneath the cannonball.
Oh, got it. All right.
Right, but the cannon would always return. You fire this cannon at 90 degrees, and the cannonball would always fall very close to where it had been fired from.
Sure.
Right, because and I think the claim that the ground is turning underneath is silly. When you look up at the sky, like what we observe when we look at the sky, everything is moving in the sky from the east to the west at about 15 degrees. And no matter what the sky is or the lights, what those lights are, you can believe whatever you want about that, but you can rest assured that it's those lights in the sky that are turning above this stationary Earth, right? Because if the Earth were turning under us, then when we travel west, we should arrive at our destinations much faster. And does that make sense? But no matter if you travel east or west or north or south, it takes you about.
Yeah, that actually does make more sense. Yeah, now that I think about it.
Cool. So that's two of them. The third one I thought was cool too. Is the horizon, right? They claim that the Earth has a certain size, like the diameter at the equator is 24,000 miles or so, right? And they claim they claim the equator is like 24,000 miles and change.
What the shit? I thought it was like 30,000. Wow. All right.
So yeah, so there's a rate. They also claim a radius from the center of this sphere to the horizon. So like, it's if you're 6 foot tall, right? Then and you're standing on this ball on this sphere, your horizon should be 3 miles away from you, right? If you're 1 foot off the ground, it'll be 1.2 miles away. But if you're 6 foot tall, it should be 3 miles, right? Because it's a square relationship. Anyway, if you're at 1 foot, you can see in excess of 9 or 10 miles, or maybe 12 miles, right? At 6 foot, you can see 15 miles. You're seeing beyond the claim of the radius of the Earth. Like, you're seeing well farther. Like,
sure, yeah.
Yes, it would make the radius of the Earth, like it would make the sphere humongous, instead of.
Yeah. Well, I got a question. Then can't the radius be like something like a crazier number? So then to explain why we see farther than the numbers given to us.
If you do that, then you have to change everything in cosmology. Like everything in the heliocentric model is based off of the Earth having that radius, and also Venus. Like because if you change the radius, then the whole model, the distances, everything falls apart. Because it's all based off of that 3,959 miles. So Earth. So they say we're, for instance, they say we're 93 million miles away from the sun. And the reason why they believe that that's true, or they purport it to be true, is because they claim that Venus is like the twin of the Earth with the same radius. And when Venus passed in front of the sun, they claim that they're triangulating the distance between Venus and the Earth and the sun. And that's where they get these numbers. But if the radius is different on Earth, then you're lost. You don't know where you are. Does that make sense? Like the whole falls apart.
Okay. Well, what if the Earth is still a ball, but there isn't space and galaxies and stuff? What if the Earth is still a ball even without that? Like, could that be possible?
Well, if we could measure that, what I'm saying? Like, if you go out and you get a measurement for that, then, you would have an experience. Like, my argument would not be as strong a weight of evidence as your measurement. And we just don't measure it that way. It's not measured.
Yeah, what he's trying to say, Jake, is that we've been out and made several measurements up to over 200 miles, and there's no curvature. No one's ever been able to present curvature to us.
Not even once?
No, not even once in 7 years. Not once. Yeah. So,
what if I do it? Can I be the first one to do it?
You'd be famous, brother. If you do it, we'll shut down the server and make you the king.
All right. Well, I'll make it my life mission if it makes you guys give me like a trophy or something. Do I get like an award?
Absolutely. I will personally buy you a trophy if you do it.
That'd be great. All right.
I'll buy you a trophy for every.
But the problem is here, Jake, you're going to be wasting your time because there's been hundreds and hundreds of people try already, and it can't be done. And every time we measure it, it measures flat. All we find is flatness.
Well, do you guys have any like citations? Because I don't feel like just trusting.
We have observations. We have laser long distance laser observations. We have long distance photography, world record photography that was taken by non-flat earther, just a person that wanted to be in the Guinness Book of World Records. We got all kinds of pictures and observations that show only flat, no curvature. We got
so like, what's up with NASA then?
Huh?
What's up with NASA then? What's up with the photos that they show? Are you guys saying that those are fake?
Yeah. You can even go to the NASA website. They admit that they don't have any real photos from space.
No shit, really?
Yep.
Every single one of them CGI.
I look it up right now.
They call them images or renditions or artists.
Or CGI, computer-generated images.
Or computer-generated images, yeah.
More, they refer to them as CGI.
They do have one that they claim to be a real photo, but it was taken from low Earth orbit out of the window of the cockpit of a whatever they were in at low orbit or low altitude, and they shut off all the lights inside the capsule, and there was a round window. And they went at the back of the thing and took this photo, and then they accidentally turned on the lights, and it showed what they were doing. They got caught in the act of doing it, and then so they used that photo. That's a real photo, but it's just of a little tiny piece of the Earth, because it was like looking out the window from 10 feet back at this little round window, and they said that was the globe, and it was just a picture of the clouds and the Earth from a not very high up from inside the capsule.
Right.
And they got caught because they turned on the lights and like, oops. So yeah, it's pretty bad, bro. I mean, they're things they do to fake it, and they've been caught so many times with the ISS footage. They get caught with hanging on strings, and they get caught using CGI. I mean, you could go down below and look at some of the stuff they've got down there in the information, additional information channels we have.
All right.
And these people could post, some of these bloopers that they have from the ISS and whatnot. It's just really bad. It's sad.
Yeah, I'm on the website right now, and to be honest, I've never really gone to their website. Right now, I'm just looking at their photos, and I mean, like, shit. Do I have image perms? Can I post this?
I don't know if you do or not. You have to ask a mod for that.
Well, anyway, it does look fake. I'll give that to you. It's like a picture of I don't know what this is. They're trying to push it as a satellite or something.
Well, check it out. Where's the camera that took a picture of that satellite? Did they just throw it out in space, or what? I mean,
good question, actually. All right, well,
yeah. I mean, come on, who took that photo?
And they bamboozled everything.
There's nobody up there flying around in a spaceship taking photos of satellites.
Who knows? Maybe there is. I don't know.
There's not.
But there is cameras in the ocean taking photos of mermaids, though. Real.
I can't really hear what that guy's saying.
He just said, but we do have cameras in deep ocean photos taking pictures of mermaids.
Yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for this information. This is helpful. I will be honest. I'm gonna try and find some more images here, because I'm trying to find one of the Earth where it says that it's like, what'd you say, computer generated imagery? I haven't found one yet, but then again, I never come to the website, so I don't really know what I'm doing. Oh, I think I found it. Nope, I did not.
Well, I mean, Jake, when we're talking about gas pressure without a container, right? We're breathing gas pressure, right? Like, if the sky was an open system and men could go there, right? If we can get in a rocket and we can go up and then go into a vacuum, right? If we go to outer space,
sure,
right? Then so would the gas that you're breathing. So like my contention, and I think a lot of people here, they would say that that place cannot exist because we're breathing. So any photo from that alleged place is nonsense. Do you get that?
It's not like it's not like the stars aren't there, and it's not like there's not space between us and them. It's just not a vacuum, and it's not at the distances they say they are. There's a little bit misleading when they say that it doesn't exist, because obviously the stars exist. Obviously there's space between us and them. It's just not a vacuum. That's impossible, because the air on the earth would equalize and migrate off into the vacuum, and then we wouldn't have air to breathe. So
outer space, right?
Yeah, my apologies. I always call it space. I guess that's wrong, right?
Yeah, these guys are pretty specific in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll remember that.
And then I got a funny one for you, bud. So, like, gravity, right? Is it a force? Is it not a force? The whole history of the thing is very interesting. At first, there was these guys, they claim Newton, is the author of this gravity, but Newton didn't want his name really associated with it, as far as I understand. And these guys, Reverend John Michell, and C.V. Boyce, and Cavendish, they claim that gravity was a force, and it was a mass attracting mass. And they claim that this was a natural phenomenon. But there was a problem with it because we don't observe it. Like, we never observe mass attracting mass. Like, we would just be stuck to the earth or to some well, I don't want to say that, but we don't observe mass, like attracting mass, and especially with the gas. And then Einstein came along and he said it was the conceptual bending of length, width, depth, and time, right?
Yeah.
And due to the uneven distribution of mass, right? Well, we don't experience that either, because those things are concepts. Like time is a concept, and how do you bend concept, right? It's like
good point. Yeah.
What Einstein did, he did real mathematics, right? He did a real equation, and it's real in the math, right? But it's not real in reality, because you can't really bend time. If you could, you know what I mean?
So
this
time
is the
travel not possible, huh?
Time travel. Well, I just want to tell you the funny part, right? I can debunk gravity, right, with gas, because gas will expand in all directions, right? And the way I would demonstrate it, Jake, is I would have you pull my finger, right? And then I would pass gas, and that gas would expand in all directions. Fill the available volume.
Right? I wouldn't do it if you asked me, just saying.
But I'm just saying, I could debunk gravity with a fart, bro. And I think that's very interesting. I don't know about you guys.
It's something, I'll give that to you.
I wish that was funny.
I mean, it's funny. It's just like
fart joke, bro. Fart joke.
I know. You don't want to hear me laugh, so I hold it in usually all the time because my laugh is just horrible. I get made fun of for it.
Good. It's all good, buddy.
Well, I think that's it. I think laughs are interesting. Everybody has a little bit of a different giggle or whatever, and I think that's just kind of like not something you should make fun of. I mean, good hell, nobody laughs the same way.
Well,
girls giggle all kind of weird and crazy sometimes, and it's just nothing weird about that shit. It's just the
I
difference
mean,
in
it's okay. Like, it's just my friends who do it. It's not like, I don't know. And I understand, because it's like, my laugh is kind of like a dolphin. It's one of those. It's not good. I'll just leave it at that.
Sounds cool to me. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, for hell's sakes.
Well, alrighty.
Sometimes my laugh sounds like a hyena on PCP, so I wouldn't worry about it, Jake.
Who the fuck is this?
Just telling you, don't worry about it, bud.
I rarely worry about things, so it's all good.
Who do you worry about?
Nothing, basically. I don't really worry about things.
Awesome. That's a great way to be.
Is there any way you could teach me how to do that?
I was gonna say, man.
That'd be nice. But not to worry about things.
Start farming, man. Just start farming. Change your life.
Do you live on a farm? Are your parents farmers in that? Is that what you're getting at? Or you just have a garden?
I got what do you call it? It's like an enclosure. It's like an enclosure type of a garden, but it's not like it's not huge, but it's not small. I don't know. I'm kind of new to it. I've been doing it for maybe 3 years. I don't know. Would you call that new?
So you have a greenhouse, basically?
No, it's a garden it has a gate type of a thing, but it's not enclosed. I don't really know what to call it. There's probably a name, but yeah, I've been doing that for a few years. It's pretty good. It's like it relieves stress. So I mostly do it for that, and I end up with a healthy bunch of stuff usually.
What kind of things do you grow there, Jake?
I mean, I think we've been over this in the voice text.
I can't access that right now.
Tomatoes. I grow tomatoes.
Tomato.
But
Oh, yeah. Okay, got it. You grow anything else?
one sec.
Cool.
That's just basically it. Sorry, I had to do something real quick.
No, that's okay.
But yeah, I'm not kidding about the tomatoes. I'm joking about the pies and stuff, but I mean I do grow tomatoes. That's not a joke.
Do you do tomato cream pies?
No, and I don't want to.
Good call. Good call.
Does gas have mass? Who's the ether proponents in here?
Gas has mass.
I'm trying to rile the room up a little bit.
Ugh. Technically, it would have a very low percentage of weight. I would think so. I mean, doesn't everything have a weight to it?
Well, yeah, gas has.
Does light have weight?
Dude, don't even go there. That's gonna blow my mind.
Clouds have weight, but they're up in the sky.
Yeah, I've never understood that. That's pretty gnarly.
They got tons and tons and tons of water in them, but yet they're floating in the sky. That's
Right.
very strange.
Am I allowed to curse on here, by the way? Sorry.
Not if you ask for permission.
Huh. Alright.
Who is Jake from State Farm?
Me.
Oh, it's the new kid?
Oh my god, I'm not a kid, first of all. Use you.
What's up, Jake from State Farm?
A lot of things. Like, a lot. I don't know if I could explain it all in one night. I mean, I'm good, if that's what you're asking. Sorry.
Yep, that's what he was asking.
So, Jake, in your opinion, how old does a person have to be before they're like no longer be categorized as a kid? I mean, when you become an adult or an adolescent, or where's the? I mean, I know it's probably more of a mental thing.
25 years old.
Jake, ask him to define kid.
I'm not
Don't do
even
it, it's
gonna
a
go
trap.
there
It's a trap.
because, listen, I've already heard the whole baby goat thing. I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I don't. But I get why people do that. Anyway, when it comes to being an adult, I guess it would be about the maturity level. Now, as you can tell by my comments, I'm not at that level, but I don't like being called a kid for reasons. Yeah, I would say it's just about the individual person, but like not a specific age. But usually, like, when I meet adults, I seem to find that the most mature, like, where you be like, yeah, that's an adult, it's like 45, 50. And that's really too bad, honestly.
Words of wisdom.
I think you might be kind of accurate on that, Jake.
Yeah, you sound pretty wise, actually.
I'm far from it, but thanks.
Hey, Jake, you want to know the difference between wisdom and experience?
I would, actually, yeah. Let me grab a notebook. Hold on. I don't have my notebook. Never mind. Go ahead.
Wisdom or experience is usually overrated by old men, right? It's the best. It's the best way to train an idiot, right?
Sure.
But a man with an experience is not at the mercy of a man with an argument, right?
Yeah.
Wisdom, on the other hand, wisdom is doing what you should have done the first time every time, essentially. So get wisdom, right?
Yeah.
It's better than learning through experience.
Okay.
But experience also, you know, the man with an experience is not at the mercy of a man with an argument. I'm not trying to speak in like double speak. I'm just trying to be funny, I guess.
Here's the deal. Here's how it goes. So, do you know what success is?
Like, how philosophical do you want me to get here?
Success is where luck and preparedness meet.
Mm-hmm.
Put that in your pipe and suck it down.
I quit that last week, so no.
You'll do it.
You know, and when you said a second ago, that was a very smart statement. I have to say, wisdom is when you do something right the first time. That is
he's right about
extremely
that.
accurate, because there's many times when I was working in the construction field and stuff, and I didn't build it right the first time, and I had to do it over. I had to fix it, or I had to waste of time, you know? And so when you can learn to do things right the first time, that's definitely a shit pile of wisdom right there. If you
Can anyone name one instance where that actually happens? Like, has that happened to anybody?
Where I done something right the first time?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I built a house right the first time once, many times. I poured a sidewalk. I drove a backhoe and dug a hole right the first time, to the right grade and to the right size and to the right. You know, everything was perfect. Yeah,
I mean, like, the first time you built a house, like the actual first time, did you do it right? Or are you talking about many times after the actual first time you did it right?
Well, obviously, I had to learn I had to learn a lot of the trades, and I had to learn how to do things right. Yeah, that's
right. So
now,
how
be
can you
fair.
do something right
You
the first
either
time?
build the house or you don't. It's not like one of those I built half a house really well kind of deal.
I can get really technical, so I apologize if I'm being too technical.
No.
No, you're not talking over our heads, Jake. You're fine.
All right.
Technically, around here we like to get technical.
Yes, we do.
Hyper-technicality.
Noticed.
Hyper-specificity. That's a good one.
It's a bad word. That's a nightmare.
I know.
Hyper-specificity.
Tell Witsit that. He uses it all the time.
Which it's a lot of the reason I started talking on this instead of just listening from YouTube.
Witsit gets it.
My fault. Go ahead.
All of you guys, man. Our ace.
Oh, shucks, partner. You're not so bad yourself.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've dropped the ball a few times here. I'll admit
Who's
that.
Witsit? These guys have known each other for a long time, man. Everyone in here has a like all of these people know each other. Yeah. There's so many relationships on Discord. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I met the love of my life here, actually.
Nice.
That's hot.
So did Witsit and Kai. I think somebody else did. I just can't put my finger on it.
Somebody. Yeah. So, Jake from State Farm. I don't know. These guys, there's so many relationships out here. There's things these people, they know each other.
I mean, that's cool. Yeah.
Couple years of chit chat.
Or 4 or 5 years, even.
Yeah, I'm just talking about me. Couple, 2-ish.
Is that Glatflobe? All right. I was looking for the green circle.
Oh, that thing, yeah. Well, I change it up.
It's good to talk to you.
Likewise. Hey, let me see. Who am I talking to?
Matt.
Will East?
Yep.
Cool.
How long have you been here, Matt?
Not long. Beginning of the year, maybe. I don't know. I figured out voice the beginning of the year. Actually, I've had the app for. I had the app for a little while before I found those red dots to click on. Really, had to figure out how Discord worked. So for a long time, it sat idle. I didn't really do anything with it. So beginning of the year, I think I first talked to Helio. I don't know, maybe 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Yeah, it was. We brought up. We were talking about what's that guy's book, man?
Samuel Robotham.
It wasn't Robotham. It's the. Oh my God.
Eric Dubay, 200 Proofs.
Nope.
Is that a book? I don't even know.
Who's Eric Dubay?
I got it right here.
One of the
What was that,
original.
Jake?
Who's Eric Dubay?
He is one of the original flat Earth content makers.
Oh.
Yep.
Edward Henry.
Does he have a YouTube then?
I believe he does. I'm not sure when he first started making content, but some of these people might know exactly when it was. Probably like 2015, maybe. I'm just guessing. Maybe.
The dude doing yoga in his profile picture?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
A couple years ago, he got his whole page shut down on YouTube. He lost 150,000 subscribers. He started again. He's back up. I think back up to 150, but they cap him at that. Whatever he's at.
Oh, so he can't get any more? You're saying?
YouTube will control the subscribers of certain accounts.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, they're starting to call flat Earth misinformation. which is just the opposite. It's accurate information, and they don't like it. I mean, not all flat Earth content is accurate information, but for the most part, it's truths that they don't want the masses knowing about for some reason.
Okay.
I honestly think they're just so ignorant that they just think it's misinformation because they haven't looked into it for themselves.
Pete Drinker, you kiss your mama with that mouth?
Just answer the questions, dude.
Somebody called me pee drinker earlier. I took that as offensive.
Depends on what you think about drinking pee.
They weren't talking to you, by the way. Jake, they weren't talking to you, by the way.
Yeah, someone said that I'm pee drinker, and I didn't understand what that meant until a little later.
Yeah, you'll get it soon.
No.
Well, then they were mistaking you for pee drinker.
Right. And I was offended. Still offended. Whoever said that, fuck you.
That's just it's not a cut, it's just a username that someone chose.
Oh.
No, it is a cut, because fuck that, dude. Fuck you, Pete Drinker.
Yeah, I wonder how many pee drinkers there are.
Closet pee drinkers in here? I don't know.
They say they're estimating, like NASA gives us these estimates, it's probably 30 to 40 million.
I feel like that's close to the mark, huh?
Well, I mean, they've been filtering their pee in space for a long time.
Pete Drinker, are you ever going to trim your beard?
I can't blaspheme the temple of God, my friend.
That was a smart answer.
Unbeknownst to the pee drinker haters, he does happen to have just a little bit of knowledge about the scriptures and many other things. And I kind of like the guy. And I don't give a fuck what any of you think about that.
Oh, everybody's got potential. Shut up.
He's got more than potential. He may just not choose to use it.
Yeah, potential.
Who's licking their chops? Is that you, Glatphobe?
Yeah.
Wipe your mouth.
Okay, sorry. Is this better? I guess not.
Sounds clean.
You sound clean, partner.
Very crisp.
Oh, wrong picture.
Somebody just server deafened, and then server deafened muted, or whatever, Pete Drinker, and then right when that happened, he left. It's like he was watching.
Aren't we supposed to ban him? I don't understand why he's even here. Is my mic coming through?
Mic check.
Yeah. Yes, you are, Keji.
Did anyone catch the first thing I said?
Oh, why is he not banned?
He said You should ban tea drinkers.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Someone else beat you to it, I think.
Do you have a reason for banning him, or is it just because you want to jump on the bandwagon with everybody else?
Oh, no, it's one of the, actually I think a couple of the moderators actually said to just ban him on the spot.
Was unintended or unintended?
I didn't catch what you said.
When he said you just jumping on the bandwagon, was that a pun intended or not intended?
Not intended.
That was good.
Just another appeal to authority.
Those guys that get stuck in the desert, 2 weeks later, they're drinking their pee and they live, so.
The Americans should be ashamed of themselves drinking Russian pee. Outer space is fake.
I think a lot of you might be surprised at the information there's out there about urine therapy. There's lots of it.
Pee on a jellyfish bite, is that a myth?
What's a myth?
No, I've done that. It works.
Pee on a jellyfish thing? Dude, yeah, I would pee on it. Why not? You're there, you know?
Yeah, I did it once. I had to. It was baby jellyfish. And they washed up they're all dead baby jellyfish washed up on the shore from Hurricane Katrina. I was on the west coast, Virginia Beach, with green oceans and such. I spent a lot of time in the water. And then when I got out, I had all these burn shits on my legs. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I look at the lake, look at the ocean, and it's just floating with all these like dead jellyfish bodies. And I didn't see them when I was walking out. I was like, holy shit. I go, what do I do? And the guy goes, you got to pee? And I was like, yeah. He goes, go take a shower and piss on your leg, and he'll be fine. I was like, no. He's like, trust me. So I did, and it neutralized the burn, and yay.
And a man with an experience is not at the mercy of a man with an argument.
Not only that.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, not only that does it act as a neutralizing agent, it's got stem cells, it's got all kinds of crazy stuff in it. So, I happen to know a lot about urine therapy too, and I don't think there's anything wrong with drinking your pee. So there.
Hyperspecificity. How do you go about doing something like that?
What do you mean? You pour it in a cup and you drink it?
Damn, that's hardcore.
It is hardcore because it doesn't taste good.
You ever put it on ice?
No, you don't sip it.
Oh, shit.
You got to take it all down at once, and you don't get used to it. Not really.
Oh, my God.
I mean, some people, go crazy with it, but, the thing to do is to just ingest what's in the pee. It's like... what I've heard about it is basically... the best way to break it down is everything that your body didn't use between when you ingested some stuff or inhaled stuff or whatever, drank stuff, whatever your body didn't use, it puts in this kidney cycle, filter it out, and then whatever comes out is a lot of that leftover stuff that, when they say like, oh, don't take this multivitamin, you'll just pee most of it out. Well, the reason they say that is because, and that should give people a clue as to like, you'll pee it out. Well, okay, so are you telling me that I'm peeing out good stuff? Yeah. Okay. Why is that? Well, I don't know why it is, but you get a lot of. So basically, you're reprogramming. If you drink it from then, like 2, 3, 4 hours of not drinking or of your pee making itself in the kidneys, and then you drink that, and it tells your body to heal whatever happened in the last 3 or 4 hours, and it helps you prepare for more time. It's like an adaptogenic process, I guess. It's hard to explain.
Adaptogenic. That's a fancy word.
Yeah. Helps your body adapt to, like with its own natural abilities, it increases, boosts your adaptogenic abilities, like your ability to keep your body warm if you're cold, the ability to fight off things with your immune system.
Nice. You know anything about I heard you mention kidneys. You know, you must know a few things about the kidneys if you're talking about the apathetic system or whatever. Childhood nephrotic.
Sympathetic and parasympathetic. Is that what you're trying to talk about?
Childhood nephrotic syndrome. Are you familiar with any with
No.
that? It's I guess the membrane. There's a membrane, and all the protein passes through, and it's called childhood nephrotic syndrome. They treat it with steroids.
Crazy.
Yeah. Trying to figure
I think there's every kind of syndrome that you can think of. You just look at the body and be like, there could be a syndrome or 10 based on that right there.
Yeah. I'm just in my mind, I'm considering that and what you're telling me. And who really knows, you know? No one.
Well, yeah, I mean, and here's the deal. These are just things I've heard. I've also put a little bit of research into the urine therapy thing, probably not as much as our friend pee drinker, but I don't know. But anyway, so it seems like there's a lot of good things that you're getting rid of in your urine. And like I said, stem cells is huge because it's your stem cells. You know, your body knows exactly how to use them. And so it's giving your body more chance to heal things and to, you know, it's pretty much your own fountain of youth, to be honest. And it's gold for a reason, and all kinds of stuff. But anyway, yeah, this is what I've heard. This is what I've read.
What about brushing your teeth with, you know, the Romans brushed their teeth with their urine and it worked, right?
I mean, prove that to me. Come on.
Proof. That's a
well,
big
let's
word.
go back to Roman times if they even existed in any way, shape, or form the way that we've been told.
Oh, I was talking about the record. Yeah. According to the record.
Fuck the record.
Fuck the records, man.
Fuck them all, each and every one of them. What'd you record? You recorded your experience, your perspective. And then someone else is going to see it. And then someone else is going to try to retell the story. And each time the story is retold, the truth gets chipped away at until it's a completely different story.
Completely different story.
Yep.
What about that story? Does it happen to that story? So I guess you're like fractal, right? You like fractals a lot.
That's infinite regress, and I don't put up with that.
My man.
Only because it's a paradox that I can't explain. That's the only reason. I don't fuck with it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's nice to find the paradoxes, though, and man, I wish I could do that more. Yeah, I heard someone mention it about a book. I guess it was a bunch of psychologists on Discord, and they're talking about some guy who mentioned paradoxes, like when people can identify many paradoxes. It's you know, it's kind of special.
What do you mean identify them?
Well, like we were talking about fractals, and you called that a paradox, right?
No. Well, infinite regress, but yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing. I can't explain fractals. Well, the problem is with that one, it's like, how small can we get? We get smaller and smaller, and we discover there's more every time we get smaller. And at least I think that's what happens. That's what we're told, right?
Sure.
So what's
Always
anything
half
made out of?
something,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying is what's anything made out of, right? What's it truly made out of? Like, oh, it's all sound, or it's all, fractalization. Well, what?
Fractalization.
I
Go ahead, got it rocking.
What's that?
What'd you say?
Nothing. No, my son said, "What's fractalization?"
Oh.
I repeated the word. I know what it is.
Oh. He said he just repeated it. He knows what it is. Okay.
Got it. Yeah. Well, technically, I don't even know what the fuck it is, but it looks like it looks like basically it's itself repeating itself, repeating itself. You know what I mean? Like that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. Right.
And where it ends, nobody knows.
Right, or where it comes from, but it's just happening over and over in front of you.
Infinite regress.
And it's only a fallacy because it can't be used in an argument to prove something, positively prove something. That's why. Honestly, though, that's the biggest existential question, though. Right? Who created the creator, if there's a creator? It's the big old, let's just keep going back in time forever and for never, because you're never going to find that out.
Infinite regress, right? And if it was infinitely old, then we would have never arrived to today. Right?
Yep. Well, no. What's today? Today is now constantly happening. So is tomorrow, and so is yesterday.
Yeah, the past, present, future, they have to exist.
Here's the deal. Listen to this. Just take for instance, this is just for instance, the cartoon version of the flat Earth and the dome on top and the sun and the moon spinning inside, okay? Take that. Well, there's no time inside there. It's just doing what it's doing. We see time and we measure time because we have a finite existence, at least so we're convinced of, right? My body starts and stops. The day starts and stops with the sun being over there and then over there. And since I'm finite, everything is finite, and so I got to put, time is distance, and people get all fucked up with it because they don't see outside of the thing. The thing's just doing what it does. A motor does what it does. There's no time inside of a motor. It's just going. It's just doing what it's going to do. Do you see what I'm saying? So the sun and moon are just doing what they're doing. There's no such thing as time. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No such thing as time.
Time is like
past,
Go ahead.
present, future. Because for time, it's past, present, and future in the, right?
But they're concepts, because can you go back to yesterday? Can you go to tomorrow?
No. Well.
So then it's a concept.
But today can't exist without yesterday and tomorrow.
How the fuck do you know that?
Because, this is how I know. I can doubt, right? I can doubt. This is Descartes, right? I can doubt, but I cannot doubt the fact that I'm doubting, right? So I know this is real. I'm right?
It's real to you. It's real to you.
Well, you can doubt. What do you mean real to me? If it's real whether I exist or not.
There is that too. There is a reality that exists whether or not you perceive it. Yeah.
So I can doubt, but I can't doubt the fact that I'm doubting. So I know, this is real. I guess I'm getting to the basics, right? I think, therefore, I am. Everybody's heard this.
Well, then I just go back to Morpheus. What is real? How do you define real? Is reality just electrical signals interpreted by your brain?
You're really good at that, Glad.
I've seen the movie too many times.
So, can you tell us more about logical fallacies, Glad?
I actually don't know a lot about them, to be totally honest. I just know something. I know a little about a little.
Gotcha. I'll read you.
Drace would be the one to ask of all of us. I mean, they all these cats know them probably way better than I do. I can't just pick a fallacy and start going off about it in 10 examples of when people use them. But yeah, I don't know.
We got the straw man, right? That's a classic.
Straw
Just
man's
put
the
it
one
this way, it's practically every time a Glober opens his mouth, he's using one.
Yeah, every time. Yeah, because it has to be fallacies that come out of the Glober's mouth because they're defending a lie in the first place.
Affirm and consequent. There you go.
Begging the question. Yeah, non sequitur, red herring, all these guys.
Herring. I heard someone say, herring, I don't fish. I think that was Alex Stein said that. Herring. Red
I don't
herring.
fish. Well, I never knew why they named it that in the first place. Red herring. Like, you can get red herring, and it's a decent fish. It tastes all right. Like, but why'd they call it that?
Man. What's your philosophy, Glatflobe?
Which one?
I don't know, buddy. Are you a theologian?
I'll tell you this. My MO is to provide, create, support, etc. levity in the face of tragedy.
Oof.
That's me. Class clown, man.
You wear it. It sounds like you wear it well. You know?
Hope so. I mean,
It sounds like you're right where you're supposed to be.
I hope so, man. I appreciate it. I got a lot of people around me that dig that about me and dig that all that stuff. So I'm super lucky.
You said that word again, luck, right? Chance. What do you think? Chance is real? Like, if God is sovereign, how could chance be real?
Don't talk about the God thing. Let's just try to go with what we can observe ourselves.
I got carried away.
No, you're good. To ask the question again, though.
I was going to say, like, we were talking about time earlier. Well, chance is the same way, right?
Yes, chance is an observed phenomenon naturally occurring that,
I believe in luck and I believe in God. Why is there a contradiction?
Well, because chance is just our ignorance, right? It's we don't know, so we use this. So we use this mathematics to, and it really describes our own ignorance. There's no such thing as chance. If chance existed, I'm going to say God would not exist.
Hold on. God doesn't have to come into the equation. That's what I'm saying.
I think you mean superstition is ignorance, right?
Or religion, yeah. What man does, yeah. I would define religion as what man does, superstitious or otherwise.
No, chance, luck, chance. See, and that's what I said earlier. To me, it sums it up because luck. Okay, so luck is something that you don't work for. So it's a free lunch. That's luck, or at least something you don't perceive that you've worked for. And then that starts a whole spiral placebo effect versus did I work for it or not or whatever. So luck is something that comes along. Preparedness is something you do only. It's all up to you. There's no luck involved. It's the antithesis of luck is being prepared. And so that's why I say success is both of those things meeting. Success is where luck, which you don't control, and preparedness, which you do control, meet. And then, hopefully at the right time, and bing, bang, boom, you've got success.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I think you do create your own luck.
You can, absolutely. And that's kind of what I'm saying with the whole like placebo effect thing. It's like, if you put yourself in the right spot at the right time, then something's bound to happen. Whereas if you're not putting yourself in the right spot at the right time, but isn't that just preparedness for a perhaps lucky event, right? It's tricky.
If you're always negative and always putting everything down, especially yourself, how could you be lucky?
I'm not sure. I know a lot of pieces of shit that are lucky though, so I don't know. I don't know about that one. I couldn't tell you.
A piece of shit may have some positive aspirations.
Yeah, sure.
I don't necessarily think you have to have luck for success. I mean, it can definitely help.
No, you don't have to. Sorry.
But
yeah, I guess you're right.
I think preparedness and hard work can earn you success without any luck at all. Just because you worked very hard and you prepared better than anyone else or better than most at whatever you're trying to accomplish, and you can be very successful.
So then are you luckier to have more perseverance than the next guy, or is that something you've developed just on your own?
I don't think my perseverance was something that luck gave me, happenstance by any chance. No, I earned every bit of my perseverance.
Well, what I'm saying is you as a person, as a soul, might be more prepared to be that kind of perseverant, whereas somebody may not be, and they were just born that way. You know what I mean?
I guess, but I still think if a person really wants...
Is everything earned to you? Everything?
No. If you inherit some crazy shit, that's luck. That's not earned.
Everything I own so far has been earned. I've never had.
So this is now a philosophical conversation that is even more interesting because my experience in my life, I've been more lucky than so many people. I've also worked hard for a lot of things, but it's not a one or the other. For me, it's equal parts luck and preparedness.
Yeah, for me, luck is just when you beat the law of averages pretty deliberately. You know, pretty obviously. And when you're below the law of averages, then you're unlucky. And I don't think that has to come with it, but it has to do with just getting the better portion. I think that you can see that when you look around. That's just how I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're born like in a poor country, in a sense, that's unlucky. If you're born in a very rich country where there's no shortage of food, for example, you don't have to drink mud for water.
Yeah,
and you're lucky in that way.
Yeah, I agree.
But I know some people won't look at that like luck. I just consider that luck, you know.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation in whole. You know, I don't have my mindset one way or the other about it. And Godreckon brought up a good point. You know, you don't have to have luck to have the same kind of success.
And you can also have things given to you, or you can also be lucky, and then that not serve you. It might be better if you earned it. That's the best way is to earn it, right?
But, it is the best way to earn it.
But still, you know, you can work for it and be unlucky and not get it.
Well, and I'm lucky in love, and actually, I'm lucky in my ability to be able to give other people perhaps what they would perceive as good luck, right? Help people out.
Yeah, if you help somebody out that needs help, then that's good luck for him, and that's you basically did it.
Nothing gives me a jolt of energy than helping someone out. Nothing wakes me up more than that.
There's a dude going around on TikTok who meets up with these people and asks for like food, or asks for like, can I have some socks for my daughter? Can I have can you buy me a ticket for a meal or whatever. And then if the people help him, he'll give them like $1,000.
That's cool.
And then people turn around and go, "What?"
Yeah, I've seen that guy. He has a lot of videos too. They'll give away $500.
That dude's a trooper, man. I like that dude.
Over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice thing.
That's how you bless people. Like you're spreading the blessings around.
It's like a double pay it forward. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, you saw that movie, Pay It Forward?
Yep. Yeah, oh yeah.
The opening scene, a dude crashes his car in the rain, and then some dude just drives up to him and just hands him his keys. That was like an awesome scene.
Yep.
Of course, the poor kid had to die to make it.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is a movie after all. Pay It Forward is one of the better films I've seen in that realm of like, I don't know. It made me feel motivated in life to do the next right thing, better than all the other cheesy films that tried to do it before. Not to say cheesy's bad. Sometimes it really works. I'm just saying that one spoke to me because of the way it was written and filmed and such, and cast. The cast was great.
Yeah, because if people are looking to pay it forward, they're not looking to steal from other people. That's like an opposite mindset, right?
Yep. Yep.
That kind of thing can fix the world if it can work.
Exactly right. Yeah, absolutely right.
I mean, there'd be no war. There'd be no. I don't know what else.
I don't know about all that. That's a blanket like statement. I think. Not, I don't have any evidence of that. You could be completely right about that. No war, no famine, no blah blah blah. It's. I don't know. I don't want to discourage anybody though. They sound like pipe dreams. I just like the, prepare for the worst, hope for the best kind of attitude. But I don't know. I might be changing.
Don't be so spiritually minded that you're of no practical use. I hear you.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Gotta have that preparedness. Because we can't count.
That's right.
We can't count on luck.
No, you can't count on luck. But and that's the thing. You can always count on your own preparedness. Like that whole. If you want to do something right, you got to do it yourself, kind of deal. I like that. I'll be right back.
Was that Godric I heard earlier?
Yeah, what's up?
Good to hear you, man. I see
what's
you
up,
around.
Matt? Willie East. How do you say that?
Matt Will East, yeah.
Are you the guy who believes in God and not luck?
Yeah, that'd be me. Yeah,
I respect it. I mean, it makes a point. You make a point because if there's God, then you don't really need luck. Everything is set in place for you.
Essentially, yeah.
You know who believes in luck are the Asians. The Asians have that wrapped in their culture. They gamble a lot and they do shit on chance, and they pray to these golden idols to bring them luck. It's their whole culture. I just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah, it's a cross-cultural reference there, man. Those are cool. I like it when that happens. When you have something like something in the culture that's like it references, other cultures as if, these cultures are related. Yeah. I like those types of things.
I just consider luck like basically when you beat the law of averages. If you go to a casino and win, if you are doing well at your job and you're on the upper pay scale, if you're blessed with family, obviously blessed with health, because there's someone who doesn't have the job, doesn't have the family, doesn't have the money, doesn't have the health, and then you can say, well, they're just unlucky. You can also say it's the person, what they do. You can also blame God, but that's just how I see it. But the best success is earned, obviously. Something that comes easy can go easy. Something that comes from hard work stays.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah, if you earn it from scratch, then you can get it again. No one can really take it from you, because you can just do it again. But if someone hands you something, like if you get inherited some shit, obviously that's a fool and his money soon parted. So that's the problem there.
Don't get me started, bro. My God owns a cattle on 1,000 hills. Okay, I won't say it again.
What was that? Sorry, what was that?
That's just an old Bible verse.
What's the Bible verse?
I was just thinking about inheriting all things. Like, it's in the Old Testament. I can't remember who says, "My God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills or 10,000 hills, whatever, on all the hills." One day, yeah. I'm just hope. I have that crazy hope, right? That dangerous hope.
Hope is a waking dream. Aristotle.
You want to know what Plato defined nothing as? I think it was Plato. It's what rocks think about. Nothing is what rocks think about.
Basically, it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like, who was the guy that first said space is nothing? Like, a vacuum is nothing, right? And nothing cannot exist. And then Plato defined nothing as what rocks think about. Kind of interesting. Nature abhors a vacuum. I forget who said that now for some reason.
Nature abhors a vacuum. I think Aristotle said that also.
Aristotle. Getting late, guys. I'm probably going to call it a night. I wish you all the best.
Keep it flat.
Have a good one.
Next time. God willing. Later.
Good night.
Cut the shit in the house. Say, dude.
Mic check. Knock knock.
Yeah, you sound good.
Cheers, thanks.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking,
these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, The Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
But don't let it say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
I think there's holes in both theories from what I've seen. So I'm just I don't really, to be honest with you, David, the reason why I don't get into it is because there's a lot of division and there's a lot of negative energy that weighs in on it. So that's one of the main reasons why I don't, and it's not going to change my life, even if we find out it is flat. But
I 100%
nonetheless-
disagree with that. Yes,
Okay.
there's negative energy if you allow it, and we'll have this conversation. It's gonna be.
Hello and welcome to the Syncretism Society podcast, episode 8. My good friends, as you can tell, my dear friend Santos is not sitting beside me today. Earlier today, his father, Victor Bonacci, passed away at hospital, and I just want to send out the greatest and largest condolences and prayers to him and his whole family. We're all with you, my brother, and we're supporting you all the way through, as you know. So Logan will be sitting in today as our
I'm
dear
filling in.
guest. Yes. And we have a very, very, very special guest today. You all know him very well, Mr. David Weiss. Round of applause, guys.
No, come on. I don't know if they all know me. I mean, I am
They all know you.
outspoken
They-
a little bit, but
They all know you, David. They all know you.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Yeah. So it's amazing to have you on here. Really excited about the content that you've been providing. I've been watching you for a while now.
Okay.
And I was saying how you literally, I'm not going to go and say the word, but you literally take a nice all over all the Globers. Nice one. Nice big one.
You know what? It's so easy to do, and people that they're, you know, we have our dedicated Globers who basically are soulless, you know, channels for Satan or whatever you want to call it. But then there's just the people, the normal people that are like, oh, flat earth is stupid, and they don't understand their own model, and they don't understand our model. They think that we're a disc floating in space, which you've seen me show every time. And that's crazy. We're not that, you know. And they've been to the Flat Earth Society. We're not that. That's not us. That's crazy. And I would think that flat earthers are stupid too. Here's what I just want to clear up. When we say the Earth is flat, there's hills and valleys and stuff, so it's not flat like that. We live on a plane with hills and valleys, and we don't know what's under it. Nobody knows, whether ball or flat. We don't know how many dimensions are above us or below us. There's so much we don't know, but we know that we don't know. Ballers think they know it all. One thing that we all know for sure, that anyone that's researching, is that we don't live on a spinning space ball flying through an infinite space vacuum.
For
And we
sure.
didn't evolve from Pond's gum.
For sure.
I mean,
That's
maybe some have, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I could point some out downstairs.
Yeah.
From our studio for sure. There's a couple, but man, I'm so excited to have our audience look at some of your content, man, and let's get into it, man. You know, before we get into it, if possible, my friend, can you just give us a little bit of background about you and how you got into the flat Earth?
Imagine a teenage girl being grabbed by the ankle and dragged into a pit of alligators that are very hungry. That's how I got into flat Earth, right? Because I was forced.
Alligators.
Yeah.
It was horrible. It was just horrible. I was like, flat Earth. I was
Why?
doing a conspiracy podcast, and I hate the word conspiracy
Mm.
now just because it's so psyopted. But I was looking into all of the deceptions, the New York one, Connecticut, you know, the marathon, all that stuff, and I was doing great work on it, and working with tons of other people. And then people said, hey, look into flat Earth. And I was like, oh, that's funny. Ha, ha, ha. And then they'd send it again. I'm like, okay, you're banned from ever listening to my podcast again. And then I was forced by Sophia Smallstorm to take a look. Right? I was like, not you too. And I went in closed-minded, planning to debunk it. This is going to end this. This is dumb. It's the dumbest thing ever. And I thought it was the dumbest thing ever because of all of the programming I had to believing what flat Earth isn't, what, you know, they wanted me to believe something that it really isn't.
Yeah.
And then when I started understanding, I'm like, okay, this is interesting, but you know, it's all online. I got to prove this myself. Spent $1,000, bought a Nikon P900, good tripod. And I went down to look at something that should have been 66 feet over the curve. And there it was. And I could see the water, the surface of the water for dozens of miles beyond it, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature. And I'm like, that's not a refraction. That's just there. And then I started looking into how our eyes work. And we have tons of videos explaining the angular resolution limits of your eyes. And what happens, you know, that's not the only reason things disappear because of angular resolution. When it's angular resolution only, you take a zoom camera and bring that ship right back into view.
Yep.
Right. So, but then sometimes you're like, oh, I really can't bring it back. Well, that's because there's miraging going on. There's haze. There's little waves in the, you know, as things go into the distance, something's big and it moves away, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So if I had a wave this big, right, it doesn't really block it, right? It doesn't really block it, but as I go away, that wave isn't getting. Oh, I'm going backwards. That wave isn't getting smaller, and it starts blocking, and then everything converges into the horizon, and it's a fake horizon. Clouds at 5 or 10,000 feet, whatever height that cloud deck is. When you look out over the water, just 20 miles away, 20, 30 miles away max, they're already compressed into the water.
Yes.
Okay. And then everything just goes beyond, and it just looks like it's going down.
So I have a question on that for you.
Before we get into we I don't think we recorded this. So Logan, for our guests out there, Logan is neutral.
Yeah, I'm neutral. I don't really care because it's not going to change my life. But anyway, David said he has a reason why.
That's the one thing that triggers me when someone says, "What difference does it make? It's not going to change my life." It's going to change your life.
I'm interested to hear what you have to say on that.
It's going to change your life.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's awesome. So I like to learn new things. Okay. So I observe the hell out of nature. Okay, especially being here in the sun in Mexico.
Nature doesn't
lie.
And
when you're at high noon here on the beach. And I put my hands up. Now I know there's obviously light refraction that plays a role into all this, but when you're putting your hands up above to block out the light, to look at the sun, to me anyway, from my perspective, I see the sun as a specific size. And then on the top deck of my casita, I have a fourth spot where I can go up there and I can watch the sunset. And to me, the sun is bigger as it comes down, what it appears to be going below the horizon than above. Now, if it is going straight across the earth, then to me, it would be the same size and it would get smaller as it moves away from us. And that just is not what has happened since I've been observing it here.
And that's because you do not understand what you're seeing. And tonight, I'm going to teach you all what you're seeing.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
So I'm going to show you guys two tables. Are these the same width and dimension?
Well, I know.
No, I've watched your stuff.
Okay,
on,
so again, so your eyes, it's very difficult. So this is just showing you that unless you can touch it and measure it, you can't really tell. So first, let's you guys, you probably have seen this, but I want to show it again because then I'm going to lead into something new that I'm going to show. Have you seen my flat Earth kitchen? Seen this?
Yes, I've watched your video on this.
Just real quick so people can see it. We're looking.
This is for our guests for sure.
We're looking at the sun from the elevation of the sun. This line is level. Yes, it's level. I verified it in the full video, but you can see that it's level. Here's my counter. Here it is moving along. This is it can be a cloud deck or a mountaintop, whatever. It's opaque and it's above it. Now we're going to look at the view of the same path from the table, from the far end of the table, and look at the line. It looks like it's going down. If I showed you this first and said, is this line level? You would say, no, it's going down. And look, it never went below this, but this is from the viewer's point of view at your eye level. This is compressed into the horizon. Look at the line now. It's almost going straight down. Okay. So this is just without any atmosphere, refraction, magnification, nothing. Okay. Now we compare it to a real sunset. And look, it goes behind. This is the real sunset, an atmospheric deck. So this is that cardboard bottle thing I had. Right. Yep. But your eyes can't see the difference between that line and the apparent horizon. And it all crunches together and it all just disappears beyond this cloud deck, atmospheric deck of opacity. So now we're going to talk about perspective. So when you watch something go away, it gets smaller. Bam, it just goes away and it gets smaller because you are at the same level as that thing. As it goes away, it gets smaller. Nobody disagrees with that. So this is perspective, and it literally goes away until it disappears. Now, these lines are all level, but look at these lines here. These are almost going straight down, okay? This is a hallway, and it's level, but your eye perceives these as going down. So here we have a sun that's already elevated, okay? It's really going straight across, but due to perspective, it goes down, and this is what an observer would see. This is like a cross view of it. And this is what you would see. Though this sun is just going down due to perspective, like I just demonstrated. Okay. So I forget what the name of the effect is. So here the train cars, it's already reduced.
Yeah.
And as it goes away, it really doesn't change size very much. So this is a cartoon. Let's look at it in reality. Here's two balls, okay, that are the same size, 6 feet apart. The one in the distance is way, way, way small. Okay. So we have a camera looking at it. One's very close, one's very far. It shrank already, as things do as they go into the distance. But when we lift the camera up, straight up, not getting any closer to the other one, watch what happens. Okay? Because when something is already away from you, its perspective drop gets less and less. And at 7 feet high, they're pretty much the same size, right? So if I move this ball along the track, it's not going to get any smaller. And perspective tells you it's going down, okay? This is all just a trick of the eyes.
No,
and that's how it works. Now, here's another thing. There's two more things I'm going to tell you. One, as that sun is going away, as it becomes lower and lower, you're looking, like when you're looking at the sun above you, you're looking through just a little bit of atmosphere. But when you're looking at the sun away from you and it's already dropped, you're looking at it through all of the atmosphere. And when you're looking out over water, there's moisture in that air. So as the sun is going away, remember, it's already up. It's not going to get much smaller. It's also being magnified a little bit sometimes, not every day. That's why sunsets look at different sizes on different days, okay? It's called atmospheric magnification. That just plays a little part. And then the last thing is it's really not bigger. When you see, the next time you guys have an opportunity to see a moonrise or moonset that is gigantic on the horizon, well, you're like, wow, that's big. It's not. It's the same size as this one above you. And the way to do it, you know, you think like, wow, look at that moon. You take a picture and you look at the picture and go, oh, it looks tiny, right?
Yeah.
But you look at it, it's gigantic.
Huge,
it's your
yeah.
mind. Here's what you do. Sounds gay. It's not. Turn around, spread your legs, bend over, and look at the moon upside down through your legs. And it
What's
will
gonna
be
happen?
tiny.
You're kidding me.
It will be tiny.
Why?
Because your brain short circuits and it can't.
Oh my God.
It's totally a short circuit. It's the way we see things. We don't
kidding
see.
me.
Yeah. So the whole argument of the sun not getting smaller, and by the way, it does get smaller many
Ryan,
many
you hearing this?
times, depending
We're
on
gonna
the.
try it out later.
Yeah. Is it a full moon? I'm looking at my
No, it was a few days ago.
Yeah. So, well, it might be big enough, but this was taken by a soldier in Afghanistan, super dry, not over the water, and no humidity, and the sun just goes away. Paul McCartney knows the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. And this, look, we are spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Why isn't that sun going down? It's just going away, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. Okay. So,
and then you zoom in and then you'll see it again.
well, here's one. Looks like this one's setting over the water, right? But as I showed you before in my kitchen one, you can't see that there's space between the sun and the water. And when you zoom in, because, you know, these clouds over here are the same height as the ones above you. But when you zoom in, oh, look, it's not touching the water. It's still up there.
Oh.
And then over distance, like right here becomes opaque, and the sun will just go behind that. And it looks like it's going down. It's not. We showed you that with the perspective. And it looks like it's disappearing behind the horizon, but it's not. There is no physical horizon. We can see too far. It's all nonsense. Next.
I love this guy.
That was a good explanation.
It is. It is. That's why it's so.
That was a good
it's
explanation.
very simple to
Yeah.
fall into the flat Earth because
So
it's all the
here's the
proof
thing.
is in the pudding.
Sorry, I just get very excited.
Yeah, I would be too.
When you're looking at things that you can't touch, there's many reasons. Like people say, well, why do the stars rotate in the opposite direction in the south? Well, if I'm sitting here watching the stars spin around me and they're coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder, so they're going this way, right? Left shoulder to right shoulder.
Right.
Well, if I was in the south and I was over here,
You would be, yeah.
going from my right shoulder
Right
to my left
to your
shoulder,
left, yeah.
and they're not going in a different direction. Here's what you just think about this. No matter where you are in the earth, the stars, the sun, and the moon rise in the east and set in the west. They're all going in the same direction. Okay. Whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise, just has to do with the direction that you are facing. They all rise in the east, set in the west. They're all spinning around like a perfect clock above us.
Of course, guys. If the globe's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, we're traveling through space. It's 66,000 miles per hour. Do you think the stars, would stay in the exact same positions?
We're
centuries
chasing
and
the sun
millennia over and over again?
4.5 billion miles a year we move.
Yeah,
4.5 billion, and there's
billion.
no parallax,
None.
ever. But
Come
NASA says that they can measure parallax from like June and then December. You know, when we're on the other side of the sun, 183 million miles, and they can tell by the parallax and how far they are, right? But what about the 4.4 billion miles that we moved, in the course of a year? And then when you talk about these speeds and distances, people have no friggin' idea. Let me just show you. Watch this. This is the hypersonic sled. It's going to go by Mach 8.4. Don't blink. Okay. Did you see it?
Whoa.
Okay.
That's Mach 8.4?
This is Mach 8.4.
Wow.
We are orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that. And we are chasing the sun 90 times faster than that.
Insane.
And all of these orbits, all of these motions are not straight. Like they're elliptical motions. Imagine you're in a car on a perfectly smooth road and you have a dinner plate and you fill it with water to the edge and you're going perfectly straight on a perfectly smooth road. That's fine, right? But when you take a little bit of a turn, that water is coming right off the plate. But we have lakes that look like this. We are going 10 times and 90 times in two different directions faster than that hypersonic sled. But we have lakes that don't do this. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the high priest of scientism, he says that because of the spin of the earth, the water bulges at the equator. Well, that makes sense. I get it. It makes sense. It was 14 miles high. 14 miles high. If I left Alaska and I wanted to fly to Santiago, I'm only flying at 5 miles high. At what point do I raise triple my height, triple my normal cruising altitude to skim over a hump of water? Okay.
Well, I don't think they promote its actual water. They said that over the billions of years of development of the Earth, that it's turned into oblate spheroid. So it's not the water itself that they're talking about. They're talking about, exactly. The BS that they're pulling is that the thing has turned into this oblate spheroid. It's no longer a sphere. Meanwhile,
what does gravity follow the contour of that? Like you're going and gravity goes up, now go up, now go down. It's the dumbest thing ever. Here,
of course it is.
You know my Bitcoin challenge. I have a Bitcoin challenge on my app. If you watch the daily video every day for 2 weeks and you still think the Earth is a globe, do you know about it?
No.
Oh. Have you seen my app?
I know about your app. Yes, for sure.
Right. I have I'm going to show you the app in a minute. We're going to go over seasons. Then I'll show you the app and then I'll tell you my challenge. And then I got another challenge. The first challenge, you get 3 Bitcoins. The second challenge, you get 100 Bitcoins.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. First of all, you got 100 Bitcoin?
I'm going to give 100 Bitcoins.
You got 100 Bitcoin, David?
Wait until you hear the challenge. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that's.
I'm in crypto myself. 100 Bitcoin.
Nice.
That's no joke.
Are you a Hexican?
I'm part of the Ripple army.
Ripple, baby.
Oh boy. Good luck. You're either gonna make it or not make it.
No, but Hinman's deposition was yesterday, so we're about to find out what's going on with the case. Yeah, everything's
that's a Ripple. All right. So getting back to Logan's questions.
Yes.
Logan, what about seasons? You want to ask that question?
Yeah, actually, since we're at questions, the other one that I observe is the sun's pattern as it spins around according to the flat Earth model, and the amount of daylight and nighttime certain places on the map have. So I was looking at the south of the very south of South America and Argentina, and it having during December it has.
As you're saying this, remember daylight and sunlight are 2 different things.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. So the sunrise and sunset gives it about 16 hours of daylight, as well, according to the map here.
Some sunlight mixed in there, yes.
Right, and then you have all the way at the opposite end up in Alaska. I don't know the town, but it doesn't.
It doesn't set at all. Correct.
Right. So how do you manage that kind of aspects?
Yeah.
With the...
So on the tilted wobbling space ball, we're supposedly tilted at whatever degrees, right? My green is picking up. So we're tilted. So when the sun is summer, when it's over the Tropic of Cancer, it's summer in the north, and everything has its weather patterns. 6 months later, it's the opposite, and equal latitudes south should have the same weather, but they don't. It's completely different. Animal life is different. Plant life is different. Everything, weather, light, it's all different. So that kind of disproves the globe right there and leans towards the flat Earth model. When I say lean, I mean heavily represents what we're seeing on the flat Earth. What we're seeing here, this is a dome, and we have an external light just moving just a tiny bit. And you watch the light patterns. This is the actual light patterns put on the flat Earth map from time and date. And you see when the sun moves in, it lights up this area. And when it moves out, it wraps around. So in the far south, it wraps, the light will wrap. Watch, because it comes around and it wraps around and it wraps around here. So the sun is long gone because it antarched away from you, hint, hint. Okay. Versus when you're in the north in Norway or Alaska, the sun is arcing around you, Arctic, hint, hint. Okay. So they're telling you what's going on. This is how it happens. If the earth was a spinning globe, besides us all being dead, you wouldn't have light patterns like this. You would have matching seasons at 60 degrees south and 60 degrees north. And when you look in Alaska, there's bison, whatever, moose, all different types of plants. But at equal latitude south, there's almost nothing. And that's because the way the sun goes around. So let me pull up my app and we'll talk about seasons and the light patterns. I'll have to activate it here.
You getting all this, Logan?
Yeah, no, definitely.
He's taking it in. It's new information, and we're going to get into why it matters because with all the crap, I listened to your podcast yesterday. You guys were hitting on all the stuff that we're worried about, and this is the most important topic of our time because if we ever get our freedoms back, how long are we going to keep it when the elite, the people that are running this place, they know the truth of this world? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm having an issue. Give me 1 second.
No worries. No worries at all.
What is so go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say about the flat earth. People need to understand that what they're trying to push onto us is the fact that we're so insignificant that we evolved, like you say, from this pond scum, that we're spinning on this globe, traveling through space meaninglessly, and this is what they're taking from us. So it does change everything.
It changes everything, right?
It changes the whole ball game. So,
all right, Logan. So
here we go. Yeah.
Everything I'm going to say here is really easy to understand. Clear your head from the memorization and regurgitation training you had in all of your schooling, and we're going to learn something new that's very, very simple. All right. And so imagine, before I show you, imagine, Logan, you and I are, where you guys, you're in friggin' Mexico, so you don't even know what snow is, but maybe you know what snow is. Let's say you're here in Connecticut. You're from New York. All right, upstate New York. Yeah, so it's freezing cold, middle of the winter. We're sitting outside in a snowy field for some stupid reason, and we're about 20 feet apart, okay? And we're freezing. And then somebody comes over with a long pole and a big, huge heat lamp and holds it 10 feet over your head. You look up and you're like, I feel that heat. It's coming down on me. That's your summer sun. I'm 20 feet away, and I see that, due to perspective, much lower in the sky. I could barely feel the heat. It's far away, and I don't feel the heat. That's my winter sun. And then they move that light over, straight and leveled, 10 feet over my head. I'm like, ice is melting off of me. It's lower in your sky. It's farther away. You don't feel the heat. That's your winter sun. So right here, and this proves that we're not a spinning ball flying through space. Seasons make zero sense on a globe Earth. So the sun and the moon are a perfect clock. Right now, we are part of this Earth system. We, as humans, we can't live off of this Earth. We're connected to it, and they're lying to us about the time. The sun should be pinned to the hour hand, but they're telling us it's an hour later than it is for some ridiculous reason. So the sun keeps track of the hours and the days. The moon keeps track of the weeks and the moons. Remember, there used to be 13 moons of 28 days. Yep. And as you can see, the sun is catching up to the moon and the moon is waning. The sun will lap the moon once every 28 days. So the moon keeps track of the weeks and the moons. Okay? You with me so far?
Yes.
So now I'm going to turn on the stars. The stars are also going in the exact same direction. They tell us the moon is going in the opposite direction. It's ridiculous. The sun is going, it doesn't lap the stars don't lap the sun every 28 days like the sun laps the moon. The stars lap the sun once a year. What does that mean? So we were just in the Tropic of Cancer, which has moved past, and now we're in Leo. And it's slowly, Leo is going to get past the sun in about a month. It takes about a month for each one of these to pass. So that's how the sun is in each each zodiac. So, so also the sun that we see, we'll get into that, migrates in between the Tropic of Cancer, which is this inner yellow line, and the Tropic of Capricorn. As you can see, it goes pretty warm in Mexico, right over you, just like that heat lamp, right over you. But I'm up here in the north. It's still pretty close, not too bad. Australia is having their winter, right? Because the sun is it's coming back. You know, June and July, it was out over here, but now it's moving back towards Australia. If I jump forward to December, the sun is out over Australia. They're having their summer. We're having our winter. Up here in New York, it's freaking cold because look, here's New York. You see my mouse? And the sun's going to come around all the way over here. So far away, like that heat lamp, far away, low in the sky, shorter days, less heat. Like at the high point of the day in December, the highest point of the sun for that day, on a clear day, you can look at the sun here in Connecticut and not even feel the heat on your face. But in June, when the sun is on the horizon, the most severe tilt, if we lived on a ball, that's more than the 23-degree tilt, literally on the horizon, as soon as it shows up, I can feel the heat on my face. That's a much less direct phase. You know, they would tell you there should be an ice age according to mainstream science every morning, but there's not. And it gets worse. In the helio nonsensical bullshit model, they tell us that during our northern summer, we're 3.5 million miles farther from the sun than we are in the winter. So they want us to believe that on December 21st, when I'm looking up at the sun, pretty direct angle, and I can't feel the heat, that we're 3.5 million miles closer than when in June, I look at the sun on the horizon and I feel the heat on my face. This is nonsense. This is complete total mind control. They've inverted everything. All right. So real quick, and I'll just get out of the app. Every day, here's the thing. 3 Bitcoins for touch. If you watch the featured video every day for 2 weeks, and then you can come up with one proof of the globe. But before you do it, you have to hit the question mark. And when you do, up comes what Google is hiding from you. Right now, they're still on YouTube, but we have plans to move them off of YouTube because of the censorship. But if you say, hey, Dave, what about eclipses? What about gravity? What about ships over the horizon? If I click ships over the horizon, hit open YouTube, up comes a list of videos that Google will not serve you. They don't want you seeing these. They haven't deleted them yet. They've deleted a bunch, but they're in here. And then you watch these and you're like, all right, I got to go test that myself. Don't believe anything I'm telling you. You need to test this yourself. Unlike NASA, you can't verify anything. Also in the app, if you hit the web button, tons of other resources. Our video will be here. When you guys upload the video, it'll be right there under DITRH interviews. Here's my channel, DITRH, the initials for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, short videos. Biblical Flat Earth, amazing stuff, even if you're not into the Bible. And then on the bottom right, one of my favorites is Tartaria and the Mud Floods.
Baby. I love that.
And then also I've added Stellium 7, where he's showing mammoths, mountains that were mammoths. You know, I laughed at that until I was forced to watch it again. I'm like, Jesus. Now you go outside and you don't know what the heck you're looking at. It's truly amazing. Tons of stuff. Books. One of my favorites, 16 emergency landings that prove flat Earth. I'll show you that in a moment.
Nice.
And another one, the Iron Republic. What's beyond Antarctica? Very, 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 very interesting story. Tons of stuff in there. Tons of resources. And if you're unsure about spending $3 on an app, what's that?
The Iron Republic is what again?
It's a story about. Let me get out of the app. Also in the app, tons of, like, when you're talking flat Earth with somebody, you want to show them some pictures. You're like, oh, you believe in satellites? Like, you believe this is going on?
Is that what people really believe in?
This is what people believe. Look, check this out. Imagine this satellite right here is geostationary, which means this one stays above this point of land, right? Well, this is what the Earth is doing. This is what the Earth is doing. It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's orbiting the sun at that hypersonic 10 times the hypersonic sled speed and chasing the sun. And that satellite somehow mimics all of those distance, all of those directions, speeding up and slowing down on all of them, and somehow stays over the same point of land. That is nonsense. Complete and total nonsense.
Insanity.
Insanity. And there's so much more. And another feature I'm adding, which is literally, I'm testing it this week. I think it's going to need another week or two, but you can find other flat earthers that have the app. You can turn it on, and you can say, hey, you know what? I don't want to be invisible. That's fine. Or you could say, hey, just give my general position or give my exact position. So I could be like down in Mexico and say, hey, I want to go grab some tacos. And I'll look at it and go, hey, there's a couple flat earthers hanging out in the taco place on the corner. And I'll go in. I'm like, hey, I'm the guy with the gray hat. Come say hello. Like if I was at a beach and someone said, hey, sent me a message like, hey, I'm at this beach. I'm going to the tiki bar. Come say hello. I'm in. I love meeting flat earthers. They're the greatest people on earth. So,
wow. You said you're in Connecticut?
I am.
Where? That's where
I'm in lower Fairfield County.
Oh, Fairfield. Okay.
Is that okay?
Nice.
Oh man, we need this information out to everyone. Everybody.
You're really tan for Connecticut, though, my friend.
I spend a lot of time on the water, and nice. I enjoy my summers the best I can because the sun cures the C word, and suntan lotion gives you the C word.
That's right.
Oh yeah, big time.
So I don't use suntan lotion. And I also turn my brightness down a little bit because I don't want to be.
Oh, it's good, man.
On my light.
Get a little saturated going on. No, good for you. I'm happy that you get out there in the sun.
Yeah. When are you going to come visit us, David?
I want to come soon. I'm literally considering moving to Mexico. So
do it. Come to our town, man. Come to our town.
I will. We'll talk about it. So So seasons prove the Earth is flat. Prove that it's not a globe. What else you got? What here, if I said to you right now, what's the number one thing? We've taken the sun shrinking off the table. What's the number one thing that makes you think the Earth is a globe? I'm not even going to say flat. Let's not talk flat. What makes you think the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't think it's a globe.
All right, we're done. We're done
to
here,
be
everybody.
Really clear with everybody that's listening. I'm neutral because I said.
So what do you think it is, though? If it's not a globe, it's not a flatter plane.
No, I lean more towards the firmament. I believe I believe that we're under something.
Okay.
And I think the Earth is an egg shaped, and we're actually underwater. But it's a little bit of a deep rabbit hole to go down since we're not even kind of getting into that.
I would love to get into that a little bit too. Why not? Let's get into that. But no, look, my question is this. My question to Logan is this. When you picture the plane that we are on, right? When you close your eyes, what do you see?
Oh, for sure.
Do you see us standing on a sphere? Do you see us standing on an oblate spheroid like Neil deGrasse?
No, dude, I'm not into the globe at all.
So what do you feel that we're on? What do you feel that we're standing on? What is it that you think that we're standing on then? If it's not a globe and if it's not a flat plane, then what is it? Is it a triangle? Is it or what is
it?
I
mean, we could get into so many different. Well, I mean, obviously, we're on a flat stationary.
So you believe?
I totally am 100% on board with that for sure. But there are many other layers to this whole entire concept.
Absolutely. There's heavenly realms right above us. We can see them. Look at the clouds.
There's things we can't really kind of define, I think.
100%. We're 1,000% on the same page.
That's what I'm after, the stuff that we can't define. Yeah, the stuff that we can't define. David, I have a question for you. This is my last one, right? And I know you'll be the best person to ask. How do you clarify the moon observational points when you're on the flat Earth and everybody's seeing the same exact moon, the picture of it? If you're standing in one area and you look up, you're going to have an exact replica of someone standing in the far north looking at it. Whereas if you're really looking at it from that flat Earth and you're
what do you mean by the same size? You mean?
I'm talking about the same.
No, the same.
I'm talking about exactly
the same face,
but the in the south, but it looks like that in the north.
But it does look like it's cartwheeling as it goes across, just because it's turning around. And in the south, it's upside down. Well, if you do a smiley face on your ceiling and one of you stood at one end of the room and one stood at the other end, one's going to see a sad face, one's going to see a smiley face.
Of course,
that's just the orientation. That's fine. Yeah. But that's people like, well, no, it's because you're upside down. And that's mind control. So here's the thing. The things that we see in the sky, I don't believe any of them are physical. They're all, for lack of a better word, projections into our realm through the firmament. Right. I don't believe that the sun that we see, and there's so much more evidence coming out. If you've looked into the second sun or the spirit sun, as Crow 777 talks about, and we've seen it during an eclipse when the sun is dimmed enough where you can see the projector. You ever watch a rear view movie on like a hanging sheet or something? You can watch the whole movie on the sheet, but if you look at the sheet real carefully, you can see the projector, the source of that projection. So I believe that the sun and the moon are being projected into what I call our personal atmospheric dome. So each person is inside of the, in the center of each personal atmospheric dome. So watch, the sun's over here. It's set for this person. It's set. And as it comes back, watch this point of light, here it comes, is rising, this intersection right here. So it's noon here. It's, early afternoon here, late afternoon here.
I'm not catching. What do those domes represent?
So these represent the way we see. We can only see a couple hundred miles. And the sun is being projected, and we're seeing it in our personal atmospheric dome. So as it moves along, imagine this being Connecticut and this being California.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So as the sun is moving away, it's noon there. It's noon there. It's late afternoon here. It's evening here. Okay. As the sun moves away, that's how we see it. So it's being projected, and it's just moving around. And then, this is an animation, not an anime. Yeah, that's an animation. So we can do it in real life and get the same results. So I took a glass dome, if I could find it, it moved. And I got a light and I put it outside the dome and I moved it over. And what we see is I don't see the video. It's gone now. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So this is actually more of sunrise and sunset, but watch, I'm just moving the light across the top, not lowering it. And it looks better in person. You look inside the dome and it really looks like a ball sun. It looks like a ball. Like when you take a magnifying glass and focus it, to burn things, it looks like a ball. And then it never goes below. It just, watch, I'm bringing it back now. It appears on the horizon, sunrise. It rises up through the sky. And, noon for the observer. And then it just goes away, and then it fades away. It never goes below. Let me show you I don't know, you guys, you have seen this, right? My, not that, this is my drone, freezing cold. It has to be below freezing, no humidity, super clear. And I watched the sun. It went down, down, down in 5 minutes times. It just went down, down, down. And if it was, the earth was spinning, it would keep going, but it didn't. It went down, 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 down. And it stopped, and it sat there. Super sped up. It just sat there for 10 minutes. It should have been long gone. And instead of it going down,
oh my Lord.
Instead of it going down, watch. It just
disappears. Just disappears.
It just disappeared. This is the
Brother,
most.
Is that not proof enough?
Where was that at? Where was that at?
I filmed this 7 different times from Connecticut. Okay, but you have to be. People are like, well, how come other people haven't filmed this? I'm like, because you don't have retards out there. It's freezing cold, super clear, flying a drone that's about to drop out of the sky because its batteries are freezing, and looking out a sun that it's a tiny little speck, right?
Look at that. Huh.
Yeah,
Is
and it
that
just
proof
fades.
enough?
It fades away.
Is that not proof enough?
That's just that's.
And but here's the thing, people, it's out of focus. You need a solar filter, right? So
okay.
When you please somebody, when I please the trolls, whatever, I listen. I said okay, and I went up. I put a solar filter on, and the sun went down, 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 and it disappeared before it even got to the most interesting part, because the solar filter makes it so you can't see the dim light. So then I landed the drone, took the solar filter off, put it back up. Oh, there's the sun. Right? It looked like it's set with the stupid solar filter. That's why when they yell solar filter, what they're saying is put a blindfold on, and you might as well put a muzzle on too. Okay. So again, I filmed this again and again and again. I have a playlist called Sun Fade Out playlist on DITRH. It's mind blowing when you watch these things. It'll make you cry when you watch it in full. This is what's happening.
Where's this at?
On my YouTube channel, and they're in the app also. On the app, where did the sun go? Hit the question mark. Where did the sun?
What day on the calendar was these?
This one, I don't know. I do them all. I mean, it was cold. It has to be. It's normally November, December, January, February. Because once the summer sun comes back, there's too much moisture in the air, and then the atmosphere gets too thick, and then you see it set behind that atmospheric horizon. Before it fades
just
away.
Disappearing like that, it stops.
Right.
It stops its decline.
It literally went down, down, down. It was you can watch it. It's going down, 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 and it stopped.
There is no explanation.
Yeah, that's the stuff that you can't explain.
You can't explain it. The sun's just moving away. It's very simple. The sun's moving away. Earth is flat. It matters, not the shape of the earth. Like, I used to say when I was dragged in kicking and screaming from the alligators, I said, what difference does it fucking make? I still have to go to work, right? And I had my own company. I was making more money than I ever thought I could make. And then something in the universe said, walk away from it all, Dave. Send this message out, because if we get our freedoms back, how long can we hold it if we're in a prison planet in our mind, flying through an infinite space vacuum where, you know, most of the world has no idea who they are or the power of their mind? They don't want you to know that your thoughts create your reality. This center that you're in, did you help create it?
Of course.
Yeah. So you helped create it because you had positive intentions, you sent it out, and the universe conspires to give you whatever you're thinking about, not whatever you want. If
Hands
you're
down, my
focusing
friend.
on what you don't want, they're going to give it to you. Okay. Focus on what you want and it gets delivered. I have a friend who isn't happy with his job, and he made a comment, and I really felt it, you know, a month ago. He's like, you know, I'm really done with this business. I need to do something else. I'm done with it. Okay. Right. And so he's still plugging away at his job, but all of a sudden his bosses started coming down on him and started laying more and more and more crap on him. And like, look, he's like, I think they're setting me up to fail. Well, that's the universe conspiring to help him out. He's like, you just said you didn't want this, so we're helping you make that move. It's literally like you're in a river and you go with the flow, and the flow is your thoughts. And if you try to stop that river, it's just going to back up until it busts a dam. Okay. So I walked away to bring this to people. The amount of emails I get, people saying, you know, Dave, I was depressed. I was lost. I didn't, you know, wasn't happy. And after I found Flat Earth, my depression went away. I've never been more interested. I've met the greatest people. I went to Flattoberfest, which is a conference we're having in South Carolina in October this year. And life, it gets better. Here's the thing. When you become a flat earther, you lose some friends. Some friends are just like, they can't handle it. And then that's all right. That's their journey. You know, my brother and sister don't talk to me. We never even discuss flat earth, so I don't even know. But you make a new family. Every single flat earther I've met at all these conferences I've gone to are now my best friends. They're amazing. And my app, the Find Other Flat Earthers feature, is going to bring people together. There's going to be babies because of this. Okay.
Little flat earth babies, huh?
I mean, great. So you like talking to flat earthers. What if you were out in town, you flipped up your map and go, hey, there's a couple flat earthers. Wait, let me zoom in. You're like, hey, they're over there at the tequila bar. You're going over there to say hello.
Because you know you already have more than one thing in common with somebody. If they believe in the flat earth, you already know there's more in common.
Right.
They're awake and aware.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And they're most interesting people. People from all walks of life, all socioeconomical levels, they're all awesome. And I always say, if I had a roll of $100 bills and I dropped it at the conference, somebody would figure out whose it was and return it to me.
Wow.
Okay. And you can't say that anywhere else. Flat earthers are amazing people. Amazing people.
I just like people that are in that kind of mindset of challenging everything that's on the norm.
But you know, I heard Santos say it yesterday that, you know, he's not going to stop because flat earth is important. When someone says it's not important, that is the worst case of Stockholm syndrome ever. It's not important that you don't know who you are. It's not important that you don't know where you are. That's not important that they're hiding free energy. They're hiding our history. They're hiding more land.
Everything.
They're hiding everything. They're hiding your true potential. And the thing is, everyone's like, I went to lunch with an old friend of mine when I was in the printing business. And as we walked into the place, he went and put a friggin' face muzzle on. And I friggin' yelled at him. And I told him, I called him a lot of names, one being a cuck. And I told him, you know, I was like, what the? He goes, well, I don't know what the rules are. What rules? Here's the thing. The only power government, mind control, govern the mind, has is in your imagination. It's just like space, you know? The only thing that's going to space is your imagination. What is beyond the shoreline of Antarctica? Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It contains our world pond. Okay. Yeah. If you're at a pond and you went to the edge and you dug a hole lower than the pond's going to flow out. Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It's the container of our pond. What's beyond it? Maybe
David,
there's more land out here.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I want to really move away. No, not move away, but I really wanted to get into the things that we don't know, the things that aren't factual to us. Yes. Everything that you're presenting right now is bare facts. It's absolute evidence. What's outside of let's dig deep. Let's see what we could
here's a Japanese map showing all of these other continents outside of Antarctica.
So what do you think? Do you think that the firmament, right, is the dome over our pond? Or do you think the firmament is the dome over all the ponds?
You know, one of the people that came up with I call it the egg theory, the cosmic egg theory. We're here, our sun and moon are circling around, but then there's another sun and moon out here. Maybe Mars and Venus are the sun and moon out here. And I did a little model. I got to film it where I have a distant sun. I have the light out farther away, and then I looked at my dome in the middle, and it looked like a star. I'm like, huh, it looks like just like the way we see it. And then out here is another sun and moon, which would be the sun would be Saturn and the moon would be Jupiter, right? So these are possibilities. I did a talk with Sophia Smallstorm called The Outward Flow of Civilizations about where did all the Mayans and the Incans and all of these, civilizations, where did they go? Maybe they flowed outwards with their sun, and then a new sun was born in the middle. Sounds a little biblical, right? So, the sun oscillates, it moves. Where the sun goes, people go. Maybe there's more civilizations out here.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
It might be underground tunnels leading you to them as well. You don't even.
I would call people that live in the extra land, the extra territory, I would call them extraterrestrials. And if we live in the inner space, they're coming from outer space.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
So the book that's in the app, and you can find it on YouTube. John the Morgile read the whole book online. It's about a senator that retired, got sick of the politics and everything, and went to Antarctica, and he found an opening, and he was like going through it, and then they came out. They're in the ocean. They were lost for about a month, and they came across some land, and some people came out on a boat and said, "Oi," and they spoke English. And they're like, we're from America. Where are you from? He goes, this is the Iron Republic. And he's like, where's the Iron Republic? And he goes, well, it's on the other side of Antarctica, about the same distance America is. And they're like, what? And they went in. This was in the late 1800s. And they were taught, the guy wrote these articles about flat screen TVs and electric cars and levitating things and a whole different advanced society that was living out there. And they said, where did you come from? And they're like, well, we used to live where you lived in the 1600s, but we didn't like the tyranny.
So we moved.
Imagine that.
That's interesting, man. You get into the Truman Show and him exiting the stage.
The True Man Show.
True Man Show. Yeah,
man.
Right? Yeah. The True Man Show.
Yeah. I actually, it's interesting, David, you're talking about this, and then you were bringing it up because I have somebody that I can't remember who it was. I think her name's Lisa. If you're watching this, thank you, Lisa. But she had sent an email on us being involved in 4 different worlds. And those are the 4 corners. And so we're in this one world where the sun is, and the sun's about to move from this one to the next one. And they don't want you to know that.
Here we go.
Here
we go.
Right.
And that's why are all the elite running to what's off of Australia?
What's that?
The land off of Australia. It's I'm just spacing on the name. I'm having a brain fart.
New Zealand?
New Zealand. Why are all the elite buying property in New Zealand? Because it's out there. If our sun moves outwards, that's going to be the tropical lands.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
So I don't know if you guys have seen the Iwaranon stuff. Have you seen that yet?
No.
What's that?
Okay, this is mind blowing, and I resisted it at first, but it is
excited.
friggin' mind blowing. Ready? You ready?
Yeah.
This is an inverted picture, a reverse picture of the moon. And
yes, I've seen. All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so he mapped out all the countries, and they're all here. It's like the coincidences on top of coincidences.
Dang.
It's too much. It's just too much. So this outer yellow line is the shoreline of our world. So Antarctica would be out here. And so our North Pole is right here on this red line. Well, what is all this other land? So our North Pole they always tell us it's moving, right? It's moving. Our North Pole's moving. So if our North Pole's moving, it goes all the way around here in a great year, like 25,000 and some odd years. So it moves 15 degrees every 2,160 years. So this puddle, the sun again goes around our North Pole. So it melts out this puddle. So in 10,000 years from now, the puddle's going to be over here.
Yep.
Okay. And this is where everyone's going to be. And these places out here, these outer places are very, I guess they're, I don't know. It's fascinating. So like, I don't know, maybe our controllers are here in the middle because it always stays unfrozen because it's part of all of the circle. on the app. This is, and I put this video up. It got deleted from its original channel. On the app, you hit the web button right in the center, right here, the lost history of flat Earth. Hit that puppy. And now, like, if you know my channel, DITRH, my videos are less than 5 minutes each because for people with short attention span or people that think flat Earth is stupid, they're not going to watch a 5-hour video.
Never.
Yeah.
You're
They're
absolutely
not.
right.
But here's the thing: if you're looking for, turn off, get rid of Netflix, get rid of your television, get rid of the whole thing. I tell people, and everyone that does this, I say, watch the first 10 minutes. If it's interesting, watch the second 10 minutes. It's 7 parts. Then if you like the second 10 minutes, you're 20 minutes in, just watch chapter 1 and then, come back another time. And the same thing happens every single time. Everyone watches the whole thing. I've watched it 4 times already and I'm ready to watch it again. 5-hour video. And I watch all my videos on double speed. I watch this at regular
me too.
speed. Regular
Me too.
speed.
Oh, you watch it on regular speed? You
I
wanna get it
can't
up there.
wait for the next cold, rainy day because I'm going to put it up on the big screen. I'm going to get some snacks and I'm going to watch the whole thing again. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's got over 300. I put it up not long ago. It's got over 300,000 views. It should have 300 million views.
Oh wow, we're gonna watch it,
Dude.
for
You are
sure.
you are gonna explode. Your brain is gonna go, holy crap. Flat
What's the
Earthers
guy's
know that they don't know. What's that?
Is it who's the gentleman that put the videos on?
He's anonymous. He calls himself Iwaranon. And then there's also another 18-part series, much shorter videos that are phenomenal. It gets into mud floods, Tataria, technology, microwave buildings, what churches really were. It gets into everything. It
I
gets
wouldn't
into
be
everything, and you
surprised- I
can't
would-
turn it off.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if we had some of them who are on the outside looking in,
Mm.
sending us this information.
Oh,
making these
sure.
videos.
Sure.
So you know what's funny is I forget who said it. Maybe you guys were talking about it. This is Santos said it yesterday, I believe. This is the apocalypse. This is the lifting of the veil. Flat Earth came here to free us. Flat Earth. Why does Flat Earth matter? As I was saying, if you don't know where you are, you lost control. People that wake up to Flat Earth unplugged from the Matrix. Everyone that's living in this life is Neo in the Matrix at the beginning of the video. And all the flat earthers are Neo at the end of the Matrix
the
when they've
video.
taken
Yep.
their power back and they've realized who they are, where they are, and they say, "No, I'm not listening to you, Mr. Smith. You are a friggin' tool." Okay?
Right.
And that's our governments.
For sure. We're living
Those
in
are
this.
the
we
apex,
are. We're
the
living in
apex
the Matrix.
predators, as I like to call them. But
Yeah.
This is the Matrix.
oh, for sure.
We're in it.
Of course.
We're in
Logan,
it right now.
Are you aware of the flight routes?
Yeah,
issues
I've looked into the
Yeah, but
flight
there was
routes.
one that you were like, "How does this work?" Right? And-
Yeah, but
and-
I went on and I looked at it and I was
made
able
sense?
to debunk. Yeah, I was able to make
Okay.
sense of it myself.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
were able to make sense of it how?
I don't remember. I'd have to go look at my.
Let me show you one that you can't make
Go
sense
ahead.
of. How's
Show
that?
us for the audience.
So-
it's for the
so-
benefit
so-
of everybody else.
So this is Santiago, Chile,
sure.
and this is Eastern Australia. And if you want to fly, you
Never
you
direct route.
would think, why don't you just go like this?
Directly.
Right.
Yeah, but we can't disturb the penguins, so but you can still fly around. This would be the short. But instead, instead of going this way to Australia, they go this way. What the hell are they doing? So when you go to Australia, when you go fly there, you go all the way up, all the way over, and all the way down, and it's worse. If you want to go to Western Australia, again, this would be the shortest route. Okay, they go north, they go all the way over to China and Singapore and down. This is ridiculous. But when you look at it
Insanity.
on a flat Earth map, here we
Makes
go. We go up across America, China, Singapore, Western Australia, a straight line. Okay. That's how you get there. Sometimes the flights vary by like 5 hours. That's because they use the jet streams up there.
Right.
And sometimes they're not as favorable as they want. If you look at the jet streams, they show us the jet streams, being this huge sine wave. But on the app, if you hit the winds, and I go to 40,000 feet winds, right now we have these white and pink areas. Those are going 200 to 300 miles an hour. And by the way, they're outrunning the spin of the Earth, that 200 to 300 miles an hour. That's crazy. If the Earth was spinning, they'd be outrunning the spin instead of lagging behind like they should. But but also these winds here are favorable. This is like 100, 150 mile an hour wind. So you fly up, you grab these tailwinds, and then you get over there. Bam.
Wow.
Yeah. So
wow.
fascinating stuff.
Totally. I like that the last part, that the other worlds, because that's totally got my attention. I'm gonna have to start digging into it.
That is very again.
Into,
hit the Tatario. Find out about Tatario. Watch John. If you're like, oh my god, I don't have time for these big videos. John Levy, JonLevi. All of his videos are 20 minutes. You're going to go, oh, this guy sounds a little bit depressed, but then you'll realize he's awesome. Like John Levy video comes out, drop everything, watch it, 20 minutes, right? And you can listen to him at 2.0 and he sounds like 1.0.
Is that just John Levy on YouTube?
John Levy on YouTube, yeah, and I'm going to actually make a separate button for him in the app. His channel deserves a direct link with no other interference. Amazing stuff. But the other thing is, NASA, the liars at NASA, you know that NASA's fake, right?
The National Association of Space
well,
Actors.
I mean, I have my own kind of concepts on why NASA does what they do. So.
Do you think NASA is in space?
No. I mean, I personally believe NASA is actually trying to project what they really want to do, and they need enough consciousness to tap into that idea to make it a reality. So that's just kind of what I believe.
I can follow that. So I just want to show you what happens is NASA's in charge of radar, NASA's in charge of GPS, NASA's in charge of all flight routes, all international flight routes. So they've got full control of where people go, and how they get there. So there occasionally, though, something happens on an airplane and they have to do an emergency landing. As a matter of fact, I think it's today's featured video. Today's video on the app is another emergency landing. Look at that. So if you have the app, make sure you don't miss that. Or if you miss it, just hit the archive button next to the featured video and watch it. But
links are in the description, guys.
Links are in the description. Nice, thanks. So if you look at the flight routes, there's a flight from Taiwan to LA. As I'm stalling, as I find it, here it is. So Taiwan to LA, this is where they say they're going. This is where Hawaii is. And right about here, there's a medical emergency. They needed to land the plane right away. Someone had a heart attack or a baby, I'm not sure. And they could have landed here, or they could have kept going. But instead, they went over 1,000 miles out of the way, a couple thousand miles maybe, to land in Alaska. And the reason is because Taiwan,
direct route,
emergency, Alaska, Los Angeles. Right. So there's 16 times that this has been documented. And every time they land in a crazy place, according to the globe. But if you take a line on the flat earth map and draw it from the origin to the destination, they always land right on that line in where they were going every single time. How many times does that have to happen before you realize that you don't live on a spinning crazy space ball?
I mean, how many pilots have been put on the spot, and how many pilots have been recorded and asked, do we live on a flat plane? And all of them go, yeah.
Well, most of them. And somebody just said there was a pilot that just was talking to us and said, he used to be in the military. He said, yeah, it's very common. Most pilots know more than you realize, but they can't say anything because they lose their job.
Yeah, of course.
Globebusters interviewed a KLM pilot, a woman. And she's like, yeah, and I know this, and she's showing all this stuff, and just the whole show was fantastic. Next day, she was grounded.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Right. And now astronauts are coming out and admitting that we never went, and they're backpedaling. Like just the other day, Conan, you know what? Let me bring this up. Did you see on Buzz Aldrin on Conan?
No, this was recent.
Yeah. I seen it. And he goes,
Let me play it.
Space landing. Yeah, go ahead. Play.
So he was on there, and again, this is them moving the globe post, I call it, where they're because all the documentation of the moon landing stuff, it's all being taken apart. It's like looking at the movie Jaws, going, yeah, I can see that it's not real now. It doesn't hold up over time, so they're literally backpedaling. So
even non-flat earthers believe that we can go to the moon.
Right. No.
Stop sharing that.
I decoded the moon landing, dude. It's all
yeah. So share with sound. Really short. I'll play this. Ready?
Yeah, watch this.
Yeah. So let me get going. Can you guys see that? Right?
Anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
See, you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
I know.
Well, no, what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curve top radio and listened.
Talking about, how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said, contact light, engine stop.
It was
and a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
This was
Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Not a bad line for an actor.
What?
Because
Said you watched an
there
animation.
wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. You watched animation. You watched animation. You watched animation.
Insanity. People who believe that we landed there deserve to be in an insane asylum. It's just the end.
And
of
they
it.
think we're the crazy ones. All right, here's my 100 Bitcoin offer. You ready?
Bring it.
100 Bitcoin.
$20,000 of Bitcoin, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
How much? 40.
40 grand.
Yeah. So 100. So whatever. $4 million. Big deal. You're not going to win it. Show me something dumber than the heliocentric model. Show me something dumber. It could be. Show me something dumber. Right. Somebody came close. Actually, they said Don Pettit, and I'm like.
That is pretty
Now,
close.
it's pretty dumb, but it's not dumber than the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model, people go, flat Earth is ridiculous. There's tons of proof of the globe, and there's none of flat Earth. Well, it's worse than polar opposite because there's no proof of the globe, and the heliocentric model is the dumbest shit on Earth.
Now that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it really
Okay.
is. It really is.
Yeah.
Oh God, Lord, help us, save us.
Listen, Logan, you triggered me on 2 points. One, your name's Logan, and we had a Logan that we don't like very much. So I'm trying to get over that. That's not your fault.
Good on me, dude.
This is the best Logan.
I'm not. It's my own personal problem.
He's the complete polar opposite of that Logan. I guarantee you.
Thank God. And so, why does it matter? All the flat Earth. I woke people up to all those other deceptions I talked about, and they go right back to sleep because it doesn't affect them. Flat Earth. When you become flat Earther. You think about it every single day because it connects you back to your truth. Your soul goes, he's seeing the truth now. I can talk. He'll listen, and we take our minds out of the television programming, the television programming, just listen to the words. And we take it back. Like every once in a while, every 6 months or so, I go, I want to watch the news. I want to watch the news. I want to watch a segment of the news. 5 minutes in, I literally think I have cancer. Okay. I think that the news causes cancer. Okay. Just to be honest, it causes cancer. And so watch the news, get cancer. There you go. So when you wake up to the flat Earth, you take our power back. And I'm glad you're into crypto. People say, well, crypto is evil. The word crypto and, governments are tracking and this and stuff. Bitcoin is trackable. It's super trackable. Many things.
Of course
Ripple,
it is.
trackable. But there's privacy coins out there. When people wake
Monero.
up to what Monero and Pirate Chain, right?
Pirate Chain.
Yeah. And other ones. So when people wake up to this, the people that are running this world are the people that are controlling us with their nonsense fiat money. They don't need money. They need money to control us. They have our minds in a prison. That's the globe. And they control us with their money. Now, we need money to operate in their system. People say, why don't we just trade? I was like, well, I've got something. I've got this big crystal here that you guys want, and I want to buy that painting from you. Well, how am I going to transfer the money or whatever, whatever. And crypto is the perfect money. If it's done right, if we control it, and we do control it. So the way to take them down is stop playing in their money game. So that's number one, and wake the F up to where you are, who you are, what you are. Take back your God-given power that they've tricked us into giving away.
Yep. And take back your wealth.
This is the most important topic ever of our time, and it affects every single person on this planet. 9/11 doesn't affect people in Africa, doesn't affect people in Ohio. Okay. Nobody cares. They don't care, but this affects every single person. So again,
for sure,
you need to wake up, and guess what? There ain't a lot of time left. Okay. This is it. This is
David,
it.
We say all the time, Santos and I, we constantly repeat ourselves over and over again. The flat, stationary, horizontal plane is the number one thing that needs to come out.
I heard you say that yesterday, and I was like, I've always looked up to Santos for years, and the fact that I heard that Santos and you were excited to have me on their show. I'm like, the world is totally upside down. This is insane. This is insane, right?
It's our number one tenet, for God's sakes. Our first tenet in syncretism is to know that you live on a flat stationary plane. This is number one. You cannot know anything else. We don't want you to know anything else. That's the first thing we need to know.
I tell people do this, right? Go outside and sit down, get yourself nice and situated, and meditate and imagine yourself spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, chasing at 500,000 miles an hour, moving sideways, right? And then literally you feel like shit. Your soul is like, what the fuck are you doing? And then shake it off, get a glass of water, and then come out and sit and say, I'm sitting on the foundation of the universe. It doesn't move under any circumstance. All of the luminaries are circling in perfect order above me. And just by saying that and imagining it, your spirit lifts right away. You're like, whoa, I feel lighter. I feel great. Your mind comes together. Your soul starts talking to you again. Because right now, I think people's souls are pissed. They're pissed at them. They're like, what are you doing? Right? The awakening's here. All the information's here. The elite are telling us what's going on. They're telling us everything. Right? And people just don't see it. They're telling us.
That's part of the show.
Do you like my shirt?
What's it say?
It says, never go full fucking retard.
Never go.
He's got the dart on there.
It's not a dart. It's the jab.
It's the jab.
It's the jab.
Yeah, that's the jab.
And by the way, my t-shirts, I have awesome t-shirts. One of them is my new favorite one is let me show it to you. It's they're all in the app on the t-shirt shop. Where did it go? Where did my thing just go? Here it is. And this is one I made, which I really love. Hug safe, verified.
I'm fascinated. I love
That's
it.
good.
I love it. Yeah, because we have a group chat, right, that we have with the community throughout Playa del Carmen, Cancun, and Tulum, and we have a lot of people. It's a mixed group, right? So a lot of people are really woke, and then there's some people that aren't. There's some people that are even vaccinated, and we're talking about how the simple fact of you being vaccinated allows
easy what you say here. I want to put this on YouTube also.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. So let's not
So
not talk about it then at all. Then it's not good. They'll flag us for this one.
I'm surprised at how yesterday's stream stayed up for you guys. You guys were out of control.
We're gonna tone it down though. We're gonna tone it down. We have to tone it down.
Isn't that crazy? The land of the free. Watch what you say. Don't think. Don't say what you think.
Yeah.
It's just insanity what's going on.
Yeah,
right?
No, for sure.
Hard to tail end, man.
Hey, let me ask a quick astrology question. In astrology, I used to laugh, like, how's a planet, 40 million miles away going to affect me? But once you understand that they're right here within our system and they're all energetic and, sentient, you understand, like, wow, it totally affects my life. You chart the motions of all of these celestial objects, and you can be a baller and still get it right because the models kind of have the same motions. And I've noticed that flat earthers really can put the model together much better, and I think they're just become more powerful astrologers. Does astrology take into account the motion of the earth, considering we're moving in 4 different directions at once, going billions of miles a year? I don't think it does.
I've never observed it that way. I mean, I'm an avid astrologer, and I've never.
But you don't pay attention to the earth moving.
Not
well,
at all.
that means it's not moving.
Yeah. Wouldn't you take it into account?
The only thing that moves is the ecliptic.
Okay.
Like it's that's the most important part of the whole thing is the ecliptic, which is the ring.
I see.
Yeah, that's the most important part.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the idea that the ecliptic's moving like they tell us is beyond insane.
Right, right.
We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour in a curved loop, and somehow all of the other planets keep up with us and they stay on the same plane.
Million things.
It would be going like this. It would be going in every direction at once.
Of course. The sun, for God's sakes, they say is 93 million miles.
Well, there's a reason for that because it's tied to Saturn and stuff through the numbers and all that kind of stuff. That's the reason
you got to look at that and from a different paradigm. It all is tied together. You're right.
Paradigm,
just simple things. Like 100. The moon is supposedly, they say, 170,000 kilometers away. The sun is 93 billion. 93 million miles away. Excuse me. 93 million. But they perfectly eclipse.
Wait, so the chances
of that happening
400 times bigger, 400 times farther is 1 in a quadrillion, you know, a
I
number
don't
so
think
big.
that's the moon anyway, personally. I think
Right, that's fine. That's fine. And then and happening again. Well, that's like winning the Powerball 2 days in a row, right? And then it's worse. It's worse than that. And then it happens every year. And then 18 years later, the entire cycle repeats. Okay, the Soros cycle. The eclipses repeat every 18 years. Does that sound like a random beehive heliocentric gravity-induced theory dark matter universe, or does it sound like a perfectly ordered clock in the sky?
Oh, it's a perfect.
David,
definitely, it's perfectly orchestrated.
I'm moving in close to the camera on this one.
All right,
You ready for this? Was this question?
Sure.
What the fuck is it?
What the fuck is this place?
What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, we're in a physical simulation, and we're here to expand the mind of the creator. Okay,
We are the creator.
we are the creator. With
We are the
our
creator.
soul, this is just a meat
Absolutely.
suit. Our soul animates this meat suit, and our
Yeah.
soul is a piece of the creator. All of us together are the creator. Okay,
That's right.
And we're here to expand the mind. So those of you that are lost in the television programming, those of you that have sold your souls in all the different ways that you can do that, are, you know, look at Biden, soulless. Okay, look at all the people in higher government, all the people in Hollywood. They're all, you know, they've all lost their souls. I mean, who was it on 60 Minutes? Was it not Billy Joel? One that said he sold his soul to the big guy. You know, he's paying.
That was
Bob
yeah,
Dylan. Bob
young
Dylan.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan. Yeah. And there's many stories of this. So, you know, whether you believe it or not, that's your problem. I believe it. And our we have a simple. What is this place? It is an amusement park that we agreed to come to expand the mind of the creator. And we have just a couple of rules: don't lose control of your soul, and don't break anyone else's free will. Have a good time.
Do you think you come back? Do you think you
Yeah,
come back?
well, you either come back if you fail the class and you have to do it again, or if you pass the class, maybe you come back. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm not sure which one's hell and which one's heaven, which is great.
Do you think? I'm sorry, Logan.
No, go ahead.
Do you think that you move forward somewhere and you maybe become something else?
Yes, I think that
we pass the class just like you would upgrade, go, you know, move on to 6th, 7th, 8th grade, so on and so forth.
I think that we're all rising up, and you know, or those of us that are maintaining control of our soul and listening to our soul rather than to the television programming and getting cancer. We rise up and we become bigger and better, and then, you know, and our souls probably travel in groups and stuff. So, you know, we have different lives here. I can't prove any of that. That's what resonates with me.
Yeah.
That's what resonates with me.
No.
And you know, Jeff Berwick said today, and he goes, you know, but everyone's afraid of death. He goes, death is probably the most amazing thing that could ever happen to you in any circumstance. And he goes, but don't get me wrong, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to FOMO out of this place. I want to see what's going to happen next. He goes, but the worst case scenario is the best thing that could ever happen. Okay, where you have unlimited potential. Like when you die, you go back to unlimited potential. Right here, we literally are trapped in this meat suit in this crazy world with psychopaths. I find it fascinating. I love puzzles, and this place is a puzzle. And I love roller coasters. This place is a roller coaster. I'm happy as can be.
Yeah.
David, what's your birthday? Just your month and day.
July 16th.
Oh, okay.
Oh, happy belated, man.
Yeah. Happy belated.
Yeah. Thank you.
Happy
Well,
belated.
it's interesting because you have so I'm into the cards. I'm into tarot and astrology and all that stuff.
Fascinating stuff. That's the real science. I don't understand.
You and
it.
Santos have the same birth card. The
I
Queen
know. I heard
Club.
that the other day.
Yeah.
When was he born? Like July.
He's March 24th. But the
okay.
cards have a certain boilerplate chart to them, and July 16th is the Queen Clubs, which is the same as Santos.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what are we doing on time, by the way?
I got to run anyway.
We got to
please.
go. Time's up.
I got reading.
Time's up. Hey, David.
David, thank you so much, man, for sharing your wisdom.
You're such a blessing just to have on, man. Really, truthfully, man. I love your energy, and I love your you know, everything about you, everything. And I would love for you to come on again if you can, please, with Santos here. It'll be.
How close are you guys to the water in Mexico?
2 blocks.
Right here. It's literally right.
2 blocks.
I'm moving there.
Oh,
I'm coming.
it's not 2 city blocks, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's just crossing 2 streets. I should say it's crossing 2 streets.
All right.
It's a.
And you're on the. Are you on the Gulf side or the ocean side?
No,
We are on the water. Like we're 2
Which
streets. over
side?
from
On the ocean side, the Pacific side, or the Gulf
on
side?
the Atlantic side.
On the Atlantic side.
On the Atlantic side. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We're in Cancun. We're right.
Oh,
We're one
okay.
town up from Cancun.
I don't know my geography of
You
Mexico.
got to come to Puerto Morelos. It's
All right.
one town over. It's magical. You really got to come.
We'll talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Let me tell people real quick. If you're a flat earther, you probably already know about my app. Get the app because the Find Other Flat Earthers thing is going to be a game changer. We're going to use their technology to bring us together when they want us apart. Okay. There's going to be flat earth meetups every day, everywhere, because people are going to go out. Like if I'm in like New York City or Mexico or California, I'll look and I'm like, hey, there's some flat earthers at this beach or at this bar. I'm going to go. I'm going to meet new people every time I go out.
Love it. Quickly, can you tell us about what's going on in October again?
In October, if you go to flatearthfestivals.com, and we have it's a dual conference and music festival, 2 days. I think it's Saturday and Sunday in like February and October 22nd, right around that weekend, whatever it is. Flatearthfestivals.com. Click Flattoberfest. It's inexpensive. It's in South Carolina. There's people coming from all over the country. I believe there's people coming from other countries. I'm driving down from Connecticut, and this is the third or fourth time. And it's always a blast just getting around flat earthers. Forget the presentations, forget all the other stuff. It's all about meeting, like you turn around, the person behind you that you've never seen before is your closest friend.
Hey man, I'm probably gonna come. I'm probably gonna join you, man.
Absolutely, 100%. FlatEarthFestivals.com.
We're in South Carolina.
What's it? It's in Spartanburg, I believe. If I'm saying that correctly. I got yelled at.
I know that's where that's at. Yeah.
Okay.
And grab a ticket and grab the hotel or find a bed and breakfast because I don't know how many there are.
Wonderful. David, all of David's links are in the description, guys. Go to his channel. Guys, so much. He has so much to offer, so much. And promise us you're going to come on again, right?
I will come on again. I would like to talk to Santos. It's always been something I've wanted to do.
Of course.
The app, just watch out. They're on the Android. You need an 8.0 or higher. There's already a Flat Earth Society, but it's run by the Ron Media Group, who ripped off the name, ripped off some of the graphics. I think their app is free. I'm not even sure. Don't send me emails telling me my app sucks. My app is the highest rated app in both stores. Okay. And they're gatekeeping you there. They have, the trolls on there. It's just horrible.
Your app is just $1.99 or something, right?
It's $2.99. $2.99 one-time charge. Now people say, well, there's a pop-up that says, would you like to subscribe? The pop-up shows up. It's 99 cents a month, but you don't have to pay it. It pops up once a day. There's no ad. You exit out the second it comes up and it's gone. And that's it. And you still get everything. But the app costs thousands of dollars a month to run. So people wanted me to add more stuff. They're like, put a donation link on there, Dave. And I'm like, they don't let you put a donation link. So I put a subscribe link and you could just literally exit out. But if you love the app and you want to support me, it's $11 a year. Go for it.
I'm going to go for it. I'm already there. That's it.
Yeah.
You got
the
me
app, the new feature that's the only thing that it's going to require a subscription. It'll still work, but you just can't message somebody unless you're a subscriber because the messaging costs money. I'm starting literally my own instant messenger thing. It's insane.
You're the man.
Cool.
You are the man. You are the man. Guys, get on his app, download it, subscribe. All right. You need to be supporting these people. You need to be supporting people.
Here's the thing though. I'm not asking for donations. I'm telling you, basically, if you bought me a beer in a bar, it would cost you more, and then I'd piss it away, and that would be the end of it. We'd have a good time. It would probably be worth it. $3, you get the app for your whole life. Just read the reviews. Read the reviews. And here's the thing. Here's another challenge. Nobody can read the reviews and not buy the app. Just the way it is. I'm offering 0 Bitcoins for that.
I like how transparent you are.
I love him. I'm telling you, I love this guy.
That's awesome.
All right, my good friends out there. Thank you all for joining us.
Awesome.
Signing out.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, David.
One
Appreciate your time, man.
See ya. Thanks,
Much
guys.
love to you.
What's up, Paradise?